Yeah, it would be a bit of a slate wiped clean, wouldn't it? And I think they'll be just pretty content considering. I don't think they'll be upset whatsoever with 5 or even 6, obviously, on T side. Done a pretty good job after the way the game has gone so far. Spirit Academy AWPless in this round, of course, as Alcaren couldn't save. So it's all A1S's. And it looks like Passion UA want a contact play out toward Palace. And they give it a go with Warrior 2K. He does tag up Mokajin. Now they're aware of a mid presence of Topper. They're aware of the Apps AWP, or the Palace AWP, I should say. And they're actually playing retake A at the moment. 2 jungle, waiting for utility to come in and just kind of waiting out this Passion UA decision.
The re-smoke goes down towards Com, which is going to slow Topper down in any generation of space that he can find. Out on the A bomb site, you are right, it's very defensive, and it might just be the lack of util. I mean, Mokajin can't do almost anything at stairs. He's got not only Molly going towards him, but also a HE.
Yeah, no more for Mokajin in that round. They're going to break open the smoke, though, of course, in that jungle position, and that will allow Alcaren to get one back. They've seen 2 players there, so it's good information for Passion UA. Look, Kavem's got the bomb, and he's being flashed in towards CT. You have the C4, my friend. Might be a bit more advisable to fall back and leave that to someone else. He goes for the plant in the end while he's got smoke cover. Definitely the right decision to make, but oh my word. The bricks angle being held by Warrior 2K, usually favoured. Not when it's Kiyosuke on the other side of it. Quick trade for Demka and Sypho, and then Kiyosuke will run down Demka as well. Still on to Topper. He's been dinked. He's been seen. And Spirit Academy will manage to grab a 7 on CT.
And it's very easy to get lost in the sauce when you look at HLTV ratings and players across the last few months, the last few years. I think all you need to do is watch just a few Kiyosuke demos to realize it's not, like, misleading. I mean, what a shot that really is against an AWPer. I mean, you expect Warrior to get 1, strafe left, tuck, and then basically either repeat or just play on a contact. And instead, he's just getting wide swung and just gets deleted before he can get a shot off.
Just the pre-aim, it's the knowledge that he can like counter strafe and shoot as fast as he needs to be to get that kill. Like, he knows he's going to be faster than the AWPer. It's as simple as that. And that's what's crazy, right? You just have to, even if you don't think he's there, you pre-fire tap it sometimes. And I don't even think that was his thought. I think he saw him and then just clicked him. He was that quick with it. Topper, the main site defense with Demka over toward the B-bomb site. Spirit Academy are forcing their way through on this second half pistol. And Warrior's done well to find 1, but in comes Kiyosuke to remove Topper from that bench position. That is the kit dropped, I believe. And Warrior, even though he finds 1, Mokajin will take him through the smoke, and Mokajin will find that one and confirm as well. What a crazy kill to manage to find. And now Jacasmo, big flank, not being looked at yet, but it will be at some point. And even if he finds his first kill, there we go. Even a Molotov that can be used here to do extra damage to him as he forces his way out. Haven't completed the kill yet, but they're forcing him back into those flames. And he was out of ammunition. Spirit Academy looking to put their foot down now on T-sides.
Now, typically, as a B-site anchor, Trav, when you've got a smoke and you're falling back from a jump spot, you want to hit it towards the wall so you've got coverage to play at jail side and bench side. Topper, that smoke goes way too far. And what you end up finding is that he sort of has to play on both sides of the smoke. You're worried about being swung through jail, and you're also being worried about being swung through the mid-site. So while he might go 1-for-1, that's missed util that makes the round very uncomfortable. And Spirit Academy, as soon as they realize that it's a missed smoke and that it's way too shallow, they just start pouncing on the edge of the jail swing, and then they get the easy trade.
Yeah, it's these little micro errors that can really prove to be a big difference, right? In those sort of situations. Spirit Academy ran them down. Thanks to Mokajin doing some great work through smokes, it has to be said. You know, very slow first half. I think only had 4, but getting some confidence in the second half pistol. Passion UA, though, again, as I've said, liking to fight fire with fire. Look at how they pushed up mid there on this full force buy, by the way. Unfortunately for them, they're going to lose the fight. And it's a 3v2 for Spirit Academy. But Warrior is still lurking around B. Sypho is also lurking, but Warrior is very aware that he's dropped down. There's the instant dink, and there's the finish. and he stayed healthy as well. And Mokujin and Alcaran are still going toward his position, and Jacasmo is not far off as well. He's been spotted, another dink hit, and another headshot taken. So Woro is saving the situation for Passion UA.
All of this noise is being made. Alcaran knows that he was towards bench, but doesn't know where the repos is. Jacasmo's got himself a little bit of a tiny crossfire. Pick up that bomb, minute on the clock, try and go underpass towards Con, try and go all the way back at spawn towards A main. This is tough. At least he's got a smoke. He's got to hope that he can separate the CTs, and he's doing a good job of that right now at least.
He tried it, but Woro2K's pushed up to fight him, and that is Woro2K just playing as aggressive as he likes and showing what he's made of. Huge triple kill. They lost the fight in mid, like I said. I like that decision. It's not that crazy when you thrust like 3 players in there. Spirit Academy dealt with it, but they couldn't deal with Mr. Woro.
I'm not really sure why they've got a B site lurk on a 3v2 on an anti-half buy. Why are they not packing? Why has Cypher been given the all clear to just walk out B? If there's any sort of B site player, you can't drop down silently, so you've given away the info straight away. If you pack in that 3v2, it's impossible to lose the round, even if the CTs are grouped together.
Feels that way, doesn't it? Does feel that way. It's obviously Spirit Academy having to reforce back, but Woro will not be able to do any more damage. That last round, he was the hero, but there was a bit of a peak near the bottom of stairs, immediately domed by Alcaran. And he'll fall back from A pretty quickly off that. They haven't got any utility but for 1 smoke on Robbo, so gonna have to make the most of it. Go as a pack once again. Kvem's fighting bottom mid. He does have support. Now he might have to change his view to help out Demka, but no, Demka, so reliable. He's so often be in these positions, and in the end, they actually just do go into a very solid mid-hold.
Yeah, Cypher's got an excellent timing out A, but it's only going to be 1 kill at most against Jacasmo. Needs to try and pick up the rifle, try and make something happen. Now, his teammate's got the bomb and will be able to get it planted. Cypher just needs to try and stall for time. Try and drop this Con player if possible.
Cypher's having a great game with finding these timings, but that is not a great spray, I'm afraid. Kvem will deal with him. Now, Alcaran needs to just try and find a couple of kills, try and get some damage in. Oh, another Deeg on Kvem. All right. Unfortunately for him, there's another player CT that he doesn't expect there already. And Demkit will get an easy kill. Okay damage, though. Nice shots from Alcaran. But Cypher's timing that he gauged on that A push, like you said, unfortunately only works out for that one like you thought.
Now, Jacasmo's been fairly quiet. A-site anchor on the CT side, you're probably expecting a little bit more consistency from him now, transferring into the second half. I think for Woro, he's had very few rounds with the big green. Had about 1 or 2 gun rounds out in the first half. Second half, the economy's not got there at all. So I'd really like to see, at some point, Woro getting on that AWP and making a difference to trying to bring this comeback forward.
Yeah, I hope we do see that eventually. Ooh, that's a bit whiffy from Kvem. It's either perfect or the complete opposite for Kvem in this game, it feels like. But Jacasmo is doing a good job. M4A4 in play. If you're a good M4A4 player, you just plainly have an advantage, in my opinion. I mean, we've had a chance to cast a bit of Kyosuke on that M4A4, looking just ridiculously clean and precise with the spray control and the first bullet accuracy. And I do think that sometimes those star players who are brawly riflers on CT, if you were just good with the A4, it's better than the L1S. Simple as that.
Now, Spirit Academy will try and get Alcaran in for an opening pick. Good spawn with the NMP to go for the window fight. Doesn't quite land it straight away. Gets spammed to 62. And he's going glass cannon into round 17, which is a question mark when you go in that aggressive. Because if you do end up, I guess, being punished by any sort of spam, it's going to be very difficult for you to respond.
Good nade. But it's a very good nade. 3 players got caught by that to some extent. They're forcing their way out B here. And Woro is boosted on the site. That should net him 1 kill. He's already cracked it open, and he's not activated yet. How much does he wait for? Oh, it's always risky when you go for this, but he's denied the plant, and he's found 2. That's absolutely fine. He's allowed Jacasmo to get into the action to find Kyosuke on that trade. And they know where he's playing from as well. It's very awkward for Jacasmo, but he's brawling brilliantly. How has he managed to force his way onto the site and get a triple kill like that?
Well, not only is it excellent trigger discipline from Warrior 2K to be able to make a multi, but it's stalling out for time to allow Jacasmo. The worst thing that could happen in that round, Trav, is that Warrior makes a play, and then everyone else is sort of slow to get into positions. They can't strike straight away. Just look at the clock. 105, and then basically, what? Less than 5 seconds later, Jacasmo's already, like, not only getting kills, but he was already transitioning out of market. He was already getting himself involved in fights.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And a very good example there, funnily enough, exactly after the round I mention it, but if he has an A1S, he does not get that third kill. Maybe not even the second kill. The M4A4 is king, if you're good with it. He saves the round. It's a brilliant play. Alcuin's going to get one with the Tech 9. Demka does stop him from forcing his way out apartments a little bit sooner than that, though. Thankfully. Otherwise, that could have cracked the round open, that's for sure. Passion UA doing a really good job at fighting in this game, it has to be said. Spirit Academy have had some great moments, had some great clutches with Sypho. Think what the scoreline would be without those Sypho clutches right now.
Well, let's consider the what if. I know that it's the fantasy world, but with those clutches coming in, with the 3v2 that they had towards top mid that they trolled with Sypho walking out B, I'd like to think that for Spirit Academy, they've had too many chances. That they've been given too much room, and instead they're down by 2. So if you put that all into perspective, we're looking at a Passion side that's had to work really hard to get into this state right now, to try and close out map number 1, to go into Dust 2. I think it feels very positive for the series for Passion UA with how this game is going.
I would agree. I would agree. I think having to work this hard to be in this position is always like a good sign. Of course, as a player, you maybe wish it was a little bit easier. I'm sure you do. But the fact you're able to figure out these sort of matches, these sort of maps where you're getting some clutches go against you, where you're having to problem solve, I think it's a good sign for a team that should be a contender, as I said, at the tip of Tier 2 over the course of the next season, post-major cycle and player break. Let's see, though. We've got another buy, of course, coming into Spirit Academy. Don't count them out of any round, and this game overall, even if Passion UA push to a 12-8, for example, off the back of this win, and then maybe an eco to follow for Spirit Academy, the ability to reel off 4 rounds in a row.
Well, Passion UA have had some really competitive Mirages across this tournament. I think back to the game against Astrum, that goes all rounds in regulation. Against Zero Tenacity, all rounds in regulation. So we know that they don't sort of close a lot of their officials early against some of those higher caliber squads. And let's see if it will be slightly different this time around. Aggressive approach to try and fight towards underpass, and for Spirit Academy, they've got a walk timing in which Topper is now being pressured. He needs help on rotates, and there's no one really with him. Great shot to at least get one, and now try and see if he can stall for even longer.
He is stalling well here, Topper. This is really good, but his teammate, who of course he stalled for, has been just destroyed by Kyosuke. And he removes Topper instantly as well. Sometimes you can do the right thing, but it just doesn't get you the right results. And he'll even stand in the flames to find Kvem as well. What can you do sometimes? But it's still a 2v2, by the way. It's Kyosuke's heroics that have given Spirit Academy a chance in this round at all. Demka and Jacasmo on the retake. Alcuin going for the peak, and he's missed his shot. That will allow the push-up, and Jacasmo's avoiding that apps play of Robbo, but not for too much longer. It's a good flick from Alcuin up close when it truly mattered. And Spirit Academy, via those Kyosuke heroics, will close within 1 once again.
If you are Topper, though, you're probably mentally staying very strong, because that round was perfect. You've got yourself a 5 versus 3. You've got the AWP posted on the market doorway. You're on the backside, and it's just Kyosuke coming around and basically killing both of you. Somehow even getting the 3rd rotator, sitting in the flames. You just look at that round and say, we played it right. It was just Kyosuke got them out of trouble. And we expect that from him, but we're not going to expect that in every single round of every single best of 3. So for that reason, Passion will still feel that they are definitely the better team.
Yeah, I think that's a very good assessment. And yeah, I don't think Topper will be too upset about that. Of course, it's frustrating when you do the right thing and then it's completely destroyed, but You just have to accept it and say it is what it is. Oh, a good timing of that. Peek in toward window from Kvem. It'll take Alcaren out, but they're forced into more fights. It's an absolute massacre in mid. Woro2K will get that trade on Kyosuke in the end, but not before he got 2 kills. He tries to break open the smoke there with that nade. It almost was in the right position there to break open that smoke properly, but it wasn't. And now, another 2v2. Very exciting rounds, these last couple. And Woro2K is waiting for movement on stairs. He's found Mokujin, and Sypho now needs to win his 3rd 1v2 of the game. He's got Topper and Woro to face, but Woro's holding the right line from Sandwich. And it's a comfortable kill with the AWP. Passion UA 11-9. The plant will give Spirit Academy something, but they're looking solid, are the Ukrainians right now.
Indeed they are. I mean, even with the buyback here, you're going to be able to get mainly AK armor for everyone, and then maybe 1 Galil armor to try and get some extra util out for Alcaren. Not ideal, especially with how touch and go the scoreline is. A great timing with the distraction that's being pulled towards sort of Con to then allow Kvem to go a little bit more aggressive, Woro to do the exact same thing from short, and get yourself a state where the kill distribution feels a lot cleaner. Like, even if you don't look at the numbers, I think we've seen impact from almost everyone from Passion, maybe outside of Jacasmo. I know that he might be on 15 kills, but I think he's had a pretty poor game in terms of consistency. Whereas on the T side, it feels like, okay, Sypho's great in late rounds, Kyosuke's great in mid rounds. What about Robbo, Mokujin, and Alcaren? Like, I'm not really seeing much from those 3 from the first half translating into the second half.
Yeah, we've seen 1 important kill from Alcaren, it feels like, and it was the one where he'd already missed that first over toward that B after plant, right, where he managed to make up for it. So, yeah, it's a tough game, and Spirit Academy are 2 rounds away from losing their first Mirage in 8. It's been one of their favourite maps, but Passion UA didn't shy away from the pick, right? It's one that they're happy to go into so often. 30-odd times in the last 3 months. It's a ridiculous, I guess you could say, confidence they have in the map, but there is the confidence in it for a reason, and how much they've played it. And they could be breaking that Spirit Academy streak. Woro is not the first time he's been destroyed by Kyosuke this game, and that will turn the round a little bit because they've got space up Con now.
You could definitely feel the difference that now Woro's got onto the AWP. It's felt to play with a lot more freedom in some of the moves on the city side. Unfortunate to not be pre-aiming that right-hand side. Now, Jacasmo and Kvem could be very clever about this, in which one of them peeks out in the open and then baits the secondary player to think that A main is completely clear.
Oh, the leg be seen. It's very hard to control the M4A4. They've planted it just safe enough. But Jacasmo's still alive, and as you say, kind of does need to go down at some point, but maybe he doesn't. Jacasmo on the M4A4 again. I called it out, and he keeps delivering, but it's still a 1 versus 1. Another round where an important triple kill could be in vain. Sypho in another clutch, this time on T side, but Topper is better, retaking from B. And another one of these crazy clutches when you have that B-side anchor rotating on toward A goes the way of a CT. Huge round, very entertaining, and it puts Passion UA on map point.
Well, Kvem just wasn't even really required. I think the best that he could have done was being a running decoy to set up Jacasmo. As Sypho has been excellent in clutches, but this is the case where the pre-aim's too good. And Spirit Academy, they have dropped the ball in this second half. It hasn't been competitive in gun rounds from them. The rounds have been tight, but in terms of round victories, it's been underwhelming.
Yeah, really disappointed, right? I mean, they've had 1 round where they've kind of had a heroic win for Kyosuke, where he got those 3 kills, and then Alcaren and Robbo closed it out over toward B. That's pretty much it. That is pretty much it, and you were spot on. You can't rely on that for Kyosuke every single damn round. So, Passion UA have stayed stock solid, stayed aggressive, and stayed confident when they've had to retake. And Jacasmo has been an important factor on a couple of these rounds. You say maybe consistency, not amazing, but I think just individual impact on some of these holds over toward B and A that we saw there on that rotation round. He's been excellent. Demka forced away in toward the corner of the balk position, but Warrior will only get 1-for-1 in mid. Again, Kyosuke bests him. They know that Demka's here. How on earth does he get out? The answer is he won't. Marco will burn him out of this round, and now Kavem needs probably 2.5 kills, but there's a con player, and Kyosuke is waiting for him. Spots the short player, and Topper may get the frag, but with the money situation on Passion UA, the save is actually a necessity.
This really is one of the most brawly games you're going to get in the comp. And it's nice that it's here in a semi-final and not just a Swiss round 2. It's not much on the line. There's not a huge amount of pressure. If you lose it, you've always got tomorrow's game or next week's game. This is exactly the entertainment that we've come for today. Spirit Academy lock in with Connector in that last round. Jewel quite well. I mean, Demka, unfortunately, when you're being trapped by that util, and you're being swung from both Palace and A main, you have to just pick one, and if it ends up that you get shot in the back, then that's just how it is.
Yeah, true. Shows how aggressive Kyosuke does like to play. I mean, it's I always make the conversation, make my point when I say that, you know, he's not the same player as Donk. Just because he's come from Spirit Academy and he's a ridiculous talent doesn't mean he's exactly the same player, and you should expect the exact same things from him when he goes into a big team, like we're expecting, of course, with Falcons. But we are seeing a very aggressive Kyosuke recently to try and put those numbers into practice, and look at his amount of deaths in this game. 20 deaths. Like, it's quite a significant difference to the likes of Sypho, for example. So let's see what Passion UA do here. I'm expecting just an eco, or maybe a double eco around this. Oh, actually, I just looked at the scoreline. I've refreshed my memory. It's 12-10. So we've got the AK on Topper. He can drop an AWP or a rifle. Having just enough money to drop an AWP makes me consider the fact that he might do it.
Yeah.
That's what this pause is clearly. Well, it's a bit of a tech coming in now, but clearly they're trying to make the decision on what they want to do here, because you can double force, but you're not going to have a great buy for either of these last 2 rounds of regulation.
Now, it's funny, the more that I keep thinking about this potential move to Falcons, it almost makes me ponder the idea, Trav. Could Falcons not buy him and then loan him out to somewhere like Gamer Legion, get him a feel of what it's like to play at Tier 1 lands in the circuit on an English-speaking team without a huge amount of pressure to then playing with Nico and Monacy? Like, it probably would never happen. But from my point of view, I just think it's so normal in traditional sports when we sign these sort of like young players and then we just loan them out. And we just don't do it in Counter-Strike at all. Like, the last thing I want is Kyosuke to play at a Tier 1 LAN and then just flop because of crowd pressure and outside stigma stuff that's not in the server.
Yeah, listen, I think that's a good point. I think the good thing that does go Kyosuke's way is the fact that he at least does have some LAN experience, because Academy teams don't get much LAN experience usually. But in this day and age, he's actually got some already, and I think he's just that kind of player and that kind of personality. Going by what we've heard from him in these very, few and far between interviews we've got from him, his attitude as we've seen him on LAN, I just think he's just got that sort of mentality where he just doesn't give a shit, really. I think that's
he's just
the best
ready.
way of putting it, and will just go straight in and won't be too affected too much. But as I said, don't expect the world from Kyosuke when he goes on toward Falcons immediately. Like, give him time to bed in, that's for sure.
You're right about the AWP investment. Get it down on Tawaro. Now, it does mean that he's going to have to be slightly more aggressive than what he's done previously. Now, we haven't seen a boost up into window to get him looking down short, or boost up into ladder, I should say. So they've got to try and work out a system on how they can work him for an opener.
Yeah, it's a kind of a weird setup, of course, because of this situation they're in. They put Demka over toward the B bomb site, with Topper helping out on A with that AK. But it could be worst case scenario for Passion UA. Demka's having to put this utility down, but of course he's got no player really keeping an eye on mid, so he's trying to stall for rotations. Can he stay alive any longer? It's going to be so awkward for him with all the utility flying his way. And look, he has managed to stay alive for a long period of time, but the rotations for Passion UA are still stuck in market. So it will allow the bomb plant, and they're going to have no choice but to fall away with this AWP and AK to have something to fight with in round 24.
It's just unlucky. You got into a force buy, and you've gamble stacked towards A, leaving not even a rifle on B. And Kavem just needs to prioritize saving this AK.
There we go.
And at least when I look at this, it's almost as if you've had 2 back-to-back force buy rounds. If you're keeping 4 alive, you've basically got everything that you came into the round with.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, but Spirit Academy lock in here. Overtime feels like it should be a formality. But when you've got a Fem AK and a Warrior 2K AWP on the server, nothing is a formality. Here we go, though. We've reached round 24. I think this game does deserve it. If we go to overtime, I think it, you know, usually the logic is, Dweg, that when you get to overtime, the game becomes extra brawly, strats go out the window because you've played so many rounds already. Well, we've kind of already had that already. So what on earth is overtime going to be like?
Well, we'll probably get a lot more double AWPing, won't we? B-side anchors picking up the double AWP, something that you won't get in reg with the money. Passion Yoa would like to close here. Now, Warrior started the last round at CT Ticket. He's going to start this round working window. Him and Kavem with intention to be able to put up the finale kills. And Topper with a deeper HE up against the AWP will do some decent damage. That's Alcarin down to 55 now.
Oh, that's dangerous. That's almost out of the round. Look at the utility being prioritized, of course, here for Passion UA. I mean, Jacasmo, for example, right, could have gone for a rifle, but he wants to support his teammates. Buying up the 5.7, buying up what could be an all-important defuse kit out of the 3 they've got, and getting a full belt. Spirit Academy preparing for what looks like a pretty bog-standard A execute here.
Yeah, they're going in quick. That's a good block of the util. This is going to make Mokajan's life very difficult to get out of Palace.
Yeah, Demka's playing that position, though, that he's played before and got burnt, quite literally, on before. But there's a gap on the bench angle that Kavem uses. Only one, though. Is one enough in this scenario? Casmo obviously will feel like he's desperate when we go and pick up that AK, but there's no space to do so anymore. Having to stick CT, and now bomb site's been taken. He's waiting for a rotation from a teammate, but Waro should get seen. Should get tapped down, but hang on. Sypho's whiffed his lines, and Topper's found Robbo as well. How has this fallen apart in literally 6 or 7 seconds? I cannot believe the game is done all of a sudden.
I can't believe the shot that Warriors just hit. First off, Demka should be getting 1 with the 5.7 out there towards the top of the balcony. The AWP has got a wall bang where all you're seeing is his head. That may be the most insane shot that Warrior has hit and will hit in this entire best of 3.
And it basically won them the game. They all just collapsed on Spirit Academy after that. And Spirit Academy collapsed themselves. That was crazy. They had everything going their way in that situation. And suddenly, all the duels come through. Passion UA get players in action. Jacasmo's patience toward Ticket Box allows that rotation of the FAMAS. It gets 1 more kill. And wow, that is an incredible way to get it over the line for Passion UA. Spirit Academy will be frustrated. They thought overtime should have been a lock there, I'm sure, when they got into a 4v3. Look at the performances, of course. Here we've got the scores on the doors for Warrior 2K and Kfem. Great duo that they will show once again on Mirage. They have been incredible Mirage players in their time, of course, as professionals, but also on this Passion UA team. They're excellent on it for their team. And well, very often with Spirit Academy, it was a Kyosuke show. There were some fun moments, of course, that made those rounds super close. Sypho had 2 incredible clutches that got them that lead early in the game. But honestly, I'll say it, I think the right team won that map.
I think that scoreline's completely misleading, Trav. I think if you actually look at the impactful moments in gun rounds, Passion UA were the far superior team. There was a bit more X-Factor, a bit more clutch-worthy moments that had to get won. And that does concern me going into map 2, because I look at Topper and the boys, they'll look at that one and say, do you know what? We've finally been able to give them a run for their money. And that's something that didn't happen in our head-to-head last week.
It's a very good point. Yeah, I mean, that is the Spirit Academy streak of 8 of course, on Mirage, now broken by Passion UA. If there was one team I feel like in this Tier 2 scene right now who'd be able to do that, it probably would be Passion UA, honestly, because they just love this map, even though they don't have a better record on it. It's the reps. It's the reps. It's the 34th time they've played the map. It shows. Dust 2 is coming up next. It's a great map for Spirit Academy. I'm expecting this to go 3, but we'll see after the break.
for me, it's like he's in like, I mean, he should be like top 3.
I think he'll be a more interesting player.
Yeah, maybe like, let's go for top 4. I should place him like top 2. Like, I hope there is a like better player in this top, but for me it's top 2.
Okay, let's put him to top 2.
Pasha Bayev. Like for me, the Pasha biceps is like, he make, like, maybe he was not the best player, like, in his players here, like, but the media he did, like, the popularity he gave us to game was really important, and maybe without him it was not the same like now. Place him on top 3, Markelov. Like in TIs, like in our community, he's like a bit funny guy. Actually, I didn't like. I was really young. I didn't watch much of his game. Like I remember only like flip side. That's the time I started to play, and I really can't remember a lot of moments of him. Like, I think he's like, for me it's like top 5. Forest, yeah. I'm not that sad. Like, actually, Forest is really good. Like, as I know, he's still like substitute like for Nip on PGL Astana. Like, if they need change, he will play.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I love how I'm going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb dropped, popped up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
A highly entertaining Mirage between Passion UA and Spirit Academy. We now go on to another brawly map, of course, of Dust 2, but it's one that Spirit Academy have a much better record on than Passion UA on. So I'm really looking forward to seeing if we can get this series to a third, considering we want to see more of these two go up against each other.
You do, but I'm convinced that we're going to be done on Dust 2. I don't think we're going to 3. I mean, I'm looking at Spirit Academy with their official last night against Monty, going all rounds of regulation, being pushed into overtime. I think for Passion UA, it's a weaker map in the pool. It's certainly not one of their better ones, but I think their results recently have looked better, like the last few weeks or so. They've been very competitive. They've been able to get a good few victories against some CIS squads. And I get the feeling, especially with how map number 1 went down, with how reliant Cypher had to be in clutches, with Kyosuke being heavily pushed upon to make impact happen, I think the stars are just aligning right now for Passion to get a 2-0.
It feels that way a little bit, doesn't it? I'm just convinced that there will be more to show from the whole Spirit Academy team. Sometimes cannot be the case. Sometimes it is just the Kyosuke show, like you say. But I think as well, the one thing that does make me lean Passion UA's way a little bit is the fact that Waro and Kvem are also two very, very good players on Dust 2. I think they've got a very good rating on it in recent times, and it's a map that they very often, if the money's in the right place, even in an early gun round, they pull out that secondary AWP on Kvem, and he does a pretty good job of it as well. I think it's actually pretty cool that he's those two players who know each other very well are the two players that primary and secondary AWP for the team, right? And Kvem does some great work at that, not just with the rifling. So that's a factor I think Passion UA could use to really make this game a lot closer than maybe you'd think looking at the percentages.
And this is perhaps where we do look at Spirit Academy and say, right, well, if we're going to be hesitant about some of their inconsistencies, this is maybe the map to try and silence that completely. I mean, I know that they're one of these teams that perform a lot better on LAN than they do online, but I'm looking at them going into Dust 2 with how many wins they've had recently on it, with them taking very few losses against top teams in Tier 2. If they get 0-2'd, then I feel like it's just more excuses about how their overall level of form is as a team when it comes to tournament runs.
Yeah, I mean, that's something, of course, we discussed beforehand, right? It's a situation where you want to see them maybe win a few of these events. And look, they won a LAN. Like, that's fair enough. Like, if you're going to win an event, win a LAN. But it's also a small LAN against less CIS opposition, maybe but for Paravision, right? So it's not the consistency we really want to see from this squad. You rightly pointed it out, I think, at the beginning of the game when we were talking about the rosters. It's like, do they really care right now, in a sense? Like, when they lose Kiyasuke, is it a case of, okay, where on earth do we go next? Are we plucking one of these Spirit under 13s or under 12s that Overdrive has got running in the lower leagues? Like, unlikely, right? So it's what's next for the whole team. Do they allow them all to leave? Do they allow them to explore opportunities?
Yeah.
But that in that way, Dweg, where would they actually go? I think maybe Robbo as an in-game leader could get something, but the other roles I feel like are just a little bit less desirable from Spirit Academy's players.
Yeah, and there's a lot of, not feeder teams, but squads to that level that have always maintained one superstar individual, and then everybody else is just very supportive. So
yeah,
it could be quite difficult, but for Spirit Academy, I think you just need to keep pressing for as long as possible until that move gets made, and then you realign basically how you view things once it eventually happens.
We'll see. We shall see. That's all for the future. This is for the present. Spirit Academy want to bounce back on Dust 2. It's Passion UA with a CT side start. They're going to try and get going with their economy early doors, and as I said, try and get that Kvem double AWP alongside YaLLa involved. Plenty of utility for Spirit Academy. We've got Flash Smoke on Cypher. We've got Flash Molly on Robbo, and Topper's gone for a double Flash kit rather than Smoke kit. Don't mind that decision on a map like D2 when you might need to flash support for your teammates over toward A or B.
Yeah, util in. Topper's going to get caught. He can flash up in the window to try to help out Demcar.
That is what they're going to try and do. And they're actually dropping in towards CT as well. Somehow, we've got the player Topper staying alive for a very long time. They actually do get the opening 2 kills with this pistol round, but 3 make that 4 in response very quickly from Spirit Academy. Once they got that first, the second and third just seemed to be instant. And Kvem has been heard on his full rotation round toward long. Should get caught in the side. It's going to be awkward, but we could get a knife. Don't peek, boys. There we go. Just extra BM, left click into the right click, and Spirit Academy take the pistol.
It gets into a state where fundamentally I think the round's being played nicely with the flash play to get Demka and Jacasmo involved. Just individually, Topper lets himself down. I mean, he gets in front of that CT smoke towards the elevator angle, and he just can't hit what should be a freebie. When you're going up against Spirit Academy, especially when you're at close duels, like in a pistol round where there's not a lot of space between the fights, you need to be clean. You need to be very crisp, and Topper let himself down, let the team down.
Scout for Warrow. I've seen him do some mean things with this weapon, especially when it's the AWP on the other side, of course. Alcaren going for that second round AWP with that knife kill, of course, that came through. That money very handy. But Morrow is the threat with this. Fem's got 1-2. Over toward long. Spirit Academy will group up. They'll be very aware that Passion UA have these weapons in play. Can cause many issues on a long-range map like Dust 2. So trying to play the closer angles, going in toward mid, trying to maybe go for a cat play once again, repeating their pistol play perhaps. But even a B split here would be a pretty good call considering the current positions of Passion UA, it feels like.
There's going to be a lot of emphasis on the scout landing tags. I think in this sort of position, when you're set up towards the car, you want to get probably 2 tag shots in to try and help out Jacasmo out here in Goose.
There's 1. There's 2. Okay, didn't get a kill, but he's found 2 tags. Unfortunately, Kavem's been taken down on long as well, and then Jacasmo realizes, well, I just have to fight, right? Robbo's even happy to long range tap with the Mac 10. Crazy, he's able to get a second kill from that. 29 will hop away, but it doesn't matter. This round is Spirit Academy's round, and Demka just wants some money. He's going to find 1, but he's being pressured by 3 players already. No amount of utility will be able to save him here. He'll get the money he wanted, but will not be able to save. So, Spirit Academy, 3 alive, 2-0.
Well, I'm really glad that Passion UA banned a lot of Inferno and that Spirit Academy also banned a lot of Inferno, because every time we get a best of 3 in the pro scene right now with Dust 2 and Inferno, it's just a snooze fest. I mean, it's just so slow. It's so methodical with the util. You want a little bit more of those Mirages, of those Ancients, to get the brawly maps involved. I don't know, Trav, like, I just feel like I watched Dust 2, and it's just like, I can close my eyes for 30 seconds, and nothing has changed from the start of the round.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it's even worse with Inferno, right? If there's no early banana control. It's just... I hate to say it, because historically it's had some bangers, but I think those have become truly few and far between in the modern era of Counter-Strike, and I think Inferno's got to go. I think if you're going to bring cash...
100%.
If you're going to bring cash in, I would get rid of Inferno, low-key.
Inferno was the GOAT map for third map deciders. Anytime you'd have a good game, you'd have a final, LAN, online, Inferno as a third map are perfect. Now it's just like, just awful. It's not the one. Doesn't hit.
Does not hit, I'm afraid. Yeah, there has to be like a very select version of circumstances and situations for that map to be super exciting. Whether it's like a position in the series, whether it's like a back and forth game that provides consistent clutches. And those are just very few, as I say, few and far between, right? So, Dust 2, not amazing either. Definitely improved with CS2, without a shadow of a doubt, as a watchable map. But, yeah, it's still not the best in the world. I think if we're going to bring 2 maps back to the pool right now, I'd make the call of Overpass and Cash, because you've got then one tactical slower map, which is a bit more fun than maybe the other tactical slower maps we've got. And then we've got a aggressive, brawly map like Cash.
Good timing for YaLLa to get aggressive. You've got Topper who's just hugging the edge of this T-smoke with the lurk. Should be able to get at least 1. The second kill might be a little bit more difficult. Ooh, he's done all right there. Bomb could get dropped. A lot of damage. That is everything that you want as a B-site anchor that Topper's just achieved.
Kavem, though, is going unchecked. Should be able to deny the attempt at the bomb plant. Thankfully, Alcaren's hit that shot, but it shouldn't mean much. Being pressured from behind. And YaLLa 2K will get that kill comfortably. Free AWP to grab on the ground as well. Always very handy. And that is a very important way for Passion UA to start their D2.
Well, it's funny thinking about VRS and where both of these teams sit. Spirit Academy getting close to top 30. Passion UA just inside of the top 50. I wonder how many of these kind of teams are going to go to this glitched Masters event that's happening in a few weeks. Because obviously TNL, they went to Level Up Lund and won that tournament, and that really helped them out. You expect a lot more non-local sort of Nordic teams should start making these moves to these BYOC lands.
You'd see. I'll be looking forward to seeing how those sort of tournaments play out, of course, because land points are so critical. Makujin will get an opening, as will Alcaren in this gun round, though, so it's frustrating for Passion UA to get a good start in that previous round, but they need a response right here. Cypher's realised that Demka doesn't know that he's directly behind him too. So he doesn't want to just dive in for an instant trade. Would rather play it safe and keep an advantage. Then goes for something. He could get both. It's only 1 though. Then quick trade. Unfortunately, site taken. So he's going to need to find a quick shot here to recover this round. Of course, utility support from YaLLa 2K. But YaLLa is not exactly going to be able to have an easy retake either, and he's got the AWP. He did an instant tap, and actually, fair play to Kavem. He does hit that shot on Robbo. But now YaLLa has got a 1v2 with the AWP, as I said. AK behind him if he wants it, but He's being flashed off the angle. Time's running lower. I think he's looking for exit kills here in the end. And that's exactly what he'll do now. He'll fall back and save the AWP.
A good effort to recover what was pretty much an unthinkable round. I mean, you've lost the A-bomb site. You've taken players away from short with Demka getting aggressive. It's a 3v5. There was a bit of spark, but not enough to contest. And my issue here for Passion is that they just haven't quite seized the right opportunities to start off this map. They're now 1-4 down. The economy's not in their favor. If you really wanted to contest this series for a 2-0, you would have needed a much more positive start. You would have had to have forced resets to your opposition. You would have had AKs being saved. You would have had YaLLa consistently on the big greens. So where we are right now, not only is it not ideal, but it feels extremely unlikely that this will be a 2-0 from this point onwards.
There was a bit of a diff between these two on Dust 2, whereas map 1 you could tell they were kind of, as you rightly mentioned, it was a game that Passion UA should have won a lot easier, high key, but was a close on the scoreline. Was a bit of lots of back and forth, lots of close after plants, lots of clutches, lots of brawly moments as well, where you had to get Jacaspo into the action to really fight from A ramp and the B site. So it was entertaining, but this one could be a bit more one-sided. We'll see. Good start for Spirit Academy. 3 smokes coming in toward B, and lots of damage on toward Robbo top mid. A couple of those A1S taps coming through. Probably be a bit upset that he's that low after all that. The boost almost sees something for Alcaraz, but not doing, unfortunately.
We've had a couple of conversations about the calling for Passion UA, the whole Topper and Warrior 2K situation. What should be noted is that on the CT side of Mirage, the in-game leader is the B-site anchor, and on Dust 2, he's the B-site anchor. So Topper's not really in calling positions on the CT side. He's playing pauses that he can't get info elsewhere on the map. So there's probably a little bit more reliance and a bit more emphasis on Warrior needing to be extremely vocal on CT sides.
Yeah, it's a common pattern, isn't it? To have a player that's not necessarily the deady in-game leader be going to be vocal on a CT side, and of course with Warrow's history, it makes total sense for him to be an important secondary voice, maybe even a primary voice at some occasions. Topper's let them come out mid because he knows he's got 2 players in CT ready to duel them, and it's like, okay, there's no need for me to really be super aggressive here. We'll eventually push down Alcaraz. It's a good hold, and Mokujin's push through the short smoke will be found by Demka. Robbo trying to lurk his way out for a kill, but he's only 1 bullet from death from earlier on, so that's easy for Kvem. Now Sypho needs many, many kills, and he'll choose to go for it rather than save. Warrior will get a freebie, and the gap is 2 once again.
It looked as if the timing was going to be very off there from Topper. He was sort of trying to transition, caught out in the open. Luckily enough, Spirit Academy did not smoke spawn. They just tried to fight dry. So you're getting drilled into that crossfire. All of the attention's being brought towards those A players, which means Topper gets a bit of a freebie when he jiggles out the AWP and baits him. And then Warrior just, anytime that AWP is required and he's stagnant on an angle, feels like he's just getting a connection, just getting a key kill.
Oh, Alcaraz. It should be a comfortable round for Passion UA to bring this back to a 1-round game again.
He had a good dig on Mirage, didn't he? Didn't he have the couple of walks out from Palace and main with that dig?
He did. One of the main things that's been pretty solid for him so far. Maybe even better than his AWPing. Who knows? Flash on the side, though, and Topper needs to get 1 and stay alive here. He'd love to have 2, but he's getting swarmed, and he's done really well. He's got his 2, he's done damage, even pulled out the USP for 1 more. Fair play, Topper. Sometimes I've seen him get a little bit exposed over toward B, and maybe that could still be something we keep an eye on for the rest of this CT half, but that was very solid. And even though Alcaraz's picked up the M4, of course, he is... Ooh, he's 1 HP, but hang on. Diggs a big hit once again, and Sypho had a chance at a second. Not going to be allowed to do so, though. Now Alcren needs a 1 HP clutch, but it's still very possible! And he's going to make it happen. Dwayne called out the dig, and Alcren with a quad kill on 1 HP has won Spirit Academy a stupidly insane round.
Well, let's just look at it for a moment, Trav, okay? They're thinking, let's put pressure on to do bomb plant denial. Let's not give him the extra cash injection. Is that necessary when you end up, in hindsight, overextending, losing fights, giving individual duels? No respect was being offered in that round from Passion. And it's an instant tactical, because those kind of rounds, they actually do just lose you maps, because mentally it's so tough to come back. You've completely ruined yourself. A Topper has had the cleanest of holds out there on B. You've got yourself a 4v2 advantage, and then you've just thrown it away completely.
Oh, I mean, Alcren does exactly the right thing, right? He plays the headshot angles, he plays the tight lines. Sure, the next one, or the penultimate kill he gets, I should say, is a swing and a perfect frag. But the last one, knowing he can play a tough angle for a CT to kill him on, even whatever health you're on, is pretty smart. But Alcren's going to be loving that. That was sick. And Kvem wants to try and answer back, because Remi's not a great for Passion UA in this following round. Obviously, they're having to play with a couple of FAMASs, a Deagle of their own. They've already lost the Warrior 2K AWP. Thankfully, Demka's found it. But rounds like that to show that even the players on Spirit Academy that aren't Kyosuke have in their back pocket sometimes.
And know that there's a walkout attempt, but they don't know how many players. Kvam close towards the smoke, gets a lineup. This is now 3 kills in basically the same pos, just through the mid doors. Just the M4 spamming.
Yeah, that's clean. 2 more where that came from as well for Mokujin and Kyosuke in mid, but you could argue that Kvem and Jacasmo didn't need to do that at that case of the round. They had their 4v2. They had their positional advantage. Why did they need to go in for more? It's gifted Mokujin and Kyosuke a chance in a 2v2, and they probably have a slight advantage here with the utility and health they still have. It's not like that fight in mid took them down any lower. Can Topper do it again?
This is
the question.
This is tough, because Demka's nowhere near, is he? So Topper basically needs both kills on this side defense.
It's a good angle, but unfortunately it's the FAMAS that lets him down, and a bit of the aim as well. A combination of the two. And Mokujin will get that 3rd kill of the round. Demka can't win a 1v2 with an AWP. He's not even the AWPer, which makes it even more impossible. So, yeah, that is a real rough one for Passion UA to lose. Kvem's done all the hard work in mid. He's gotten the advantage, and then he pushes with Jacasmo when it really feels like it was not necessary.
Poor TC is just watching this game and going, we are actively trolling. We've just thrown away 2 4v2s in back-to-back rounds. Now, if it was a main Swiss stage game, I'd probably give them the pass. But if you're Passion and you want to be a title fighter, you want to be someone that can get into finals, that can be a top-end tier 2 team, it is embarrassing and a joke to be losing those last 2 rounds in the fashion that they did.
It is true. I mean, you can't get away from it. The gifted kills like that. It's this fight here. Like, I understand you're still set up there in the mid doors. Like, you've still got a positional advantage and an angle to use in that scenario with a teammate in support, but it's just so much safer to try and find a way to fall away off that one. And it's gifted Spirit Academy 6. Should be 7.
And this is now, I guess, similar signs to Mirage of the what-if rounds, the clutches that Sypho had, the Kyosuke moments. The issue is the scoreline was at least close. Like, it was a bit back and forth between the two. Now there's just complete separation. And I have zero confidence that Dust 2 is going to lean any more positive for Passion. I mean, this should be a one-sided scoreline, and this should be a quick wrap-up of Map 2 to send us towards Ancient.
Feels like it. I'm going to be pretty happy if we do get Ancient, to be fair.
Yeah.
Not much doing there for Demka. Bit of a farm this round for Spirit Academy. Kiyasuke will get the last. Triple kill, upping his KD to a +1, of course, all over again.
What stat do you like looking at the most, Trav, when you like hit the scoreboard? Do you like looking at the ADR, the util,
I like looking at
flash?
my HE damage.
HE damage, yeah, you like that one.
Especially on Inferno.
I was going to say, it's good for certain posers, that. Because like, let's say you're an A-site anchor and you're throwing the HEs of the anti-rush towards the T-stairs or out there towards the rugs. If you're not getting any util damage, then don't use the HEs. So it does have a positive use.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just something to focus on so you don't get tilted at anything else, right?
I'm doing well in this department. It's like,
Yeah.
I might be 1 and 8, but I'm getting HE damage.
The copium that every Counter-Strike player goes through. The sort of halfway mid-smokes, or mid-down-long smokes, as you can see there, that often I don't really like that much for reasons like that. Especially if YaLLa's going to dance around behind it like that as well. There's always a risk of a boost. There's always a risk of someone playing the right or left angle of it. Thankfully, Chikazmo is once again trying his best to hold this down. I said before that I think he's one of the better A-site anchors I've seen and watched in Tier 2 on Dust 2, but he's been pretty quiet this game. An important kill here, but he needs more. Now he's been spotted out as well, which is awkward. Thankfully, he does great. Finds another important kill. Should die here. There we go. Not even the Molotov actually that removes him. It's the AWP of Alcaren. But that recovers it into a 3v3 with 30 seconds left in this one. They're working their way up long right now. Demka, behind the sight box, needs to deliver, but he's on an angle that sucks. Simple as that. Like, his body can be seen, and Robbo will easily take the headshot through that box. And Sypho is on a lurk up through CT. Alcaren will now pinch together. Time is the issue on this play, so it's definitely awkward. Now Sypho can use his util to block them off. 9 seconds for a plant. It's getting a bit nervy, and Sypho's been removed. This round's pretty much done now. Alcaren's not going to be able to get 2 kills in 4 seconds, I'm afraid. Passionue will not allow it. Topper will get the frag, and Passionue finally have 3. An overdue 3rd round.
Well, Sypho's just baiting more than blame F right there. I mean, what's going on? There's like 30 seconds on the clock. He's not come short. He's just gone mid-doors to CT. When it's like a 2vx or a 3vx, depending on how the long players go. I don't mind that if there's 4 alive or 5 alive, but when you've got not that many players that are on the approach taking long, but you can't have him late lurking, he just finds 0 impact completely.
Yeah, I can't disagree. It was just... I felt like I wanted to see him use New Box there, even though it was late into the round. Unfortunately, of course, if there's a player short or a player Gandalf, which actually there was, that was a double setup. It was incredibly awkward for him to do anything from that position, and maybe that's why it was a play in more hope and expectation.
I can't believe Chikazmo's got out long there, considering the util and the spam, and thought that it was maybe going to be a bit more difficult for him, but does all right. Demka on the 28, though, is going to be uncomfortable. Now, I guess because he's playing out here in spawn, if there is a mid-to-B play, the best that he can do is spam or charge through that smoke and set up the other rifler on the other side of Kavem. Kiyasuke is trying to prod towards short. You've got an A-split potential with the bomb to come out from long.
Logical decision from here. Kiyasuke trying to find an entry from behind the Molotovs over towards short. Chikazmo playing forward on that one, but I need to be worried about long, and YaLLa gets spooked by it. Thankfully for him, he does get away with 1, but the Pumpo in mid, he's not being checked properly yet, but thankfully they trade it instantly. Alcaren, even though he finds Chikazmo, there's a glimmer of hope if this bomb is stopped on the cross, but not anymore. The time on the round now doesn't mean a thing. The bomb plant's going to come through. There's a smoke on short to lock them away. Demka and Topper should be saving these AKs really for the final round of the half.
There's a very good reason why we rate Dust 2 and Ancient as highly as we do for Spirit Academy. They're just so rock solid. I mean, I'm even looking in this comp. They picked Dust 2 against Favbet in the 2nd round, 13-9. They picked it against 500 in the 3rd round. It somehow went to double overtime. They picked it against 9 in the 4th. That went 13-7, and then we saw it yesterday versus Monty where they had a 7-5 T-side half, and then they were up 12-8, couldn't quite close immediately, ended up going out towards overtime. I'm looking at this one, and I'm thinking even a 9-3 looks promising. I mean, weapons can be dropped of a double M4 from Demka and Topper, but not an ideal buy. Won't get YaLLa on the AWP in round 12.
Chance for 9. On T for Spirit Academy. They would be loving that. And a lot of it, I've got to say, actually, has got Alcaren to thank. That Deagle clutch will live long in the memory. 1 HP. Very rare you see things like that at any level, really. 13-5 is Alcaren. I mentioned that he can often be the guy that can pop off when it's not Kyosuke. You've seen it really in this map, that's for sure.
These long takes have just been prodded and waiting. I think every time we see this deeper smoke being thrown from the CT line, there's either a boost up on it, Alcaren is playing on the pit lip, or they just respect it completely. I think Spirit Academy are quite happy to sort of sit long and not have to retake space anywhere else.
Well, it's going toward long once again, and Passion UA are ready for this. They've got many, many players in position, but it's a question of whether they're able to do anything at all. A good flash to push through that smoke, but really, what are you supposed to do when you've got 5 players on the other side of it? It's a case of, surely someone won't get fully blinded. Surely someone's going to see what's going on, and that's exactly what happened. 2 immediate kills come through. 25 seconds is more than enough time to get onto the site and plant. They're wary of that smoke, but they don't need to be. Demka and Moro2K are trying to retake with Deagle and a scout in play. It's going to be almost impossible. I say almost. It honestly probably is impossible. This round might be won once in about 1,000 times at this level. Demka with the AK. Needs an instant headshot. Not getting it. There's too many players in position, and Kvem may hit 1-1 dig, but Alcaren, Kyosuke, and Robbo, between them, will finish it off and manage to grab that 9 on T for Spirit Academy on Dust 2.
Well, we know that for Passion UA, they've got themselves a couple of winning streaks at the moment. They're now up to 6 on Mirage, 3 on Ancient, 3 on Anubis. All you need to do is look at Spirit Academy and say, okay, they were on 8 on Mirage. That's now been ended. They're on 6 on Dust 2. This looks like it's going to be extended towards 7. And 3 on Train. So we're looking at deep, diverse map pools in terms of picking options for both of these squads. It's a shame to think that Passion came close on map 1, but yet Spirit Academy have kind of looked at this one, and it has been a lack of competitiveness between the two.
Robbo's seen what's going on. That's going to be a really good HE. It's tagged down 2, but they still need to hit the shots. And Kyosuke, that might be the only whiff I've seen from him in the last 2 months. That was really rough. And that gives Passion UA a chance to really push up onto the site. There are some more counter flashes in play, though, and Robbo and Mokujin are fighting, but Kvem will get 2. Demka finishes it off, and Passion UA now could have a foothold in D2.
So that's everyone in Twitch chat saying, he's rubbish, look at him, he just can't hit a shot, can he? And then probably the very next round, it gets Deagle, and then 3K just comes in and is like, okay, no, it was just a one-off. It's not going to happen again. Oh, what a setup, though. For the car to not be checked, and for there to be a flashbang after first contact, that should have been just decimation.
Yeah, that was a great setup, which did not work out. Felico have a push in with the USPs, but it'll be munched up, and that'll be very nice. Thank you very much. Robbo spams away through a smoke, trying to get 1. He will get 1, but Clem gives him no time. And that is the quick 2-0 start to the second half. Spirit Academy now have their buy available, How do they play this CT side? As I mentioned to you the other day, TNL, when I had a chance to cast them on this map, they love pressing W on CT Dust 2. It makes it actually pretty entertaining to watch. And often, it can be incredibly successful. How do Spirit Academy gauge it against a team with the experience of Passion UA?
I don't think we get enough aggression on Dust 2. Like, all you need to do is smoke top mid and just start running. Like, it can certainly be done. Fighting for long, incendiary out there towards the blue bin, lots of flashes and lots of spam.
Oh, wow.
And Kavem, while we're watching Topper out of the blue bin, he's the one to say, hang on a second, I'm getting all the kills, the lineup for the FAMAS is good. Oh, you can see Mokujin about to get 3.
I think maybe even should have been, honestly. Had a chance at it. And Jacasmo will get one more. Kyosuke decides, look, I picked down in this round, we're 2v3. If I swing, get this kill, 2v2, I'm standing tall over toward the A-bomb site, round on. Now, it's round over.
Lads, what's happened? It's been like 20 seconds and the round's just done. What? All of that brawling out towards long. Just need to be better. Just, you can't let me try and win the round from a B-side anchor. Do you have belief, Trev? You have any belief?
Well, it should be 9-7.
Yeah, Alcaren's got the
T-side
scout,
does
though.
too.
Didn't you say that? Didn't you say Alcaren's scout is like proper?
I said Warro's scout.
Oh, Warro's scout. Okay, maybe Alcaren can do that then.
Yeah, well, he's making every other gun look easy in this map so far.
Kyosuke on a scout.
Yeah, I don't see that too often. Classic case of, you know, when you see Donk in big tournament matches, right, having to go to an AWP because he's on a low HP, or he's like trying to use it in a clutch, and you're like, oh, he's got the AWP, he can't do it now, and, well, clearly he can. Just clutches 1v2, but makes it look like he could be a primary AWPer.
Well, it's a shame that they've had all this investment, and they've stacked A, and then Warro, for the first time in this entire second half, has just had a lurk where he's walked out upper tunnels and realised that B-side is completely open.
Yeah, and even though he's gone down, he's got his 2 kills, and he's got 2 players in mid who are just holding off rotation, so they're very, very aware that B is still open. Fem's willing there to go for the kill against the scout of Mokujin when he's the bomb carrier. Like, you're right. Bit of trolling, but who cares? Let's have some fun.
He did that on Mirage as well, didn't he? When he was like nearly going to fight CT. I think Kavem just realizes that it's like an extra 50 HP if you've got the bomb. So you might as well use that to be able to just take every duel possible when you know you've got it. Very slow to start from the T side. I mean, Long's not being contested. Mid to B smoke is early, and Topper's getting no help short, which indicates that it's going to be probably a B split. We could have Topper late lurking out mid, maybe with Demka. Jacasmo might start putting a little bit more util of a flash out towards the longhouse to try and drive something. We saw Alcaren having this exact same play. I think with just the height of the smoke, it's so difficult to get a pick with this boost.
Yeah, of course you have to usually make noise dropping off of it as well. Smoke. Bay. Minute to go in this round. Passion UA fully aware that they were kind of outplayed in the first half, but 1 pistol round, 1 gun round conversion, suddenly there's a chance they could have just a 1 round gap again. Flash, oh, very missed time toward long. Mokujin looking like he wanted to go in there with that one, but thankfully it doesn't really matter. There's 1 kill that's come through for Robbo either way, and Jacasmo is being flashed again, and there's enough bullets in that A1S to get that kill for free. Topper may get his kill toward Robbo on an eventual trade, but Alcaren's ready on that car position with the AWP. He's not really missing much in this game. It's Demka and Kavem trying to recover a 2v4, tapping on a headshot angle, trying something. Kavem on the AWP could do something. I mentioned he's a good secondary, and Demka's won his duel on Mokujin. Suddenly, it's a clutch for Cypher, and I'm pretty sure Demka's just seen him. There we go. What a round from Kvem. Up to 20 kills. He is just a gamer with any weapon.
Oh, man. That is sick from Kvem. And it's a moment there from Spirit Academy where they start picking off exploitations of what is a poor default. Unfortunate signs for Jacasmo. There's not really much you can do about that. But then even the in-game leader of Topper, he's trying to work a desperate entry, and he's just so far away from the rest of his teammates. I would have loved to have seen Topper just hang back 3-4 seconds, get himself closer to the pack. Kvem, it's X Factor that gets him out of trouble in that last round.
Yeah, we're seeing quite a lot of what we wanted to see. Oh my goodness, by the way. Alcaren's got 1 kill through the door and then tagged Jacasmo. This round probably could very easily go Spirit Academy's way now. But yeah, we're seeing these X Factor rounds from the individuals, right? Which is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see these players go above and beyond in certain situations. We wanted to see the star power, the firepower that these two teams have in their wheelhouse. And we have got quite a lot of that so far today.
Tough round to steal, because the HP numbers might look good, but you still need to block the short exec. Smoke goes out. Kvem should fight. Ooh, doesn't quite get it straight away. They're going to not cancel, though. They're going to commit.
Shot. Mokujin dealing with Kvem, the hero of that previous round. And now it's looking so difficult. There are so many players in play. Look at the radar right now. Laden, this portion of the map. Demka will do well to find Kiyosuke, and a stray bullet through a smoke could get them back in, but look where Robbo has positioned himself. Topper's not going to expect this. Free body spam, free AK. Demka may find one more, but there's 30 seconds left, and there's no chance he can force their way in. Jacasmo cannot fall back with the AWP and save it either. So great play from Spirit Academy, helped out by Alcaren again, but they'll retain, or regain, I should say, a 2-round lead.
Well, the problem that Passion find is, first off, the molly just misses. They throw a molly out there towards ramp to try and drive away the default. I also feel that as if they're not using enough flashes and using too many smokes. Like, how is that smoke coverage going to help them? It just encourages spam, doesn't it, from the CT side? Players can just start getting pop shots off. They can start holding down mouse 1, basically, with the Deegs. Uncomfortable. And there's been a couple of rounds like that from Passion in the first half and the second half. Like, rounds that they should be winning that they just collapse on.
Huge round for Passion UA in this one. They've put in some hard work to recover to an 8-round scoreline for them. But this Spirit Academy team is going to be very hard to put away. Mistakes are creeping in for both. We'll see if that happens at a critical time as we kind of edge toward the end of the map. Damage done to Warro, down to 54 already with that AWP. Had a pretty slow game, Warro. Which is not usually the case on D2 for him.
Very slow. And now there's a resmoke. They do not have a HE. 30 seconds on the clock. You might start being a little bit hesitant on what the move is, committing that bomb mid to B rather than through the upper tunnels.
Robbo will do well to find his one, and look at the damage being done. Fem's hiding in the smoke, but he's about to peek into a pinch, and he'll go down. Quick trade from Demka, but he'll grab the AWP, he'll look at the time and say, yep, I can hold for one more kill, but really, there's a chance I could go down here and should probably escape. He will get his one, though, and he will escape, so it's all good. Not all good in terms of the scoreline for Passion UA, but at least they have something to work with in this next round.
And honestly, Trav, this is where I get really hesitant about the Topper's style of calling for this squad and how high the ceiling really can be. I mean, he's butchered it on the anti-eco. We've now come into a gun round. Resmokes come in. It just looks all over the place. I mean, how frequently do you see a mid to B smoke being thrown and then you're trying to go through spawn? Like, to me, I'm just getting the vibe in that round that they're just so lost on what they want to achieve because the first set of going in for a B exec is cancelled. And it's the pressure of the round, it's the pressure of the clock. and then you just start seeing indecision from the players' minds.
Yeah, sometimes being able to see that indecision, even though it's not verbalized, we can't hear it, you just see it in the in-game body language of the players. It's quite evident. Alcaraz, okay, this time he gets a little bit of a punish this time. He's been allowed to be frivolous over toward that mid-door position with a scout or an AWP, but he goes in for more, and finally he's been bested by YaLLa. He'll be able to still find a way to recover that AWP, perhaps, but not yet. We're still fighting. We're still looking to push in mid with Kyosuke, and now he realizes he kind of can't anymore. Because there's a player on the top right and a player behind the barrels on the left. So 3v3, tag done by YaLLa in spawn as Kyosuke looks to escape back through toward B. Frustrating for Kyosuke, but Passion UA, slight advantage now in this round. Maybe not now.
It's such a weird round because you want to maintain bomb control, but you also want to give respect. You don't get many moments like this. Now distraction's being pulled to get a longhouse player out. How has Mokogen just failed? It might be an MP9. It might be fairly long range, but come on, he's not even looking at ya.
Oh, dear. Hang on. This should be easy. This should be easy. I've seen him. It's not easy. The MP9 long range can't complete the kill, and now Kyosuke's got an amazing chance. Oh, he hits one more bullet, but Kavem will hit the one bullet he needs. Crazy round, and, well, Passion UA blushes spared.
Oh, okay. Let's just take a moment to compose ourselves after that one. Passion have used all their timeouts, though, and that's going to have to be difficult moving forward because you just don't have that breather at all. Man, both teams should have won that round. Both teams would have looked at that and said we should have made it easy for ourselves.
Ah, the back and forth. The back and forth. And Passion UA have the opportunity now, of course, to get up to 10. It's the Spirit Academy Eco. And suddenly, the conversation of 2-0 is not out of the question.
I think they just need a bit more from YaLLa, though, don't they? I mean, even though he's not AWPing so much in this second half, 8 and 15, I always get the vibe when you've got a match that's going close towards all rounds in reg or potentially in overtime, you need those X-Factor players to step up at key moments for these next couple. And Kavem's certainly been doing that, but now my second guy is YaLLa. That's all that my focus is on now.
Yeah. X-Factor player needs to show why that is the case. Passion just need to be careful here. Also, it shouldn't be... I think you can never be too careful in these sort of rounds. I think you need to make sure here that you survive with a good amount of players alive. The money isn't great. I know we're getting toward the end of the game, but it is important. Here comes the Deeg. Mokogen does well to find the sliver of the head that was presented himself. But that's all he's going to be able to manage. One Deeg on Kvem. And there we go. Sypho's off to the hills, trying to save Kevlar maybe. Looking for one more kill. I think he'll definitely be going for a frag. There we go. YaLLa will take him out. And now it's where it gets interesting. Gun round is ready and raring to go. We have the ability to get an AWP in play.
This is the moment, Trav, that I kind of want to ask you. Do you think that Kyosuke's even had a good game? Like, he's had good rounds, but he went, what, 23 and 21 on map 1? Couldn't close Mirage. He's now 12 and 15. For a semi-final, for his caliber, to me, feels underwhelming.
He's had a bad D2. I think he's had a pretty bad D2. When it comes to map 1, I think it was fine. I think I was content with it, with the good rounds that he had. But, yeah, it's... overall, I'd give him only slightly above average for this series at the moment.
It's tough when you lose so much of the spam out here towards long. You need that response. You need the opener. And YaLLa's hoping for a slight overjiggle here from Kyosuke. And he's been seen, so they know where he is, but they're not charging him down. They're waiting for the CT Rat player to come in first, but the crossfire is set. And this is a dominating 12th round going to get won by Spirit Academy. They're just offering nothing to Passion.
Yeah, this is really well played. Kyosuke will get a couple more to add to his tally to help out that KD. It's worth mentioning that he got 3 ecos earlier, so it's not maybe as good as people would think. But, yeah. Royal 2K has no choice. He's going to go and save the AWP, and he might not even be allowed to do that because there's 50 seconds left in this round, and he's already being rounded upon. Look at this angle here from the spawn. Eventually, Mokujin will get it done. All 5 players alive, 12-10. Money on Passion UA is not great, especially on a couple of players like Fem and Waro. There's a chance this one could be going to 3 here and now.
You just think, did they let themselves down a little bit too much in the first half? I mean, to go down 3-9 on any map, right? Doesn't matter if even we're talking about the CT side of Anubis. I think at this level, in a semi-final, recovering a 3-9 half is just a miracle opportunity, isn't it? It's so rare that it happens.
Yeah, for sure. I think the fact you've put all the hard work in to get back to that 9-8, and then you're at a point where it's like, okay, well, we need to find more now. We need to find another level, and it's so hard to find that next level. And Kazmo just goes for a swing toward long. He's had a very rough game overall. He's had nothing doing really in this map. Alongside him and Waro, I think, have been the 2 that have been really struggling. And yeah, 6 and 17 is not the best look, I'm afraid, but he'll be able to reset for map 3, I'm sure. It's been Kfem and Demka that have had a lot of the hard work on their shoulders in this map, especially if you remember that Kfem triple kill with the AWP.
Warrior 2K is averaging a 1.25 rating on Dust 2 in the last 3 months, making it the highest rating out of any map in the pool. And this is what we're getting from him right now. Alcaran posted out from ramp, waiting to see what's behind that short smoke. Incendiary goes down. Quite a bit of separation still from Passion, so opportunity for short exec for a fake to then go mid to B split. No one in mid this time around. Topper getting further util with the smoke towards spawn.
Swing, they need this kill low, and Robbo's done his job already. That one could be enough just to seal this map here and now. Waro will get the trade, but Kyosuke's found Demka. Topper's trying to force his way in, needs 2, and he would have needed a lot more than that. But it will be a very quick trade from Kyosuke, and it's a trade of maps between these 2. Great stuff for Spirit Academy to get this one to a 3rd. I do think, even though that one was a little bit more, I guess you could say, below average in terms of the skill level between these 2 compared to Mirage, I think we get the Ancient Decider that should be exciting, and we deserve.
I actually feel protocol-wise and maybe composure has been very poor in the series from both teams. I can't sort of even reflect on how many times we're seeing 4v2s not being closed. I mean, back-to-back rounds from Passion UA it happened. Spirit Academy in certain moments not closing down 5v3s. And it makes me ponder why that's the case, because you'd almost expect that to appear more in contender stages and main Swissers than you would expect in a deep playoff game.
Yeah, it's these 2 teams feel like sometimes it can just be the way they are with their just ultra aggressive mindset and style. I mean, just look at that one round where Kfem got that 3K in mid, right? And Jacasmo and him pushed together because they're still around mid, and they, as we say, that's one of the 4v2s that goes awry, which is a huge one that shouldn't have gone to Spirit Academy. You could say the same for Kfem's 3K with the AWP, so what goes around comes around, right? Yep. It all evens itself up in the end, but you know, if you look at that round, maybe that goes differently, and we could still be on the server right now. So we'll see, though. We've got a very exciting Ancient, of course, to come. And there were some great moments on D2. I mean, Alcaren's clutch on 1 HP will be remembered for sure. I'm going to go back and save that clip without a doubt. That was a solid play, very exciting. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how Ancient will play out. Because, of course, the grand finals are on the line. And we'll see who will cross that line after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I love my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Phase me. I'm Joe like I'm back in the 80s. Because
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
on to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone keeps through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb dropped, coughed up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still with the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
One more map in this first semi-final between Passion UA and Spirit Academy. We get the third map decider on Ancient. Really looking forward to this. We saw a pretty barn burner of a Mirage, a bit more of a drab Dust 2, but still some amazing clutch moments and some amazing skill on show. I'm expecting more of that in this decider.
It's strange with Ancient, because while it's a very good map for both teams, they're picking it in best of threes, I think there's a lot of awkward results. I'm looking at some of the losses recently for the Spirit Academy side, and I say somehow they lost it yesterday to Iberian Soul, they've lost it to Monty, and then I look at Passion UA and I'm like, they've lost to Nexus on this map. So I don't really know why we just get these odd sort of rarity matchups where they just lose to teams that are so much weaker than where both of them sit in the current day.
Yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it? Because that is what we really want to see from teams at this level. We want to find more consistency. We really want to find more progress when it comes to really pushing toward the top of the tier 2 space. That is the hardest thing to find if you're a team at this level. I mean, there's only a select few that truly do have it. And of course, even they find the odd loss here and there. So it's really tough. I'm really looking forward to seeing what will be going on in this third map decider, though, because I feel like Ancient also lends itself to these speedy rounds where you can go out mid quickly, you can go out B quickly, you can make a call after you've had a couple of slow rounds to rush A as 4 or 5, right? There's many ideas you can put forth, and I think that does accentuate and show off the best of what these two teams have to offer. Sometimes also the worst of what these two teams have to offer. Some of those manic rounds that can go up and down, but yeah, I'm just interested to see, because there's quite a lot on the line, of course, here, but being, you know, ranked tournament, lots of points on the line, lots of ERS points on the line, so whoever wins this event is going to have a big bolster in that VRS standings.
And it's going to be entertaining, because I think Jacasmo is a really fun and exciting B-side anchor on the CT side. I think you get a lot of activity from Kiyosuke on the T side coming out of Elbow. I've seen the AWP from YaLLa really enjoy playing around Donut with sort of what him and Demka can do towards the A site at least. And then I think just above all else, the aggressive moves. I mean, when I've casted Spirit Academy on their city side, they love the shelf run boost. They love to contest lane, like to take a lot of space away. So I think we're going to get a really dually map, which is something that obviously didn't happen on Dust 2, happened very lightly on Mirage. We're going to get a lot more pace. There is going to be a lot more accelerated fights. I think first contacts are going to happen almost every round within the first 20, 30 seconds. I don't think we're going to get many of those sort of slown out defaults, really passive CT lines. It just doesn't tend to the playstyle for Passion UA or for Spirit Academy on Ancient.
Yeah, I think, like, it's not just the openings of the round either, right? It's the, I guess, responses from either team as well, because very, very common on Ancient to go for these, like, even if you're in a 5v4 on CT side, you go for these B lane pushes, you get, you know, two players on the ramp with the flash over from a third from behind and go for a double swing. You take control of B lane, get a whole lot of control of the whole map, of course, if you do that, locking out that whole portion of that B side of the map. So yeah, it gives you all the information in the world usually. So yeah, I think that's what kind of makes this matchup exciting. We saw Alcaraz shine on the previous map. He wasn't even the top fragger in the end, but he had a couple of really good moments. That 1 HP clutch, some of the AWP frags he got, the scout rounds he had. Like, more of that from Alcaren and a Kyosuke more along the lines of we saw on Mirage. I think that's going to be pretty exciting and what I'm looking forward to. But unfortunately, we're not ready for the game just yet. We're waiting for the knife and stuff to go down. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we are back, we'll jump straight into Ancient. Hope you enjoyed the quiz while you waited. Did you get them all right? You better have. Ancient between Passion UA and Spirit Academy in this third map decider. Winner goes through to the grand final of this tournament. Really excited for this one. We should be seeing more fast, brawly, exciting Counter-Strike between two very young, exciting teams. Already fasting toward red. The Passion UA on this T-side pistol. They've already forced multiple rotations and movements around the outskirts of the B bomb site. And look at the amount of damage is going on here. 2 Gooshes, a team kills in the action as well. That's when Woro can activate. He should get all these kills, honestly. Mokujin is more stuck than a stuck thing. He'll go down. And this should be a Passion UA pistol.
Robbo has just got fighting on the A bomb site before he can even think about rotating out towards B. And it's a shame that Demka falls straight away, because this might be slightly of a hot take, but I think Demka is the best pistol round player for Passion UA, and they've got Woro and Demka, they've got Woro and the likes of Kavem on the team. I don't know what it is, I just think his mid-round ability and crosshair placement is just so key. And yet he's just the one that just gets farmed in first contact. I mean, you look at that setup, Trav, and you just think, if they go A-split, it's just over, isn't it? There's only one player there. The fact that they've run into 4 players on B, and it's just Gooshes everywhere from the T side.
Yeah, pretty crazy. We did cover a game, of course, the other day of Demka. I think he got a 4K in one pistol round and then a 4K in the following pistol round. So, yeah, I don't even disagree with that necessarily. And now, Passion UA have a chance to farm up some dollar with Demka on the Mac 10. Looking for that to begin with. Charging out mid with a couple of flashes. Of course, we've got the red room smoke in to protect them. And, yeah, very interesting to see what Passion UA can get early game here. If Spirit Academy are going to lag behind a bit and have to grind out some rounds to make it a acceptable half for them, or if Passion UA can stay on the front foot the whole game. We've seen a number of team sides from them on this map recently which are good and a number which are bad, so it's hard to tell.
And CT is just being forced out by, well, not even really space. I mean, just looking to try and see if they can get one good connection with the few upgrades that they've got. But it's an easy 2-0 start. Now, I look at Passion with how their Ancient has gone accordingly. And Demka, considering that he's a hard side anchor, he's averaging a 1.20 rating on this map. And that probably just tells you how successful it's been, in the sense that when they're winning it, they're clotheslining teams. It's just not even close. And then even in the rare occasions, or the few occasions that have happened recently of the losses, they're still quite competitive. So Demka, a very cerebral player. I think we see it a lot more on the maps, especially on city sides where they can slow the game down a little bit more. It's a good start for Passion, and I mean, even this first gun round, I'm surprised that there's no MP9s for Robbo or Mokujin. They're going into FAMASas instead.
Yeah, prioritising as much utility will allow Passion UA to have lane pretty much immediately, just needing to avoid these spams from Shelf. And we'll do some damage to Cypher, and Passion UA are going to press the issue over toward B immediately. They know he's locked in the corner. Topper tries a pre-fire though, it doesn't work out. It needs to be a Mac 10 trade from Chasmo, and it will be. And he's dinked Robbo in toward Cave as well. It's looking very difficult. Very quick rotation though from everyone on Spirit Academy, but it doesn't mean that Passion UA can't win these fights. Even that Mac 10 of Chasmo is doing so much work with the lack of helmets on a couple of these players. And Mokujin, he may have been in the action for a little bit there, but he's found a way to get out, and he knows he has to concede.
Sharpness looking on point for the trades. Out there on B, good crosshair placement. A good ability as Mokujin starts realizing that he has been completely overfooled here. Cannot see anything on B. Hold on to that for Mars. Not really sure what Jacasmo is doing here. I mean, Mac 10 long range, 34 HP.
He's got an upgrade to save here, Mokujin. And one of the AKs. Needs to be a bit wary of being pressured here. Smack 10 could do some good damage, but it's a good reaction. And damage here to that T economy is actually, vaguely important, considering you don't want them to build up a significant bank so early on in the game. But I would prefer Mokujin there to focus more on saving his own gun in that scenario.
A fair play to the cable management from Mokujin. You seen that behind the screen?
I did.
Looks like he goes, right, how many wires can I plug into the monitor? Let's just get them all in. Let's just...
It's not being used to its full capability if we don't need every single port.
If they built it for it, we might as well use it. Oh, the tree angle. Now, this is something that Jay and I would like to discuss. We reckon, Trav, that tree is the strongest CT position out of any position in the map of Counter-Strike.
Okay.
I mean, it's probably a bit better when you've got an MP9 than like a P250 up there.
True. I think it's very good when you have players to play off of.
Definitely,
I think the one position which I could argue is better, but obviously does come with a caveat, is top of the B site silo on nuke on B when you're holding single and double.
I'll actually say fair play. I think it is up there because that is a good one.
You just need to make sure, like,
goodness.
you need to know when to play it, though, of
You
course,
do.
as well, because if there's ramp contact or if there's
Yeah, no,
a
you're
possibility
right.
of a player going control, you could get caught off guard. But I feel like the strongest. Monkey's trying his best to win this round pretty much single-handedly, by the way. He's trying his damnedest to keep hold of that bomb in mid. Unfortunately, he'll get swung on by 2 in the end. A little bit of a messy round there from Passion UA, but they get it over the line.
Spirit Academy needs to get a little bit of a move on. I think what we saw in terms of the Dust 2 was lacking competitiveness in the start, missed opportunities not being taken by Passion, ends up going down 3-9, massive scoreline to try and recover even if they put in a good shift. Now, it's sort of the reverse of it. Alcaren's getting on the big green, but it's 0-4 down. Warrior 2K, I mean, basically getting close to tied up the same... Him and Jacasmo getting close to tying up the same scorelines for the majority of the impactful kills that they had on Dust 2.
Yeah, that's a good point. Jacasmo is hit and miss on Dust 2. When he hits on that A-site defense, he can be stunning to watch, but it was a tough game for them overall. Now, things are changing, though. Kiyasuke will find the opening towards Warrior, but again, we're putting pressure on B. Unfortunately, this time, though, there is more than Passion UA bargained for. Player in the corner, get a free kill. Not sure what Demka is trying there. Hopping across the temple angle, perhaps, thinking he's back in that position. That's the only logical explanation I've got for that one. So he just gives up his life there. And Alcaren is keeping them at bay. Kvem is down to 20. Might just try and take the duel against the AWP here as he's 20 HP anyway. He's done a little jiggle jump there to try and force him off the angle, but Alcaren is too calm. And Topper is 1v3.
I do wonder how many players of the new generation kind of just forget that the AWP was just what KDS used to be able to do with it back in the day, that he used to have 10 bullets rather than 5. Now, there's got to be so many things now with this new era, Trav, like all of these changes, that just the old school players we can reflect on, and then the new gen just can't at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. I mean, listen, sometimes I keep an eye on the Twitch chat every now and then, right? And someone said, who the F is Scream when we had our pop quiz, right? And it's like...
Yeah, no, fair though. I mean, understandable.
It's understandable if you only started watching in like 2019, 2018, yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw that yesterday, and I thought, I'm being funny. Video looks insane. Light up on paper, if it was 2015, looks unreal. If it's 2025, it looks mid as you could possibly get.
The thing is, like, they're not even going to get invites to anything because they've got no VRS points.
They got nothing.
So it's literally a qualifier team, of which there aren't many qualifiers. So, yeah, listen, for their sake, maybe they'll get a wildcard invite into like a CCT, like,
Well, I think they're already in,
qualifier, or
haven't they played for the Mercenaries name as the Core 4 in CCT recently? It's only the Masuta that hasn't played with them.
Okay, fair enough. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, okay.
But yeah, I think that's going to be a a tough grind.
It will. And Scream, like, actually tweeting saying, listen, I'm going to try and make a comeback. I'm going to warm up. I'm going to get a bit better. I'm going to keep playing on stream. I'm going to be their content creator and maybe get a chance to sub in on a few games.
So
it's like, okay. I think you can be an acceptable tier 2 player, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, last time I remember Scream was like the Uruguay team where he was like playing with Hampus, I think, for a bit in Existence out on like the Gamer Legion rosters in tier 2. But
yeah. I watched quite a bit of that Gamer Legion team. It was a fun roster with the Existence Scream matchup, but it didn't last too long, unfortunately.
No, and I don't think Demka's going to last too long out here in Cheetah. He could get one, maybe. I mean, the B-side anchor's being punished, and Demka doesn't even get one. That's a cracking shot from Robbo.
That was sharp, and they need more where that came from, just to confirm a handle-hold in the game here. Jacasmo will find one more kill, and they're trying to double-peek their way in, and Jacasmo has been given an opportunity by himself, but he can only get 3 in the end. He gets 3 kills. But not 4 or 5, I'm afraid. No help in that round for Jukaz, where they try to just double peek their way through to try and recover that disadvantage. Damage is good, but it's only a couple of kills. Spirit Academy now within 2, and Passion UA can't really afford to force here.
And Passion to take a moment to chat with TC, and we'll talk about it with Matt in the show yesterday. A bit strange from the outset to see that move coming in. I'd like to eventually see the impact that he can have to basically try and get the team ready for LAN, because I would almost expect that that's probably where he would do his best work, is that when he could bring this team into a LAN environment towards that tier 1.5 level rather than just playing online CS in Europe.
Yeah, I think that's probably the main thing that he'll have the most impact on, I would say. I think it's definitely was a rogue pickup. We've discussed that one before, but I understand that you do have some coaches that are in the setup of some organisations who are, don't speak the same language and are there just maybe a lot of background stuff. And listen, all these guys speak English, so it's not the end of the world.
At Flash, pretty easy setup. It's a mowdown. Now, I wonder, Premier League season over, is Zinchenko going to start farming the Facer again? Is he going to try and see if he can get himself up to 2.5k elo? I think he is level 10, at least, to be fair to him.
Yes. Yeah, he had, I think, the one game that he played for Passion UA was a game against Bleed, which was actually, did respectably in, really, like, genuinely.
He looked I casted that game. He looked all right. He was A-site anchoring, ancient. It was here in Compass, actually.
Yeah, there you go. And he was going to play the other day because they thought they wouldn't be able to play a map with Demka, but then Demka was like, okay, actually, I can play, don't worry, guys. And they ended up having a pretty entertaining match against TNL. So, listen, I think we see a little bit of that maybe over the next season. Who knows? It could be a bit of a fun thing to keep an eye out for, but we'll see. Mokujin will find Warrior 2k in this round, but he's 15 HP for his troubles to recover that into a 4v4.
Yeah, just imagine if, like, Kavem turns around and goes, sorry, man, I'm actually a Spurs fan. Like, that would just ruin it completely, wouldn't it? Kavem is doing work, and there is just so much over-fighting right now. I know that we expected it, but it is insane on just how much fighting there is between both of these teams.
This is constant trades in this round, yeah. I mean, Alcrane even forcing his way down with a Tech 9. He's going to be here in very good time, but he needs the kill, and he's gone very deep on that. Somehow he's alive. I am not quite sure how, but now they know exactly where he's pushed in towards. They know that they can round on him. And if Alcrane hits this shot on Demka, he's a genius, or cheating. And he's neither, I'm afraid, in this round. Demka will get the kill. Nice try to go for the peek in towards spawn. I understand why he did it. That's the one way he could probably make it a 1v1. But it was a leap into the play rather than a calculated move into the play.
For Spirit Academy, I think you can only have high-tempo CS for so long. Like, you have to eventually be able to adapt and be a little bit more passive, play the late round. Just wonder whether there needs to be a slight shift of tack on just these aggressive moves.
Just think that's not their wheelhouse, right? They're just not comfortable with it. Probably something that Robbo realizes and tries to call around their strength. But you're right, you get found out multiple times due to that. It's very clearly inexperience on show by this team sometimes. Great nade in toward Jag, though. That's insane. Roro and Topper will get removed. What they can do now is throw their own util.
They're just desperate for the spam kill. Because they've lost quite a bit out from elbow, and you just don't have any map control, so you don't know if A-main's been taken. You don't know if they're still holding Donut aggressively to the shelf peak. So you basically just need to try and clear as much space as you can. Now, Mokujin's been traded the AWP out here as the A-site anchor, and I guess when you're in this pause, all you really need to do is just hold defensively, Temple or CT, get one shot off, and then just fall back and play your life.
He's looking toward Donut. There's counter utility available to put in toward Long, but they're out of it now, but for Kiyosuke Incendiary, and he's not in the... Well, he's in the right place to throw it, but whether he's still or not is another question. He will be put in now. Well played. Right place for it, but it has segregated them, and that could give Jukasmo a chance to farm. Mokujin's uncomfortable playing around big box. This is falling apart entirely. Kiyosuke's out of ammunition. He's going to get swung on by Demka. Instant death. There's a very quick big flank from Robbo, but he's got 3 players to find already. 2. Having a quick look at it. Hang on. Does Morrow look back? There's a player here. He could have 2 on a plate. Robbo, what decision do you make here? It's going to be really awkward for him, but he does find the 2. And now there's only the 1. It's Demka over toward Temple. Smoke will be put on the bomb early. There is no kit, but of course Demka is not to know that. He's going to play time. Could be an early tap. He's going to peek while he goes for that tap, and he'll get the spray through it. Demka will spare the blushes of Passion UA, and they'll get double the score of Spirit Academy.
Well, I'm convinced that Retro is better than the Orb than Mokajin is. I mean, what is going on out there at the back of Big Box? That is a shock. What if he's got no confidence in the Orb? Why has he got it in the first place? Why is he not just rifling? Bro, that's like 2 shots. The first one's a sit-up, the second one's more difficult. But when you're the A-side anchor, you cannot afford to just have 0 impact in the round.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. I mean, I'm sure he hates himself for how he played that round in the end, but there we are. It is what it is. They're going to have to deal with it. Unfortunately, Robbo has body blocked that Molotov into him, so he took more damage to it than he would have wanted over toward Jag. Morrow will get 1, and then he goes in for something, and we'll get nothing. So, this will be Passionate UA getting up to 7 here, guaranteed at least a lead on the half. It could be a lot more.
Yeah, Mokajin at the back of Long is just getting desperate. And, I mean, we had a little conversation about how we felt Kyosuke had performed throughout the series, throughout the last map. And I've got to be honest, Trav, I cannot remember a single kill from him. Like, I might sit here and say he's on 6, but I can't reflect on it on Ancient. Like, what's he done? He's not achieved consistent impact. He's not been a playmaker that's won rounds. So what, it's just like an average series from him in a semi-final?
Feels like it. It does feel like it, low-key. It's a shame. You've seen some games where he goes on a pure farm. This is why I say, like, if Falcons do eventually sign him, which feels like a guarantee, just temper expectations. Like, I don't think he's nowhere near the finished article yet. Somehow Topper's got himself in through that donut smoke, and I think Spirit Academy were very aware that he's done that, and especially now they've seen him. But still, they couldn't find much damage onto him whatsoever. So they've given up a lot of map control because of that. And that is even more map control they're going to get. Robbo now needs probably 3 kills. He's not picked soon enough. He's not picked soon enough at all. Jacasmo can just swing wide, see his arm, easy spray down. And Mokajin, this could maybe be the impact we want to see from him, but it's only 2. And Kyosuke and Alkaren are miles away. And Topper is still playing with them. He's making them look foolish right now. Being an absolute nuisance. He jumps into Kyosuke. And Alkaren is forced to fall back.
Honestly, Trav, I'm going to give a little bit of a free pass, and I don't give him often, to the Cubby player. You've lost your anchor out towards Long. If you open up the angle, what are your chances? 1, maybe 1.5 kills at most. Like, they're running up ramp, okay? So you're not going to get a huge amount. If you tuck and hope that they don't clear you, you maybe get 2. Like, I think your chances are better by tucking and hoping that you overlook, only because you lost your long player straight away. Like, don't get me wrong, if the long player is still alive, I think he needs to swing there. But when you lose your other B-side anchor, I think that's your only hope to recover the round. And it's just for Passion UA, and we can only give them praise for that clearance, because I think we can see how tunnel vision players can get at certain moments in games.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point. It's a very fair point. I think it's always frustrating when you go down with nothing and you don't make the play to give yourself a chance at even getting 1, like watching that. But I think it does make sense in that scenario with the explanation you described. So, let's see. Final round of the half coming in. It was Spirit Academy who got a 9-3 on Dust 2. Passion UA looking for a 9-3 on this decider. And going on to CT, I just feel like that is a really, really good lead for them to have. Should be unassailable, you would think, but we've seen crazier things.
Topper's been liking these lurks, isn't he? We saw it previously in Donut, we're now seeing it out towards the B ramp. Lurk timings. Cypher left-hand side, easy kill. Robbo's making noise. It's alright, it's a 1-for-1. They still don't have a lack of info on what's happening elsewhere, though.
Yeah, they could wander onto A. Thankfully, Alquins is here, but he needs to judge these M4A4 bursts to good effect. And timing on utility is a bit awkward. They're going to respect the incendiary, though, surprisingly. They thought they would have been in a position there to push 2 through and just get the entries, but they allowed Mokujin to get here. Sure, very low HP, but a great angle being played with to at least get 1 for his troubles. And now look at Alcaraz. This is a great play. He's moving into the smoke. They've got absolutely no idea. Super smart from Alcaraz. Great positioning. Much more guarantee to make something happen in a play like that and just sitting behind the site where you were before. And it gets 4 on the half for Spirit Academy.
Just a chalk smoke. I mean, I'm not sure where it's meant to be going, but you can expect Temple, CT, or Donut is the most likely of outcomes. And instead, it like hits the wall, it goes sky high, it comes back. So then Mokujin just uses it to his advantage, and then Alcaraz does the exact same thing.
Yeah.
It's just better not to throw that smoke than actually have it out.
Yeah, it's a shame that smoke is a complete opposite of what they wanted to do with it. Wanted it to help them. It only hindered them. So, one final half of this first semi-final of YaLLa Compass Contenders #1. Passion UA and Spirit Academy. 1 half to find our first finalist. Passion UA in the driving seat. And they've got Doolies in that driving seat in toward Jag. And they're looking to try and brawl with them. But they're kind of going 1 by 1 here. Flash support is coming through and Waro2k will respond. But a little bit awkward early round in toward Jag. Maybe looking to peek on another timing. We've got Jacasmo's support. But Jacasmo finally will get that 1 tap. That should be enough. But he has gone down. And now Waro is kind of caught in the open. He needs to waste time. And he's only just managing to do that. Now he looks a little bit better. He's finding Kiyasuke. But he's still not able to connect some of these other bullets, which you think he would be able to. So, 2v2. Smoke's up. Plant can come through. Not yet, though. Never mind. They're going to go into a 1v1 in the end. I thought they were committing to the plant, but it was only a fake with all the time left in the round. Now Jacasmo needs a clutch. It's a 1v1. He needs it, and he's going to find it. Great work from Jacasmo. Messy pistol, but Passion UA get a critical one over the line.
I'm convinced the Julies need a nerf. I actually think they're just too good.
They are too good.
These pistol rounds, I say some of them, almost every single CT round that you see, Julies are being upgraded and dropped upon. They're just so good in close range with the spamming power that they've got. I mean, Jacasmo, I mean, it's a good pre-aim. He doesn't even need to adjust the crosshair, does he? Like, just the angle and the space that he gives. Yeah, perfect.
Alcaraz has a revolver, and this is not the first time I've seen that from him. If he gets a kill, then we've seen something rare today. They're trying to boost him up to get him something going with this revolver. But it's actually the Deagle, the actually good weapon to get the kill. And Kiyasuke is trying to make something happen, but he's going to get swarmed upon, I'm afraid. 2-1 digs is nice, but not really kills to get any impact in the round. We even got the recovery of the revolver there, I think, for Passion UA. They're up to 10-4, 3 away from the grand final.
Not only has Alcaraz trolled by buying into an R8, but he's got like the best Eagle on the team. There's been so many rounds across this whole best of 3 where he's legitimately owned with the Deagle, and instead he wants the R8. I mean, come on, what are we working with here?
Yeah, that is just it's definitely egregious for sure. I think he's had the clutch of the day on Dust 2 with the Deagle, and he's using an R8. Come on now.
Ooh,
come on
look
now,
at
my
this.
friend. Waro's battling. Trying to push out A long. Does get a 1-for-1, thankfully, for his sake. But again, Passion UA trying to keep the pressure up, trying to get control of most portions of the map at the moment.
And I'm surprised that they didn't excel. Just completely sprint into A off of the back of it. They slow the round down. There's quite a bit of over-rotation room from Passion. They brought more players towards A. Jacasmo and Demka should retake mid. They should put emphasis on making it uncomfortable for the donut angle into elbow. And then there's a lurk up towards the B doors. This is going to really slow on the clock. I'm not liking how much Spirit Academy are lurking right now. I'd much prefer a pack and group setup in this 4v3.
These are the ones that can go awry. Robbo waiting over toward B, and if he goes in solo, there's a chance he can get plucked from the round by Topper, and there we go. That's exactly what happens, and suddenly you've lost your advantage. 30 seconds, there's already an A-site defender in Demka, and Demka is usually very good in that position, and you know what? He didn't miss his shot. It's just the AK is better. Now there's going to be an attempt to deny the plant from Jacasmo, but he only finds the one. So Topper's going to have to clutch. They know where he was, and Sypho is ready. So they do figure it out in the end and close the gap to 5.
Just about. Wasn't an easy round at all. Felt that the bomb plant could have got denied. Felt that Demka probably could have at least gotten one. That angle is super strong for the CTs behind the reverse default, but just got absolutely beamed. And the captain's tap. Spirit Academy get themselves up from 5. And now you start wondering, could this be the separation? Get themselves to 7? They're up against a weakened investment.
Definitely possible from here. This is their one path back into the game now. If they don't take it, it's match over. If they do, it's match on.
Ooh, I like this timing. This looks good. Oh,
Unlucky.
the thing is, they still don't know that there's another player. So they're probably going to expect it was just a solo A-main push, and they've got no idea that War has now done the exact same thing.
I mean, Alcaren's looking for it, but he's not looking to the left, obviously, so he doesn't know that he's through.
Oh, this is perfect. They've won this round. Like, I'm already calling it, Trav. Stacked up on B and Waro backstabbing, there's just no way that Spirit Academy can win this round.
There's a good flash assist coming in here as well. If they can complete the kill, Topo should have definitely got that one, but it's still critical damage, and there's Waro. That's when he activates. You're absolutely right. The pincer, the pinch is too easy for Passion UA, and that door that was slightly ajar for Spirit Academy, they didn't know the password, and it's been slammed shut in their face.
At Spirit Academy, unfortunately, you get outread in that round, and I don't think there's anything that they could have done to adjust. We always look at info differently when we've got the radar, and when we've got X-ray, and when we've got all the HUDs. You see it in a different light. But right there, that was quality from Waro. Because you're right. I mean, Alcaren was watching the flank, but you have to time it right, don't you? You have to have distraction. And for the B players, even though you're stacked up, you need to waste time off of the clock. And we see that with the flash play, the 5-7 putting emphasis up. Then you've got guns up, you're worried about cave, you're worried about ramp. The last thing that you're going to be thinking about is a backstab coming in T-spawn.
Yeah, and that could be the nail in the coffin, I'm afraid. They're allowed one more mistake before Passion UA are on 12. Buy is rough. 2 Tech 9s. Galil, AK, Deagle.
Okay, is trying to make something happen. And when you start getting desperate for a team, I think that's where you have to start utilizing him to make some of these aggro moves out in elbow, get him on the front line. Waro flashed around for their teammate, and him and Kavem are just fighting. And look at how instantly for Spirit Academy, they just kind of give up. Like they don't keep brute forcing the entry attempts.
Waro is low. And so, I mean, Sypho gets a freebie as Waro peeks into it, but his Kavem could be a double down. It's not. It's not, but thankfully Demka back in CT finds one more, just keeping that one step ahead Passion UA. 3v2, bomb plant will now come through, but it's awkward, and they're trying to make the decision to fight as well, because they know they need to get some sort of even round coming in, but even though Robbo does tap Topper out of the round, Jacasmo will round him with the MP9, and this is a very solid performance from Passion UA on Ancient, and I'm expecting this to be done very quickly.
Well, if you are Paravision or you're Astrum, you're probably quite nervous about the level of form that Passion UA are bringing today, because I can be honest and say map 1 and map 2 was a bit average, maybe subpar. The way that they've played on Ancient has just been furious. They've been on the front line, we're seeing multi-frags, they haven't even been too reliant on clutches. They've just outclassed the opposition completely.
Kiyasuke will manage to aggress and find one on this entry, but there's a chance this game is done here and now. Topper will get one through the smoke, but Jacasmo can't find two himself. So again, it's one of these fast, brawly rounds. Robbo and Alcaren need to win this 2v2. to stay in this tournament, and they're going to double swing properly. 3, 2, 1, swing. Doesn't mean Demka cannot find this 1v2 though. They're going to go for a swing here. He goes for the transfer, and Spirit Academy win via the 3-2-1 on 2 separate occasions.
Spirit Academy just send it up B, and it always helps when you're going for those B rushes if you can get a clean entry, and they got it against the pillar player immediately. And Passion UA's buy state isn't ideal. However, it's still good enough that you can see closure. You've got an M4 out from Demka, you've got an MP9 for top up, you've got upgrade pistols for the rest, lots of armor, lots of util. This is a deadly buy.
Yeah, they've already fallen foul to a couple of these, of course, of Spirit Academy, so still a chance the game could be done here and now. Travis Law active once again, though, just so you know.
That happened earlier. I didn't want to mention it. I'm sure you were thinking it, though.
Maybe I was, maybe I wasn't. We'll never know. Pistols, of course, looking to try and aggress here and now toward lane. Looking for a aggressive push with the M4 in support. Oh, Moro hasn't even seen the player on his close left. And now Demka's struggling to finish him off, but he has found the kill, and in comes the MP9. One more for Topper. So another 2v2. Demka's still alive with that M4. Jacasmo only with only with a deagle. Now he's found the MP9. But Kiyasuke is trying to take control in toward red, but there is a double push coming in behind him. Demka's definitely wary of that possibility, but then the double swing comes through as Jacasmo's found the upgrade to the AK. So Mokujin, you mentioned this round would be an issue. It's now a big issue for him. He needs to find both these two players with only the Galil, no util.
Well, he needs to keep searching for a fight before he can prioritize the plant. Now, if he plants on the edge of the corner, at least he doesn't open himself to CT or from Donut. Now, he's going to plant open for CT and hope that you're not being swung from red room straight away. Demka's got a molly and Jacasmo's got a smoke, so it's good util for the retake.
And he's trying to go for his kill here and now, and he should get this one on Demka. He does. 27 HP down. It's all down to Jacasmo, and he's not being silent about where he's coming from. And Mokujin, looking like maybe for 1 second there, wanted to make a call to go round towards CT, as that's where the bomb is planted. Has that molly reached the bomb? It has not. Jacasmo still going for the hold, then comes off it, trying to put a few bullets through the smoke to guarantee the win, and now he's going for the full hold, but he's being rounded upon, and there's no more time. Mokujin will get it done and keep Spirit Academy alive.
It's a shame there for Jacasmo, because what are the chances that he's got a molly in a post plant like that? It seems unlikely. And that's probably the only way that that round can get won, because you smoke off Donut, you tap the bomb, you try and draw the fight in the open. As soon as that molly goes down on the bomb, you just don't really have that option. And without the kit, you've got to keep forcing the fight. And it just never really appeared. That was well played in the post plant. And not an easy round at all. Jacasmo will hold on to the AK and have a few little upgrades around it. I like that, because, I mean, even for Warro and Topper, you might say, it's extra expense unnecessarily when you're already on 12. It means that if Jacasmo's AK goes awry, someone else can pick it up, and then you can threaten the round even more.
Casmo does have a little look for something. Trying to get an advantage to work with. Spirit Academy are playing a lot smarter in this round thus far. Just playing patiently, knowing there could be a sack in play, trying to weed it out, trying to at least find one or two before they make a decision. And they figured out where two players are playing, that's for sure. Deagle and AK both being heard. Spam will come through. That's the USP going down, so not the end of the world. And Jacasmo will choose to fight. There are flashes in play to try and force him off the angle. Where 2K will help out with one, but he's going to go down. And that will be 12-8.
All right. Spirit Academy giving themselves a little bit of a lifeline. And Topper might be able to catch Alcarin. It's just, do you pre-aim the close right-hand side corner? Perhaps not.
Nice for him to find an AK. Oh, he looks at it, actually sees it, but of course means Alcaran sees him too. So, he'll be ready for it. 12-8 is confirmed. Passion UA. Now have another buy to try and end it here and now. Spirit Academy can afford no more mistakes.
You're in a position, if you are Spirit Academy, where you just wonder how consistently you're going to be able to work opening picks in these next few gun rounds. This is a hell of a comeback to bring to OT. I mean, even YaLLa hasn't had the AWP very much. He's been doing quite a bit of rifling first half and second half. Even Topper, I think silently, Topper's had a fairly decent game. Like, let's think about the roles that he plays. I mean, obviously, he's a caller of the team. He anchors B-site Mirage. He anchors the B-site of Dust 2. I think he's done all right. I think he's played fairly well individually.
Don't disagree. I think he's been doing fine for what he's meant to be doing on this team. And that has been a question mark, maybe, of this Passion UA roster as well. People saying that, look, why just make Roro 2K AWP in-game lead? Like, what's the harm in that? But I think Topper has been pretty reliable at the moment.
I like this setup because Demka could take first contact, and then they should overlook YaLLa completely.
He's not being quiet about it either, is Demka. And with them doing work in mid, that removes one of the mid lurks, and Demka will even actually help there too. And Roro 2K is going totally overlooked here. Should be one, should be two, is. And it leaves Cypho to save the game, and it's not going to be happening. Passion UA, brilliant performance. They will take this one 2-1 and are your first finalists. YaLLa Compass Contenders #1.
And Passion UA have now played their 4th semi-final in 3 months and their 3rd final on the way. The only time that they've been knocked out in a semi has been against Big. Everybody else in the Tier 2 landscape they've been able to overwhelm. First it was Na'Vi Jr., second it was Fnatic, third it is now Spirit Academy. For a roster that's been together for, what, 6 weeks with the new 2 additions of YaLLa 2K and Demka, I think you can be really satisfied with the uptick in tournament runs and title threats that are coming for the organization.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I think there are some games that they lose, which they won't be happy with, obviously. Like, it's not going to be perfect yet. But as I said to you in the pre-game, this is a team which, going into the next major, should be an absolute, you know, not a lock, but a really significant contender for that that MRQ to make it through to Stade de Budapest, right? So they're on the right path, that's for sure. They're continuing to make deep runs. They're continuing to up that VRS rank. And I think it's only good signs for them, really, overall. Spirit Academy, look, Kyosuke top-fragged the series, but it was not really a good series from him overall. Like, he had a decent map 1, map 2, and map 3. He was pretty absent, to be honest with you. And listen, he has these games. It's not always lights out for him, but it shows you that the entire team, not just Kyosuke, does need time to mature and play at this sort of level.
And it makes you ponder the idea of when their next successful event is going to come from, because I'm looking at main Swiss exits that they're having in CCT, early exits in closed qualifiers, top 8s in ECL, A1 Gaming League top 4, top 16 in Galaxy Battle going out to Iberian Soul just yesterday. Compass Qatar couldn't even make the playoffs there. I feel that a lot of people are maybe like overhyping them because of Kyosuke and because of their LAN results. To me especially, Travis, with this VRS system and how online the Tier 2 landscape really is, I would say that the LAN results locally just mean nothing. If you can come here and just not have deep runs in Tier 2, then what matters about your LAN results?
Yes, I mean, it's not even a bad argument, right? I mean, that LAN, the Bet Boom Lander LAN that you mentioned, is also just, like, not an incredibly stacked event, but for Paravision, right? So it'll be interesting to see how they push on in the future. But our interview is ready. We've got Topper joining us here for today. Thank you for having a chat with us, my friend. Great win for you guys. Very aggressive game style, of course, between you two. Talk to us about how that game felt for you and how this result feels in general.
Yeah, hello, thanks for asking to join you guys. So, Vladik, I'm sorry for the background, but whatever. Yeah, so the game was fine, especially on the first map. On Dust 2 we had some problems, and we was like, I can't say we were upset, but we had some problems with the mid control, yeah, and fights, and also with the grouping up and fight together. Yeah, but after a short break we discussed it, put more focus on it, and we had a great game plan for T side. I feel like on Ancient, and we kind of snowballed, and on C side we also choked like a few rounds, but win is a win at the end, and we are happy with this result. We're gonna keep going.
Yeah, Top, I wanted to ask, I mean, 2 rounds in particular that we saw, 4v2 advantages on Dust 2 being thrown away, not closing the rounds down.
Yeah.
Do you think that that's like more responsibility on you of like holding the players back, or are you maybe sometimes happy to see them overfight? Because I think it certainly plays in your play style.
Yeah, depends on the moment, of course, but sometimes it's also on me and also about other players. I think it's like team responsibility to control themselves, but also, of course, I'm putting like the more focus on it, that we have 4v2, make a setups, but it's not always like success, you know, like maybe some adrenaline after like some like highlight kills or something like this. It's gonna be, I think, always gonna be like this sometimes.
So 2 quick things before we let you go, Topper. Firstly, mood in the boot camp, looking like you're enjoying yourself. I think that's obviously great for team morale. How is that going for you right now, and how long are you on boot camp for?
We're gonna be here like for around 1 week, and we want like to meet each other because it's gonna be like it's already the first boot camp for the new lineup. So everyone is happy, like really enjoyable to being here.
Excellent. And last, before I let you go, who do you want to play in the final?
Actually, I would like to play with both teams, and I'm really waiting for it.
Okay, I'm sure you'll be keeping a close eye on it. Thank you so much for having a chat with us, Topper, and good luck in that grand final later.
Thank you so much. Thank you for support. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Very polite, very kind, love a bit of a Topper interview, and very hyped clearly as well. You could tell he was right in it, wasn't he? And of course, as you say, Paravision or Astrum, I think they will consider themselves in really good form to face either of those 2.
Now, form, yes. Favorites, I think, look, they would be the favorites against Astrum, but they probably wouldn't be the favorites against Paravision, right? I think you got to be realistic with every challenger that you go up against, especially in a grand final. Jame and Kicker have got something about them in Tier 2, and also something about them on how good they can look to win titles. So you would probably prefer Astrum, but look, that's out of your control, isn't it, Trav? You got to play the team in front of you.
Exactly, and we'll see who makes that final, of course, to play Passion UA in a little bit. We're going to go to a break, and when we're back, we'll get into the pre-game for Paravision versus Astrum.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone keeps through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb dropped, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
We have our first finalists of Passion UA. It's time to find our second, and Paravision and Astrum are about to do battle to find the answer to that one. I've got Matt alongside me once again for this second semi. Great to have you back, my friend. We've had a few scheduled switches, of course, due to things out of our control, but we're back together again, and yeah, looking forward to this one because Astrum need to find something against this Paravision roster who continue to keep beating them.
Yeah, it's good to have the gang back together again, and what a game for us to come together again as well. The second semi-final, Astrum and Paravision. It should actually be a pretty good game on paper. Of course, Paravision will certainly be the favorites coming into this one, but Astrum, you can never count this team out. Like, obviously they aren't in great form at the moment, but they do still have these moments where it looks like the old team, like the Aurora team that we fell in love with, so I'm not counting them out of this one.
No, I mean, listen, they've had a couple of attempts against Paravision. And they've actually been getting a little bit closer over time, but we'll have to see if that changes today. Of course, this Paravision team, listen, it's just great. There's great pieces here. I mean, they're at the top of Tier 2 for a reason. They're not incredibly consistent, right? I mean, they do still have some questionable losses in the scene, but really lately, only two, and they're two understandable losses in the BO5 final of the ESL Challenge League to Bait and against ENTS in CCT. I can totally forgive them for those. Every other game, they've been very, very solid. They've beaten OG, which is a great win. Again, at the top of Tier 2, right? So, you know, Kicker and Jamer clearly got a great system that they're putting into play with this roster. You've got Noto, who's this incredibly talented young player who's probably destined for good things. Belchlock, incredibly reliable, incredibly underrated. And Travis has had a bit of a poor run of form lately. He's starting to step things up again and look a little bit more like his old self.
Yeah, there was definitely a bit of dip in form for Paravision, but I think when I checked last night, they've won like 13 out of their past 15 best of threes or something like that. And like you say, the losses they've suffered, it's fair enough. Like, you can kind of be like, all right, yeah, not going to be hammering home on those losses. A grand final loss to ENTS and a grand final in ECL Challenger League against Bait. So, yeah, pretty good form that they've been in, man. I mean, they're beating teams like Sashi, they beat Astrum recently, Ruby, TNL 500, Amcal Sinners, Betera, Zero Tenacity. So I know it's not like Tier 1.5 opponents, but they're beating the teams they should be, which is a good sign of the level for this Paravision team at the moment.
Yeah, it's all about that next step, and the fact that they're not going to have a LAN that's like a decent LAN for a while is obviously the thing that's going to be a little bit disappointing and upsetting for them, because they missed out on the Major and missed out on Pro League, obviously, in the game versus Bait that I mentioned to you. They have an amazing Dust 2, but we won't be seeing that today, because Astrum, the one thing that goes for them in this veto that they have is the fact that they never play Dust 2. But weirdly, that's never helped them in this particular matchup versus Paravision. It's a weird state for this roster right now. Norvi and Kenzie used to be like the it duo in Tier 2, whether they're under Forza at some point, or of course in various editions of Aurora. Right now, the main thing going for this team is the stability of Clax, and Grix being known as a talent that is pretty much guaranteed for good things in the future. They're just not, with the name value they've got, they're not where they would want to be or where fans would want them to be.
Yeah, it just feels like things aren't really gelling at the moment. Norby's individual form also feels like it's kind of gone off a cliff. Just almost every game he's rooted at the bottom of the scoreboard, and there's like quite a big distance between him and the guy who's fourth on the scoreboard. Now, it's not like, oh, you know, Norway needs to be fragging more. It's just a reflection of a player who did used to frag quite heavily that isn't really putting up those same sort of numbers anymore. yeah, Grix is still the part that probably gets me the most excited about this team. Might be the only thing that gets me excited. Of course, Patsy as well has his moments. He's still a player I'd be high on in general as well, and think that he has a lot to deliver. But yeah, Astrum are just middle of the road at the moment, and I mean, you got to think about the effect of losing their organization, what that could be doing to them as a team. I mean, they don't have a new home just yet, so it's like maybe there's some pressure about players to find some different opportunities outside of this team, because yeah, it's cool that you want to stick together, but what about 3 months down the line if you haven't gotten any new opportunities or any new orgs, and maybe you have to venture outwards? So that those external pressures definitely not helping Astrum at the moment.
Yeah, and the one thing I always kind of talk about when it comes to this Astrum team is like, there are so many options in Tier 2 right now. You've got all the benched players in 9 Pandas. You've got other players littered around the scene, which are, you know, free agents. I'm just convinced that there's a roster that's available for them that will really make a big difference, right? And maybe be a top Tier 2 contender. Here is a veto. Of course, maps we tend to see between these two teams very, very often. But we're actually changing up the veto a little bit here for Astrum, right? We're going into Mirage first. Now, that's the first time we're going to see that in this BO3, because in each previous 3 occasions, these two teams have played against each other, English language. They played Train and Ancient first. So, finally, they're trying to do something different to get a result.
Yeah, and you know, what's the definition of an insanity? Trying the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome. Now they've tried something different. They've thrown a new map into the pool here. They're going for Mirage. Like you said, they've picked Train on the previous 3 occasions. They've played Parivision, and all those games have come in the past 2 months. You know, they played them twice in the past couple of weeks even. So they're thinking, let's go for something different. Parivision say, we'll pick the exact same map now for the 4th time in a row playing against Astrum. We'll go for Ancients again. We back ourselves on Ancients, and they have had some good form on the map. Train is the decider. I'm a little bit surprised. The thing about Parivision is that they've got Dust 2 and they've got Ancients in their wheelhouse. Those are 2 very good maps for them. Outside of those 2, it gets a little bit wishy-washy for Parivision. I remember that Dweg and I interviewed Belchanok, and we asked him, well, what's your 3rd best map? And he was like, maybe Train, and they just lost 13-3 to Sashi on the map. So I think that's the one thing, is outside of those top 2 maps for Parivision, they're a little bit scrappy.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all, right? Because if you look at, as I said, the 3 previous matches between these 2, the Train and Ancient has been the constant. But if you look at the 3rd map decider on all these occasions, twice it's been Anubis, and once it's been Inferno, right? So it's not really a consistent 3rd map they have overall, and it seems like Belchanok and you and, you know, Dweg agree, right? So it's a weird state for the team when you can be this good, but maybe just not as confident in... Sorry, only confident in 2 maps, and you know, they have a 3rd or 4th which are acceptable but not amazing. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, Astrum have played a lot of Mirage lately. In fact, they've played a lot of Counter-Strike lately, Astrum.
Yeah.
Maybe it's more quantity over quality at the moment. 35 on Mirage, 29 on Ancient, 28 on Train, 25 on Nuke. Like, they're grinding their way through the scene at the moment, and they're just trying to find some semblance of form that these players used to have.
And maybe that's a bit of a problem. Perhaps they're playing too much Counter-Strike at the moment. I think they had to play 3 best of 3s yesterday, just one after the next after the other. Not like there was a 3-hour break between the 2nd and 3rd or anything like that. So they really are just slammed at the moment in terms of the amount of games that they're playing. And when you aren't in great form, that can kind of suck, because you don't have the time to go to the practice server, try and iron out what's going wrong and figure out some solutions. You're just pitching up, waking up, and you've got another official to play. So you got to kind of figure it out on the fly.
You do, and they're going to have to figure it out here, obviously, against Parivision and on Mirage. It's a map they're comfortable on, but Parivision have had some occasional wins on this map that are impressive. Don't be deceived by that 40% win rate. They played a lot. They've won 3 of their last 4. They've beaten Bait on the map. That is no mean feat. We know how amazing Bait have been on Mirage in Tier 2 this year. Let's see. We're ready and raring to go.
Yeah, that is a good point. Parivision have shown some good form on Mirage in the past, so Astrum will certainly have their work cut out for them. Parivision get to choose which side of the map they start on, and unsurprisingly, it's a defensive half where they find themselves. Now, we've got Nota with the Julies on the front line. He's got support from Triple Flash, is very good. Fantastic Flash. Nota did not stand a chance, and Kenzie will double down on the entries.
One thing Kenzie has been good at lately, even though his form has dipped to a level where he won't be happy with, he has been good on pistols. I've seen him win a couple of pistol clutches, some good entries. He's got control of the round for Astrum here as well.
Interesting use of the incendiary. Travis is going to have to peek into 3. That's never going to work out for him. And everything going according to plan here for this T side and the pistol. Things simple and direct, and they'll open up first.
Yeah, actually could have been a possibility of a knife kill there for Patsy on Jame, but something has to get it done easily and comfortably. Jame only gets the 1, and I would not be surprised to see a force buy here from Paravision. Already got the scout on Jame, dropped over by Belchenok. Deagle will be taken in return, giving Jame a little bit more money in the bank longer term. So, Astrum, they can start cleanly, and they can make sure to avoid these force buys and only make mistakes when it's understandable. You'd make a mistake, either a disadvantage or whatever. Then maybe they could finally find a way to get a map over this opponent.
Long way ahead until that would be the case. Paravision are a very difficult team to beat. They just never roll over. They'll keep coming at you round in and round out. T side of this map is also very good for them, but the CT side is where they get most of their work done. I haven't checked the numbers, but just seeing them in recent times, Jame on the CT side of this map with the AWP is really difficult to try and avoid. Always wherever the action seems to go down. He's got a really good read on the map here on Mirage. And it's going to be the force buy from Paravision to try and answer back after losing the pistol. Yeah, that's right, Paravision are forced, and Astrum have got mid control, and it looks like they're going to try and split their way in towards this B bomb site. There's no one home right now, so this is the perfect option.
Nota is the one coming close with the Deagle. And the Mac 10 of Norway shouldn't be an issue losing that, and there we go. He does get destroyed by the combination of Belchenok and Nota. But, as you say, be open, plant available. That's going to be 2-0. There's no way Paravision can look to throw away too much of what they've got here. You could argue Travis could look for something on the Mac 10. He could be in a position where even one kill is kind of worth. But,
yeah.
We'll have to see.
Yeah, you've got to be careful you don't overcommit here as Paravision as well, because you really want to keep all 5 players alive. You've got Jame, who's also got the line of sight with the scouts on market, so if he could get one more kill, that would certainly be a successful way for Paravision to close it out. The problem is, if he's going to peek back out, he's going to peek into 3. That's a very quick headshot there from Grix, so a couple tags, no frags from Jame, and it will be Astrum who are able to get across the line against the force buy basically unscathed.
Yeah, not too bad.
At least as far as the risk of losing the round was concerned.
Yeah, it really wasn't too bad. I mean, still 3 players alive. They actually avoided Paravision's move to try and play aggressive exits over toward the apartments. Gauged that. Went elsewhere. Got past Jame. All good. Grix is a great rifler, as he is upcoming AWPer. Keep an eye on that over the course of this series. Right now, of course, we've got... Don't get me wrong, Fnatic are certainly currently a tier 2 team. But, on current form. But they do have tier 2's best AWPer in Jambo, for me. I don't think that's too much of a thing to say. But now you've got to look at it and say, is Jame in tier 2? Probably. Maybe he's the best AWPer in tier 2. Is Grix?
Yeah.
I think both these two can be in the conversation.
I agree. I think the thing Jame just eclipses Grix as far as experience is concerned, right? That's where he'll definitely get the edge. But when it comes down to just like raw mechanical ability with the AWP in hand, I mean, it might be basically even. Does Grix maybe have a slightly higher ceiling? Potentially, but I'd still pick Jame if I had to pick one of them for my team. And Jame is on the correct side of the map where the action's going down. Oh my goodness, he's tagged up a couple. Nota's here as well. He'll finish off what Jame started. No, he won't. Patsy will survive. Trade's very good here so far for the T side. Can Travis double down? That would be the difference maker. Been able to find one, and that'll be all he can get. So at least more damage here for Paravision.
It's not bad. You can't complain about that. But also you'd be thinking, oh, that actually could have gone our way there. We had everyone in the right position for that round. Even the boost up for Travis probably shouldn't have been the last player alive at that point. I feel like his teammates should have maybe done a little bit more damage when it comes to the actual frags in the round. Could have put Travis in a position where getting one would have been enough to make it maybe a clutch situation. But in the end, there was 2 to fight, and that was too much for him. First gun round coming in. Jame on the AWP, as we would have wanted. Up against Grix on his AWP, as we would have wanted. So already, these two very different stages of their career going head-to-head again.
And Jame, well, he'll get a kill with his AWP. Obviously not onto the opposite number, but still an opening frag found for him. And Astrum are in that awkward position where if they lose this round, then they probably have to force up in the next. The Molly will actually go in towards Vance. If he can maintain his position, he's got support from Catwalk as well. James gotten another frag in the meantime, and this round is just disintegrated for Astrum.
Just completely comfortable, really, for Paravision in this round. Sure, you've got James on 19 and Kicker on 4. Those are the two players that have got the 3 kills in the round, but just because they're down so low doesn't mean that it's not been comfortable for them getting these duels won. What do you want to talk about for the next 50 seconds?
You'll be happy to know my internet seems to be better.
Good.
I'm not watching PowerPoint slideshows any longer.
Did you send an angry email or?
A couple. Yeah, a few. It was kind of like, listen, if this isn't fixed in the next week, then I'll be looking for a new ISP next month. And all of a sudden, what do you know? Nice, silky, smooth internet connection. So
crazy. The threat of losing.
But the problem
money
is, like, I did try
anywhere.
and do it. I did try and do it the amicable way, like the first 3 times I reached out to them, and I just kept getting like my ticket closed without getting more info and nothing being resolved. So it's like I eventually had to threaten. That's what it took. Sad, but it
but
worked.
you know, politely threaten. You know, there is a line.
Yeah. Obviously. You know, just threatening.
If you don't give me a better connection, I'm coming round your offices.
Yeah, but so that's good news. It definitely makes watching and casting Counter-Strike a lot easier. At least a couple players stay alive there for Astrum, so it means that it's not going to be an awful investment, just not going to be a woeful buy. I'll have 3 AKs AWP and a Desert Eagle, so a chance to still try and answer back after Paravision have won their first round.
Game went for a ramp peak, but will fall back to triple. So that really just go for a pure entry here, pure contact play, but Patsy gets spooked back into ramp. He's kind of out with Norvi in this position now, though, and James is ready for it. Belgian will get his 1-for-1. They've got Nota around stairs. He's going to find his 1 kill. So 4v2 very quickly.
Yeah, and should be no way back into the round for Grix and Kenzie as well. Already been tagged down, 50 health between the two of them. Just been watching James, how he doesn't overextend, doesn't overplay his hand in CT. Just jump spots, get some information, sees both the players so he can give Travis the information he can commit to the big flank. Probably the best option to try and dispatch of James right now. Notes is also just making sure that they aren't able to creep forward, just keeping them contained. He's got a player below him to make sure they can't push underneath him. It's just a really sound setup right now for Paravision.
Yeah, Grix is not going to survive here. Being run down by 3. Nota will get the frag. Nice try, but no way out. Nota doing some great work from stairs with that AK. Not the first incredible play we've seen with an AK from that stairs position on CT side in the Counter-Strike scene over the last week.
I just love watching James AWP, Trav, because he just always makes the right decision. He doesn't overplay his hand in certain situations, but he knows when he does have to take the round by the scruff of the neck and try and be that difference maker. And I know that obviously he's in tier 2 now, so it's going to be easier for him, but he's just like kind of farming in tier 2. And I love that we're seeing him actually just back himself more because he knows he's better than the people he's playing against. So he's not playing the same way he would be if he was playing against a Zaiwu or a Monacy or a Shiro or something like that. You know, he's playing the game, he's playing the player, and he's just always got that read, and he's got that depth to his game where he can go between different styles of AWPing depending on who he's against. So yeah, it's just been really cool to get to watch James in action so frequently. And look where he is again. It's another opening kill. Is that not 3 opening kills here now for him? Every round he's had the AWP, he's found an opening frag, I think.
It adds to the stat for sure, but it is only Glocks in this round, so not anything too special.
Yeah, but that doesn't make a difference. It could have been an AK creeping into the angle there when it's the AWPer, right? Like,
yeah,
it's just
the
point I'm making is his opening kill prowess is just superb.
Yeah, it's very fair. Look, he's over towards B now instead. Very quickly indeed as well.
I just love that he's highlighting all the points I'm making.
If you're Astrum here, just keep giving James the kills. Cause, like,
yeah, because he gets $100 a pop, right?
Exactly. Like, you're not giving much extra money over to Paravision at all, really.
But the confidence, Trav, the confidence.
Just giving James an opportunity to farm.
Yeah, that's a dangerous game to play.
And yeah, I think, obviously, when this roster was announced, it was Kicker in-game leading. I'm pretty sure it still is Kicker in-game leading. That is the
Yeah, it
fact.
definitely is.
But
yeah.
there's absolutely no way that James, with the experience he's got, is not a significant secondary voice, especially on CT.
Yeah, exactly that. I think they call the CT side around him. I think James says, okay, I'm going here this round, and then kick it, and the rest of the team will just filter in around him. Plug the gaps and bop. Another one. I think that's 4 rounds in a row now in which he's gotten an opening kill with the AWP. He's just playing the map so brilliantly. And then you have someone like Nota with the rifle who's probably felt a little bit quiet in these past few rounds, but that'll certainly warm him up.
Oh my god, seeing that from Patsy's POV is ridiculous. Like, he's just jump spotting the top mid boxes. That's usually totally safe, even maybe against an AWPer. And yeah, well, he's been plucked from the sky by Nota. What a ridiculous tap.
What a way to get the 5 versus 3 as well here, because this is the gun round. This is the follow-up gun round for Astrum. These past 3 rounds kind of felt a little bit toothless, in all honesty. And now look at this from Parivision. They're not giving anything more away. They know they've got the advantage. James repositioned. You got Belchnok to lock down the say bomb site. He's not over-facing either. Util going to start to rain in on the say site, and Parivision will figure out exactly what's going on.
Belchnok will get his one from CT. That means Clax cannot get out of Palace. And again, just hiding. Correct protocols, correct play being made, wait for the rotations. He hints at Astrum in a corner, not peeking till it's absolutely necessary. Norby knows he's got no chance of getting any work done there when that ticket player will just swing and kill him when he fights CT. And Travis finishes off the last frag. So Astrum got their 3-0 start, but this is where Parivision have put their foot down, and in the gun rounds proper, they've so far been unbeatable.
I mean, ever since they've started winning rounds, they've just felt completely unbeatable. What, Astrum have gotten, I think, 3 kills in total in the past 4 rounds? Something like that. They've completely fallen off here. And, well, they got max round loss bonus behind them now, so they can afford to get some upgraded pistols, a scout as well. And that scout will sing. James gets the trade at least, but there is blood that's been drawn here for Astrum.
Seen a lot of scout action the last couple of days. And we could these things. Oh my god. That is pure, like, surprise and shock that he's actually managed to get that first kill and flick to the second. It's a little bit of skill, don't get me wrong, but he's clicked as soon as he's seen anything, and it just so happens his crosshair was in the right place to find the first kill, and then he transferred up to the second instantly. So, vaguely fortunate for Kickert, but so far, as you can see, it feels like everyone on Parivision is on form.
How sharp are they looking, Trav? They are looking incredibly sharp right now on the side of Parivision. I mean, there's the one kill that comes through from Crix that we kind of highlight in the round. And like you say, it was actually almost like the moving and accuracy, I think, where there's like a stray bullet that kills the player in front, and he gets the second guy as well. I don't know. He'll take it, though. Looks good. Looks really good.
It was like a shock swipe of the mouse that actually connected with the first kill. Anyway, Astrum have been locked out the last couple of rounds. They've got a gun round once again. They've got the Grixorb. It's a glass cannon on T-side Grixorb. So it's not perfect, but they need to find progress with it. James is farming right now, 11-3. So many opening kills. Astrum have not found anything in this map but for that pistol conversion.
Yeah, and like I said, the gun rounds have looked toothless for them as well. That's going to have to try and change now, because this is Astrum's alternative pick coming into the series against Parivision. 3rd time they've played them in the past month. And they've picked they've picked Train the past couple of occasions. They've tried something different this time round. And they've got to show that they have what it takes to keep this competitive. So it's going to be middle control here for Astrum. All 5 players grouped up here right now. How do they get onto a bomb site from here?
That's the name of the game. That's what they've got to try and find a way to get to. And again, taking it a bit slowly. Thankfully, the boosting window does work. I thought Nota was going to switch back and see that one, but they found a crack open toward A here, and that'll be round over off the back of Kenzie's move. It's a really well-played move as well. They're able to get one trade in response, but with Grix finding that kill from bottom con to stop the short rotation, they figured it out, and that was pretty nicely calculated, I've got to say.
It was, but it was just a big oversight there from Paravision as well not to consider the boost up into snipers, because Nota gets caught in the back and then it kind of forces Belchnok to peek once he goes down 5v3. Round's basically done at that point, so I think it was just a little bit lackadaisical there from Paravision. Too easy for Kenzie to find his way through snipers and then just get that all that impact on the A bomb side. Very well done from him, but I think, I don't think that's replicable is what I'm getting at.
You done your pick'ems, Matt?
I have, yeah, done my pick'ems.
Okay.
Got them locked in.
Who's
I
your
mean,
3-0?
there's still, I got, what, Chinggis Warriors as my my 3-0?
Yes, 3-0.
I think I'm actually just booting up the game right now. I think I went like Complexity and Namiga maybe as my 3-0s.
Okay.
You notice how they've changed it now though, Trav? Because now you have to predict 3-1 and 3-2s, not just teams that are going to progress through to the next stage.
Don't try and do. You're not fooling me with that one.
I'm serious.
No.
Open up your pick'ems right now, and you'll see where you're supposed to select 6 teams. It says 3-1 and 3-2 advanced. It doesn't say.
Oh, okay.
3-0,
I
so.
misjudged what you said. I thought you said that you have to pick teams who went like 1-3 and 2-3.
No. But I'm saying
Okay.
if you pick a team in your progression and they go through 3-0, you don't get that point anymore, which you used to with the previous pick'ems.
Yes, the same pick'em system for the last 2 majors, I think, where you don't get the pick for the 3-0 if you put them 3-1 and 3-2.
Okay.
But
I missed that.
But
fair
in
enough.
the past, yes, you're absolutely right. Like,
Okay.
I hate.
So I went Complexity and Amiga as my 3-0s, and then Bet Boom, Heroic Bait, OG, Imperial, NRG. So teams I've left out that are a bit questionable. Okay, hold on. I'll pick up on this conversation when we have an anti-eco. Probably not an ideal moment to just go off on such a massive tangent, because this is a big gun round here. I mean, Astrum have shown that they have what it takes to win a gun round now. Can they string a couple together? Belchnok is alone on the safe bomb side as things stand. James is going to be iced out by the utility. Belchnok's going to die from connector. Again, it's another oversight. We've just seen too many oversights here from the CT side. Oh my goodness, it's a flurry of frags. I mean, James will get one back through the smoke, but it's inconsequential.
And Kenzie's been having some great success from this position, whether it's boosted through a window or going up con. Like, sure, a couple of rounds, but he's looking pretty sharp with it. Travis is sticking around here. Not sure how long he will. This is something that Paravision can do, because they're so known for saving, just purely because you've got Jame on the team. You can maybe be a little bit cheeky and put one of the riflers in late and see if they run away from the bomb too soon and give you a free defuse. But won't be happening here. Travis just wants exit kills, I would imagine. Let's see. He's going in now. He actually was going for it. Fair play to him.
Yeah, I don't mind it, especially when you've got money in the bank. Roll the dice. There's only 2 rounds left in the half.
Exactly.
So the teams that I've left out that are probably a bit questionable would be Wildcard, Metasport, and maybe like FlyQuest. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
I think those are like the more questionable ones.
I thought Metasport were genuinely in my 0-3 arguments. I'm not even joking.
I went Chinggis Warriors and Lin Vision myself.
Yeah, I went Chinggis Warriors and NRG, I think.
NRG?
Yeah.
Okay.
They've done nothing internationally, I'm afraid.
Yeah, fair, but I don't know, man. I think maybe something could happen at the major. For Lin Vision, for me, it's also just like...
Same argument with them, for sure.
Exactly. Same argument, yeah.
Yeah, but I had to pick Tyloo. Tyloo are too good not to put to go through for me.
So who else have you left out then, outside of... you probably put... Did you also go Bet Boom, Heroic Bait, OG, Imperial, Tyloo? Were those your six?
I went 3-0, Heroic Complexity to go through.
Okay.
OG, Bet Boom, Tyloo, Wildcard, Bait, Namiga.
Okay. So no Imperial for you either then.
I think that will be my one mistake. I'm getting the feeling.
Okay, well, there's still time to adjust it. Oh, and Jame will be posted on the angle top mid. Griggs probably had that front spawn, but Jame had the best spawn for the CT side, so he was there first. And he's able to open up the round. Paravision looking to regain the lead here, because Astrum have got a bit of a spring in their step. Couple consecutive rounds, one from them. Trying to ride that momentum here and regain the lead themselves.
Klax is yet to get off the score sheet yet, though, and they're going to need more from him if Astrum are to really be competitive over the course of the game. And here, Belchnok and Jame have humbled Grix and Norvi. I'll leave Kenzie and Patsy trying to work their way forward toward B. They're going to go as a trio in the end. And maybe try and go a little bit earlier than perhaps Paravision are expecting. They only have Kickert here with Travis on the quick peek from short. But Kickert's in the perfect position, waiting for the jump down. Should guarantee a 1. Does swing though, and does whiff, but doesn't matter. You do still have technically 2 players here. And it is Travis, the man, who will finish it off over toward B. 3 kills with the M4A4. Very comfortable hold. And it guarantees Paravision at least a tie on the half.
It's why it's so important that Paravision actually have Travis in half-decent form, because he very often ends up in these situations where he's alone on a bomb site and you just need to get a multi out of him. And it's not like he has to have big pop-off games every map, but it's just those 2 or 3 rounds throughout the half where it's like, okay, Travis, this is your moment now, right? Like, we don't need you going for opening kills, we don't need you making plays, we don't need you flanking. Just every now and again, you're going to have to try and lock down a site by yourself. And seeing him being able to find multi-kills like that certainly does inspire confidence.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned when I covered Paravision a couple of weeks ago that at some point in the last month, right, Travis had dropped from his overall average rating of a 1.01 to something like a 0.94 overall.
Yeah, that was us together. Yeah.
Yes, it was a considerable drop. Now he's already back up to a 0.96, and he's very clearly playing a lot better recently in the last few matches if you look at his form. So, yeah, I think it's getting there. He's not the guy you need to look for on his Paravision team to do much of the hard fragging. So, as long as he's reliable, like I've mentioned, that's all that really matters.
Yeah, the trio of Nota, Belchnok, and James just output a huge amount of firepower, right? You just need stability from Kickert and Travis. And there will be some good damage inflicted in towards middle. Kenzie fortunate to get out with his life intact there. Again, Astrum have gone for this play where they just got almost the entire team grouped up in middle. Norby is going to make his way back around through T-Spawn. Oh my goodness, Kickert. He's just going to wide swing. What the hell is happening? How's he gotten past Clax? Patsy and Grix are the 2 who pay the price, and that's a disaster for Astrum.
There was a molly in window, and Clax is holding the line, trying to look for him, and just completely lets him bypass them 2, and there's no communication there at all to say that Kickert could peek you. Clax has ended the half 0 and 10, absent. They've still got 5 rounds on the board, so, you know, like, fair enough, they're in the game, but that is a pretty egregious error from Astrum in that final round of the half.
Yeah, I'll say. I mean, they're all relying on Clax right now. Kickert throws the flash, that forces Patsy to turn away. He gets both those kills. Clax ends the half without a kill. Oh, man, that is not a great stat line. And we were just talking about how Clax is normally Mr. Reliable in this roster. Just hasn't pitched up yet. Look, on the contrary, James is 14 and 3. I think there were 4 or 5 opening kills from James in that half alone for his team.
So funny, isn't it? Astrum plays Zero Tenacity in the quarterfinal. Clax went 67 to 37, with 37 of those kills being headshots. Now, first map of this series, he's nowhere. The classic inconsistencies of Tier 2 Counter-Strike.
How many of his kills were headshots?
37 out of 67.
Jeez, that is quite an impressive return. Either way, we're going to look to see if Paravision can double down on the pistol rounds here. Excuse me, if Astrum can. They're the ones who opened up with the pistol in the first half, and they do open up with a couple kills on the B-bomb site initially, but Paravision have been able to answer back with a few frags of their own. So we're back into an even numbers game, and Astrum are going to have to retake. They don't have a kit. I'm not sure if there's one on the site itself, but I don't think that there is. So time is certainly of the essence.
They are waiting to see if Astrum give up something here, but it's going to be awkward. In comes the peak. Clax will just go straight into Nota. There's Travis and Mackenzie, and yeah, there's not really much you can do about that. Easy for the Paravision hold. The HUD is flipped, we are aware. We'll get that sorted for you. Bloodline, I know you're listening. I know you like me. Can you flip the HUD, please? Thank you, King. Much appreciated.
There we go. Right on cue. And this is Astrum's map pick, and now we start to enter some murky territory for them, because, I mean, they're going to lose this round here, obviously, just USP's 9-5. There's so much weight on that next gun round. And this is what I was saying, Trav. We kind of still get these, like, glimpses from Astrum. We still get these moments from them on the server where it's like, ah, yes, the Astrum, the Aurora team that I fell in love with, that was so deadly and dangerous in Tier 2. We get that for a round here, 2 rounds there, and then and then nothing, you know, they just kind of fall off again. So the
It's
inconsistencies, the just not looking stable at all at the moment.
Maybe maybe we actually, I won't say me because you just said the same thing, but like maybe we're just living in the past a bit as well. Like, because we know what these guys are capable of. Like, they were at the top of tier 2 with Aurora 2 separate occasions in like 2 different eras of tier 2, like in different years. And yeah, it's just, sadly it's just not the same anymore. And I understand Norvy's drop off because he's in-game leading. Like, I get it. But I've always needed more from Kenzie. And yeah, like, you're relying on Patsy to use his experience and his ability and Grix to be your new star to do work. And sure, their results aren't abhorrent. Like, they're getting wins. They're beating some difficult teams to beat in Tier 2 pretty, regularly. But they're also just losing way too often. I mean, a streak of losses the other day against, TNL, Paravision, Nexus, and OG. Like, OG and Parry, tough. TNL, genuinely tough. I had a chance to cover them the other day. They're excited to watch. But even with Nexus, with Lau and X, right, you should be getting a map against them, surely.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's, they should even... The previous Astrum Aurora used to be competitive all the time against the TNLs and the Paravisions and the OGs of the world because they were one of those kind of teams that we would look at the top of Tier 2, right? That would threaten Tier 1.5 and make deep runs in CCT competitions and win these sort of online tournaments occasionally. But you're right, Trav, we probably are just living in the past a little bit, which is unfortunate because you got to think back, like, this roster was going through so much turmoil when there was the swap for Clax and... Result, of course, even back before then, it's not like that the team was incredible. They had a very high ceiling, but with Deco, the stability was still always in question. So you're right, I'm probably, holding on to a long time ago, like end of 2023 into early 2024 was when this team was still really good.
Yeah.
Not really since then.
And listen, like, considering they had the money for it, it was very clearly a slam dunk for Aurora to pick up Eternal Fire. Like, it's got them major stickers, it's got them that success and that
buying a tier 1 team.
Yeah, exactly, for the first time in their history. And like, although I felt sad for the Aurora players that we're watching here today, it was just the most easiest move to make, knowing that Eternal Fire had that idea and option to go elsewhere other than their home org.
It's just a reminder that it is a brutal industry, right? And at the end of the day, it's what it is, it's an industry. And unfortunately, there was a better option on the cards there, and Aurora pulled the trigger. Okay, we're going to be some triggers pulled here in the round. Astrum looking to lock down the defense on the safe bomb site. Good crossfire setup. Clax is on the board, baby. Can he double down? He's just got barely any room to work with right now. He has got some support from Grix in Palace, though, so that'll certainly help him out. James has still been able to at least get that kill on the side player. Bomblong going to come through as well. Grix is trying to have impact. They're kind of not expecting Grix to peek out right now. Do you spot both players in connector? Maybe Paravision know exactly what's going on now.
And James is 17-3, by the way. Classic James, sick KD. But now he needs to deliver in what is a tough 2v3. Now just making a gamble, going all the way around toward jungle, and that could work out well if James stays alive. He's found one. He's looking super clean now, James. Oh, he's unfaceable. This is expert work. But now it's down to Nota. 28 HP. Not going for the peak straight away. Kenzie is kitless and the round's already done. It is cooked, my friend. Paravision will get up to double digits, and they're just in the ascendancy right now.
You're right, James is looking so ridiculously clean at the moment. Just surgical precision from him on the rifle there, man. Those 2 kills is coming through so cleanly. 10-5 for Paravision. And that wasn't an easy round either. I mean, you can see now with them trying to get their way onto the safe bomb site, they run into a lot of resistance. There's still a player on the site, there's a player Palace. This should be, on paper, almost impossible to breach, but they still find a way. And even James with this little crouch reappear there, catching Grix with the perfect timing, the game sense complemented by the mechanical ability. I know that we're just, yeah, what do the kids say? We're glazing him. Yeah, we're oh, casters, stop riding that thing. Like, no, James is just that good right now. He really deserves all the praise.
Patsy's not checked his left early enough there to be able to clear one of the players in pushing through apps, but this round is a little bit dangerous. Nori wants one more, but he can't get it. Travis pushes him down. And even though Kenzie has found the AK here, it's going to be super tough for them to hold on. Even though they've got the bomb, I still think it's going to be difficult. They need to win these clean duels, and okay, maybe that's now made it in their favour. Kenzie's swung Nota, removed him, And Travis and Belchnok have no choice but to wait this out. Try and pick this
Smoke hasn't gone
bomb up.
deep enough. They try to throw the smoke onto the C4, but it hasn't gone deep enough. So that's just going to buy more time here for the CT side. At least there is plenty of it. And the longer they take, the more they might start to kind of sow that seed of doubt into Astrum's mind that there could be somebody on a big flank.
Yeah, waiting is really your only option, but it's going to be obvious at some point that they don't need to worry about a flank. Here we go. Time is now. First player seen, and Travis has got an all-important headshot. That could have saved the round. They now group up together, and Travis doesn't even let Kenzie play a headshot angle, because that wood is bangable. Paravision, 11-5. Great recovery, considering that situation. And they're now 2 away from map 1.
Very well managed there from Travis, and well navigated from Paravision in general, because it was an awkward situation with the bomb being dropped back there and them having to try and pick it up again. But Travis just able to hug the wall there, wait for Grix to swing, and then he just goes for the wall bang. Doesn't actually, like you say, give the straight up fight to Kenzie on the stairs. So Paravision 2 rounds away from winning their opponent's map pick. Grix is in a good position nice and early on in the round. He's going to land the jump onto Catwalk, and he gets rewarded with an opening kill.
Kenzie finding James, not allowing any openings from him on this occasion. This should be an Astrum round. 3-5 for Parry. What do they do with it?
Yeah, it's going to require some sort of X factor, some sort of individual brilliance here to get Paravision back into the round. 2 players spotted out in CT now for Belchnok, can kind of try and piece this round together a little bit. Belchnok's making a lot of moves. He's the guy who's actually been able to kind of give his team away into the round. He's the one who's gotten this foothold in the A bomb site. Oh, that feels a bit lazy there from Travis. And I don't know if that was necessary. Kickett not realizing that Kenzie's actually crossed into the smoke. That's going to cost the bomb planter his life, and Astrum will be able to answer back. First round on the CT side from them.
I like how Kenzie took his time on that one. It was like, yes, hello, my friend. I am here. You're going to be spooked off the plant. I've got the kill. Sorry, Chief. But there'll be no utterings of sorry in this game. Good work from Kenzie in this game. So far, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Like, I've been criticising him a little bit, but I think he's made kind of every single right move so far in this game, even though they are 6-11 behind.
Yeah, but he's 14-11. He's like the one guy who actually has been playing a good game so far.
Yeah.
Grix has had his moments, but Klax, Norway, Patsy, they've got, what, 14 frags between 3 of them in 17 rounds? That is just not good enough, I'm afraid. That's like 0.25 frags per round between 3 of them? That can't be right? My maths has got to be off of that.
I think so.
How many kills did I say they had? 14 frags in 17 rounds between 3 of them? Okay, so it's more like 0.67 kills per round. But that's between 3 people.
Near the rules, Matt. Never do maths on stream unless it's 1+1.
You know I don't listen to that rule, though. I fancy myself, man. I back myself on my maths on the fly. Generally pretty good.
Talking of maths, unfortunately, at this point, we're going to get the Fort Minor, remember the name, 20% luck, 15% skill meme with Klax's 1 kill in the game so far. The highlight frag movie of the 1 kill.
Well, he's done this to himself.
He has.
He's done this to himself.
He has. He had a very poor T side, I'm afraid, so...
There is still time, though. Paravision are not yet on map points. I mean, they've just looked so good. That's the problem, is they've looked really reliable with the way that they're winning their rounds. They're looking dialed in, sharp across the board. Grix has his AWP on the speed bomb site, though, and it does look like that's where Paravision are going to be headed, and it's going to be quite difficult to potentially blind him up here. He might have the wall kind of covering him from some of these flashes that will be thrown over the top. James has one. There's the first flash let loose, and it's going to be Grix who connects. That's a nice shot from him. That's going to bait Patsy in, who's able to commit to the spray down. He has been traded, and they now know that Grix is in the back of the bomb side. It's awkward for him. Oh, and he's going to hit a nice flick shot there. Flicking downwards to dispatch of Nota. He will still go down to James, but there's an instant frag found from Norvi, so that's going to restore the advantage. And give Astrum a good chance in the round.
James desperately looking for an upgrade, and... oh my goodness, he's looking for the bomb as well. So it's all very, very awkward for James right now. He just jumped around the van position the last, like, 8 seconds to try and find the bomb and the AWP. But he's got time to go for a fake and look for a fight. Unfortunately, that smoke up toward the door was allowed him to push through it together, and there's no way to be expecting that. So they give him the respect. Early clutch there to Astrum, and then they all push together, giving him no chance whatsoever. So 11-7. EK will have to come through here for Paravision. 11-8. The game's on.
That's also what I was going to say, though, for James, is that you could see how much respect they were giving him up in the 1 versus 3. He was able to run around the bomb site, jump up on the van, jump back down into the open, pick up the orb, fake the plant. And eventually, they are like, okay, guys, it's 3 versus 1 here, let's just work together. He can't kill us all with an orb. At least not instantly. 1 by 1, perhaps. Now it's going to be the eco. Like you say, gap should be reduced to 3 here for Astrum. Have they got any utility? No, not even a single piece. But will they need any utility? Perhaps not.
Okay, they've got many players here now. Patsy needs to stay alive, and he's done well. He's done very well. Fair play, Patsy. He's got all 4 of them. Very clean for Patsy. That was an issue for a split second, but that tasty dig onto the van jump spot will not be rewarded. Here it is. Beautiful slow motion. On that POV, it's like he's behind the wall already.
Yeah, it looked like it. That's what I was thinking as well. Probably a case for Norby to be a little bit frustrated at that, but the realm of online Counter-Strike. And now, Paravision are still in complete control, but should they lose this gun round, maybe then the door starts to be pried open a little bit by Astrum.
One thing I think it is a fair criticism for Paravision is that at the MRQ, their T sides were a little bit exposed. I think the team as a whole were a bit exposed too. I think Kicker had a pretty awful event individually. That was one of the worst things about it. I know he's in-game leading, but he really did struggle. And it's not like he struggled to make the calling better. I think he struggled in every sense of the imagination. So they do have these streaks sometimes where their T rounds look a little bit manic, a little bit disconnected. But of all the teams that play in Tier 2, overall, they still, I think, consistently do have a T side that could match in the Tier 1 level at some point because of the way these, of course, players have performed in Tier 1 in days gone by. Oh, Pax just keeps getting cleared this game, bless him. He can't do a thing. And that will give Paravision a chance to get onto the bomb site, but bomb was attempted to be planted in the open, and Grix will take that against Nota. It puts Belchnock and Jame in a 2v3.
Yeah, Kit's in play, utility as well, big flank here for Norvi. They've got everything that they need for this retake right now. Jame is looking in this direction, but he won't be able to continue to commit to this because of the pressure coming through from Connector. It's all about the timing right now, and Jame will look back, but he does swipe away just as Norvi peeks out. Belchnock can't get the frag on the player as he makes his way into Sandwich. You can't all commit to this. Someone has to get to the defuse, and it'll work out in the end. Good retake there from Astrum as they're now up to 9.
He's in 2. Now we've got a conversation. I think Paravision will be a little bit frustrated about this one, right? Because they've got that immediate trade on toward Kenzie and Connector, and then it takes them, like, they lose 2 bodies in the process of trying to get the bomb planted. And from short, I feel like just plant inverse default. Maybe they're worried about CT. I don't know. I think in that situation they'll be a bit upset with the fact that they've found a way to die with 2. And not get enough to plant an advantage rather than a disadvantage.
Yeah, especially after they've done such good work to get onto the A bomb site and get that man advantage initially. Just flipped straight away. Maybe the half investment now coming through for Paravision. They've got the Hero AK on Nota, upgraded pistols outside of that. So Astrum still have to tread lightly. These rounds are losable. Kenzie, brave game to play. I think he did catch a glimpse of Nota. Oh my goodness, that is a maximum damage HE grenade. Lands on his head and will finish off what he started.
Painful. Discombobulated Nota. Enough for him to go for the swing.
And that's the Hero AK as well.
Yeah, now they're one option here to try and get it back, which I think they're going to achieve. Here we go. James got it now. They've
good respect there from Travis to let James grab it.
Yeah, fair enough. Wouldn't want to have to go through the process of dropping it over to him, even though it wouldn't have been that difficult. Just dropping it in mid could be a little bit unfortunate if you get timinged by a window or a con player. But 35 seconds left in this one. We've got James looking to try and do the heavy lifting here. They need a dig to get into the site, though. That's the issue. Norvi, good crosshair placement, but there's the dig. There is the dig. Now, Patsy has to deliver again from short. They know he often plays here, and they find a way to clear him properly. Patsy's going to play it respectfully. He's actually going to let them allow a plant, get them onto the site, but he's still tapping away, and he's stayed alive, waiting for the rotations. They're now in play. Pretty much impossible for James. He might get one, but he took damage for getting that one. And now Travis needs a ridiculous clutch. He's switching between each angle, and if he hit every shot, it would have made it a 1v1. But couldn't hit either, I am afraid. And that now means the gap is 10 or 1. They're on 10. There we go.
Yeah, good work from Parivision to at least find themselves a bomb plant and a couple kills, I guess. But Patsy, how reliable has he been on Catwalk in some of these rounds where Parivision have been trying to get into this B bomb site? That time, sure, they get the plant, but he still holds his ground. He gets kills. He makes sure that Astrum have everything that they need to make the retake happen. And it's looking a whole lot better here for Astrum, despite the fact they're playing 4v5 currently.
Yeah.
Sorry, Clax.
Imagine if they win this game in Reg and Clax is still on 1 kill. Not beyond the realms of possibility at this point.
I mean, he's still communicating, right? He's still throwing utility. He's still being traded. So there is impact coming through from him.
Yeah,
not in the kills department.
I think that's the issue, right? Don't get me wrong. This is an awful game for Clax. But people think that when you have an awful game like this, you are completely useless.
Yeah, that's
You're
what I
not.
was saying. I did joke and say 4v5, but it's not actually 4v5 because of the things I just referenced and where he's having impact elsewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
11-10. Parivision, this game's kind of slipped away from them. They were in complete control at one point. They were dominating Astrum. No longer the case. And Grix has really come alive on the CT side with the AWP as well. He's going to be able to trade out Clax. So Clax's tough times continue. And Grix has gone down through the smoke. Look at Kenzie. He wants to be the one to try and win this round for his team. And he's actually done really well. He's gotten a frag. The smoke broken up. And Patsy catches Travis on the cross. And it's happening again here for Parivision.
What are we doing? Why are we trying to cross while the smoke is blown open? I know they can't predict exactly when that's going to happen. But twice in quick succession makes it almost comedic with the way they both die. That's crazy. And listen, they've got a buy available in this round, Parivision, but it's 11-all. Astrum have come all the way back. As you say, without really Clax doing anything, he dies first in that round as well, and they managed to instantly trade him. Here's 1 HE, here's a second that comes through. And then Kickit just doesn't see it even being used, or he even hears it, I suppose, going off. So tries to
He should have
cross in
clocked
the
that,
open.
though. Yeah. Yeah, well, the thing is even though both teams are having equally as good a time of it on their CT side, Parivision's T side is still looking a whole lot better than Astrum's did, but that doesn't mean anything if you're not actually getting the rounds on the board. Like, Parivision are getting into these rounds, they're getting kills, they're getting advantages. It's another, like, 4v3 for them that they've spilled. I think that's the second now in the streak of rounds for Astrum where Parivision have dropped the ball after getting an advantage, so this is problematic for them. We're going the full 24 rounds here of regulation. We might need some more than that. Or maybe Astrum can just ride this wave of momentum all the way to the finish line.
At this point, I wouldn't put it past them. Patsy pushing with this smoke to cover him, but everything could be cleared from bench, and Molotov will force him back into ladder. He's in quite a good position. He knows they could try and push their way towards stairs. They're just not clearing him at all. He only gets one. That could be huge in the org to the smoke, but he does damage. It does need to be Clax, and there we go. He gets one. Doesn't matter if you had a terrible game. If you get one important kill, when it's the business end here at 11-all, that means you could just win the map for your team indirectly. He's still alive to a ticket. He's being a nuisance, making exactly the right play here, and here we go, Clax. He's done everything right in this round, and it's going to give Astrum 12.
And Nota has no option but to head for the hills and save his AK. Oh, Parivision are going to be kicking themselves. And remember, guys, this is a semi-final. A spot in the grand final against Passion UA later on is what's on the line. A team like Parivision, they want to try and scale things. They want to get themselves up in a spot where they get invited into Tier 1, Tier 1.5 LAN events. And they should have gone up 1-0 in the semi here, Trav. Point I'm making is there's serious implications for Parivision right now. It's not like a Swiss stage game, 0-1. There's a lot on the line, and they've completely dropped the ball. One more round for Astrum is all they need to complete the comeback.
Isn't that crazy? Can't believe it, really. 11-5 it was, I'm pretty sure.
Makes sense. That's what I remember as well.
And Astrum have a chance to win their first ever map against Paravision in 3 separate attempts. They've been 2-0'd on both Train and Ancient. YaLLa Compass in this tournament already, in the groups. Bet Boom LAN to LAN, on LAN, and in CCT. They've switched it up and gone for Mirage, and at the moment, it's paying off.
It wasn't, but it is now, that's for sure. Delayed return on the investment perhaps, but the job isn't done. Parivision have done such a good job throughout the map so far. They just have to win one round here and they earn OT, but it's looking like it's going to be an uphill battle. Klax is coming alive right at the tail end of this map right now. So much damage done to Nota. James trying to make his way through jungle, and he will just be able to path his way through successfully. And now he's kind of in behind enemy lines, but he's going to forfeit this position surprisingly.
Well, he has forced 2 rotations. He's forced Grix to stay over toward B. He's forced a CT player of Klax to go all the way through to check Murder Hole. But it might not matter because Norvi has put himself in the best position. He's on ramp. He now knows it's been planted toward A. And he's not being accounted for whatsoever. Problem is, he's playing it safe. And he's allowed James and Nota to get into good after plant positions. However, coming from ramp, you should be checking Firebox properly. Has he seen a foot? He has. And he goes for the spam and takes it. And that was a full health player of James. Nota, this should be unwinnable on 27 HP. Smoke on the bomb. Try and go for the defuse. It's being held by Klax, and they cannot find it. Klax with some critical moments there toward the end of the game. He might have had 1 kill for so long, but it doesn't matter. He's helped his team get over the line and get their first map over Paravision in 3 previous attempts.
I mean, from being down 11-5 to winning the map 13-11 is a Herculean effort from Astrum. That is 8 consecutive rounds for them to finish off the job. Parivision, I mean, they completely disappeared entirely. They fell off the face of the planet there. And it's not like the rounds that they were winning were particularly close for Parivision either. It felt like they'd coasted to that 11-5 scoreline. That's what makes no sense at all, where they've just not been able to finish off the job from there. What's just happened?
Truly crazy, and I'm going to give a lot of credit to Kenzie because he's the one who was the instigator, right? We were calling him out, saying we need to see more of the old school Kenzie, this form that we know he has in his back pocket, so it must be in there somewhere. And he's shown it here. He really kick-started their second half, and yeah, I think there was some individual moments from him on the T-side as well, which were worth talking about. So overall, good performance across the board, and even Klax, terrible map overall for him, but stepping up at the right time proved to be imperative.
I mean, he did have impact in the, 11-11 round and the 12-11 round. So that meant that they were able to get across the line when they really needed him. He delivered the goods on the A-bomb side. Also, give a shout out to Patsy. I feel like he also had some really big rounds on the CT side. You know, Grix was the one guy who was kind of fragging consistently throughout the map. And, okay, Astrum, finally they've been able to win a map here against Parivision in some seriously unlikely fashion. But now they've proven to themselves they can do it, Trav.
Yeah, and now, of course, it's probably one of the most important ones they've had against Paravision as well, it being a semi-final.
True, actually.
So, yeah, they're in a great position. We'll see if they can actually close out a surprise win after the break.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I love my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Got phase me. I'm seeing dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still good with
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Paravision need to find a way to bounce back. That might be a bit of a shell shock for them. I don't think they've been comebacked on like that for quite a while. That was an incredible streak from Astrum to take their map pick. But Matt, we now go into Ancient, where surely we're going 3 here.
I mean, the problem for me is the way Paravision fell apart on Mirage there, where I'm just a bit nervous about them now because they were in complete control. They were up 11-5. They lost 13-11. They didn't win in one of the last 8 rounds of regulation. So it's like, I mean, where are they at mentally right now? Is that going to be maybe causing some effects that could spill over into Ancients? I feel like Astrum are also just desperately lacking confidence at the moment. And maybe a win like that could really motivate them and boost them. And we get some of that form we've seen from them in the past, right? So I'm still a little bit nervous here actually for Paravision, and I'm like, come on Astrum, this is your moment, right? Semi-final, you've been in some tough times lately, you've just had a crazy comeback, finish off the job.
No, I completely agree. Like, this is the one opportunity they've had in like all the other tournaments they've played recently, where I feel like they actually have an opportunity to take this one in decent fashion. Because look, we mentioned Ancients, they played it nearly as many times as Paravision, but their recent results are not great. The only teams they've beaten are teams they should be beating, like, you know, Copenhagen Wolves, Fireflux, Illuminar, teams like that, right? But if whatever happens, winning map 1 has guaranteed them a shot at Train in map 3, which at least, right, does give them a map that they've picked a lot into Paravision. I've got close on a couple of occasions, including a 16-12, of course, in that LAN tournament they played about a couple of weeks ago. So, look, I think it's promising signs, but
yeah,
this is the unreliability of the team, where they could just completely disappear in this map, because we have seen that time and time again.
I mean, you are right, though, that with Train as the decider, it's almost like a bit of an insurance policy here for this Astrum team, that they have a really good shot at finishing off the job, because even Ancients is a map that Paravision have continued to just pick against this Astrum team every time they end up playing against each other. And while Paravision are good on Ancients, you know, Astrum have probably at least got an idea of what to expect going into this. Last time they played against each other, it was a 13-11 win for Paravision, so Astrum just narrowly lost out there. So it's not like it's a dust 2 pick for Paravision where they just beat everybody they come up against. There is I think a genuine chance that this could be done in 2.
Definitely. I mean, I think all the experience that Paravision have with the Kicker and Jame partnership will probably stand them in good stead on Ancient, because I'll probably just be like, whatever. Like, we occasionally will chuck a match and it'll happen. But I think I still am concerned, as I said, that a game where they've been so in control for such a long period, they haven't found a way to lose in a while. Like, that is one of the leads that I don't think they've thrown a lead as big as that in a little bit. So how do they bounce back? You'd expect it to be fine, but we'll have to see.
I mean, that is a good point. They've won 13 out of 15 best of 3s, so they are a very difficult team to beat at the moment, are Paravision. So it's not like they're just going to roll over here. But yeah, Astrum got the job done on Mirage, and that's going to give them a good boost. I mean, Klax can't have a worse game, right? So that's something that's going to be surely an improvement. You know, he anchors the A-bomb side on this map as well, generally does a very good job of it. They're going to get to choose which side of the map they start on as well. So, yeah, Astrum have got a genuine chance, and like you also said, this is the most important of all the series that they played against each other. So if there ever was a game that Astrum were going to win, this one would carry the most weight.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue the LAN match was very important, right? It was,
Fair,
as
that's
I said,
true.
3 weeks ago, but that wasn't a semi-final. That was a group game, and it was an opening match. It's not like it was a deep tournament matchup against them. So, you know, to actually have a chance at winning a tournament, having a game against Passion UA later, I think this was arguably the most important for them. And yeah, I think with Clax playing so badly on map 1, but like finishing strong, that hopefully gives him the impetus to continue playing at that level that we saw at the end in those 2 rounds in map 2, right? Because they can't afford twice in a row. It's very rare that a team will win a map, you know, a map as close as that as well, where it's gone all 24, where a team has gone, 1-17 through the majority of it, which is kind of crazy, right? I mean, historically, if you win like 13-1, you might have a teammate that's going like, 2-4 because he's not seen anyone. But there it was a bit more egregious. He was just losing all his duels, making the wrong decisions. That one in mid was particularly egregious, right? Where he was on underneath window, missed all his shots. Molly came through, didn't save his teammates who died in front of him.
Cost his 2 teammates their lives, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, to kicker. So hopefully that he's eradicated that from his play for today, at least.
I mean, yeah, I feel like we saw signs of improvement towards the end of Mirage, and somebody like Clax, who is generally a very stable player, I think he will be able to reset between maps. I don't think that that's something that should bleed into Ancient Chairs. We are going to be getting into the second map of this second semi-final. Of course, Parivision looking to try and force us to a third, trying to see who will join Passion UA a little bit later on today. I was really excited to see Parivision and Passion UA, especially after Parivision were dominating Mirage. I was thinking, damn, that's going to be a fantastic grand final. However, that may longer be the case. Astrum 1 map away from booking a date with Passion UA.
Let's see. It's Ancient. Should be fun. Map that we've seen these 2 teams play close on most recently. James not being cleared by Grix, and that is a comfortable tap for him. That will actually ward them away from Red Room back into Donut, but guess what? They're blocked off here too.
Yeah, they're going to look like they're trying to get themselves in towards the A bomb site. Kenzie is pressuring through Cave right now, though, so that will force Travis to just keep some sort of interest over on that B bomb site. They're not going to be able to fall back to Kenzie, though. They've got control of A. Going to be finding the plant here as well. So Parivision could just try and get a bit of a head start, knowing Kenzie's on that big flank, and maybe just try and deal with the players on A. But Kenzie continues to find impact. He's gotten that kill on Travis. Clax has seen the shadows of the players in towards Temple as well. Flash not really going to aid them all that much. Travis is playing around the box. Excuse me, Clax is playing around the box brilliantly as he finds 2 kills. It's all left now on Patsy in the clutch, and he's going to see no one sticking the defuse. He's trying to isolate these jewels right now. Belchnock is incredibly low, so Kicker's going to be the one to try and press forward. There is no kits in play, but that's not going to be a problem.
Damn, that could absolutely have gone the other way there. Kicker gets taken down. Belchnock, as you say, is 1 bullet from death pretty much. And with the time getting lower and lower, it was very, very awkward. You could argue there that if you're going to be uber critical for Patsy, I know he feels the need to swing to make it 1v1. Then he would have played time, right? Or at least attempted to. Maybe not wouldn't have needed to, knowing it was 1 bullet for Belchnock. But yeah, you could argue there maybe he could have played with that one a little bit better, because you can like just jump back and forth at the back of Donut. You can see whether they're on the defuse or not. There's a world he wins that by playing more time and not going for either kill.
Yeah, I think he's thinking if he can just get 1 kill, then maybe he wants to play the time after that, but he just offers up so many fights, and he was always eventually going to go down there. That was inevitable. Astrum will be able to get a pretty decent investment together here off the back of the bomb plants and the pistol round that they lose. And it looks like Parivision want to make some moves of their own right now. Double Jag setup. Kenzie waits on the opposite side. As that smoke starts to fade, they'll become exposed to each other.
Patsy wins his duel against Nota. Pushing up mid. That now gives him opportunity for the Red Room control. But thankfully for Parivision, they do have 2 players here, which maybe you could argue is a bit more unusual at this state of the round. Belchnock's going looking toward Donut as well. That's an important kill on Grix, but Kenzie was always going to be there with the Galil. And they know where the bomb is, and now they've fallen off that hold toward Red because they're worried about A. So it's very difficult for James. He's done really well to find 2. But Travis needs to find a clutch from Donut, and he's found another way to deny the plant. So it's Travis versus Patsy, MP9 versus M4. But
Ouch.
Patsy obviously does not have a helmet. That nade's going to help, and he swings with that HE. Perfectly played from Travis, and Paravision get a critical second in a row.
Yeah, he recognizes the HE there is just going to obscure and obstruct the vision for the players in CT, so he just swings with it and inflicts so much damage. I will say, lazy from Kenzie there to plant the bomb exposed to A-Main and Donut when his teammate was in CT. He had to just go reverse box side, and that would have guaranteed a safe plant every day of the week, and then you can play a 2v1 out with the bomb planted for you. So I think that was a big mistake, and Astrum, they're going to persist with these force buys because they know they have parry vision against the ropes economically.
Yeah, don't mind it at all. Mentioned this earlier that Paravision are kind of usually a team that are a bit more averse to going to force buys, but Astrum and he likes a Passion UA and Spirit Academy kind of go for it as much as they possibly can. When it does make sense, obviously, but here it does make sense with all the damage done. But that doesn't mean they're going to be able to put a stop to them. Get their first round on the board. First kill coming through against Clax with the Belchenok MP9. Kickouts on the UMP.
Yeah, they're just going for the strength in numbers approach here, just grouped up together. Pretty much been the theme of this T side in its entirety so far. Only 2 rounds deep, of course, third round here as well. But this has been the approach for Astrum in all of the rounds so far. And that's a big gunfight for Belchenok to win onto Kenzie. They know that they've done damage to the Red Room play, and it looks like that's what they're trying to take advantage of. But Grix is the one with Util lined up to try and get into B. But Paravision, they've got 3 players here right now. They're very well poised to deal with what's coming their way.
Flash over. Flash is excellent, but as you say, there's so many players here, it's going to be impossible to get by. Travis, Kicker, and Nota all get 1 apiece. And now, Astrum are going to have to admit defeat on these purchases. Go for a Deagle round here and buy up the guns for the first time in round 5.
Yeah, I mean, that's the price you pay for going for that follow-up force buy there. And I don't really mind it. They're leading by a map right now. The rounds have been incredibly close as well. If they were able to win 1 force buy, then Paravision would have had to force back. So, yeah, you can kind of understand the logic there behind it. Going to be some upgraded pistols. Norby's been able to get ahead of the smoke, but he can't connect on the first shot. That is probably a little bit annoying for him because that first frag should have been dead to right.
Big nade from Jamon toward Grix. Down to 21. Nice angle being held by Belchenok here as well. Playing tight to the CT wall, right? Not, never mind. There's too many players to fight. And he gets taken down. So, Incendiary in position. Try and block off a default plant. But actually, Astrum could try and go for something a bit cheeky here. They've realised they've got a path through Temple, and they're going to go for a fight in towards CT. Grix does struggle to pick up that weapon, but Clax has hit a banger. Travis is on an off angle, which might not get many, but thankfully he's done really well. He's got himself 2, he's fallen away with the advantage, and now suddenly it's looking a bit more relaxing again.
Yeah, that's going to be enough here to just seal the deal, you'd imagine. I mean, at least damage is still nice here for Astrum to try and keep Paravision's economy honest. Going to trade guns here, try and get the rifle into Kenzie's hands. He has got Kevlar, they have got space to actually just path their way onto the safe bomb site uncontested. So, bomb plant guaranteed at the bare minimum. Smoke grenade in play for Grix. He's got a Desert Eagle as well. So, I mean, there is a very faint chance for Astrum right now in the post plants.
Oh, Kenzie tried to hold a wider angle there to try and hit a headshot if he was crouch swung, for example, but not going to work. Clean recovery from Nota and James. Travis with 3 kills as well. Being pretty reliable so far in this series overall, even though they're picked down. Timeout time.
Yeah, and a timely one as well for Astrum. Makes sense. What's the plan going to be here in the gun round? I mean, I feel like it was a pretty similar approach on the T side. You think about how many rounds they were just grouped up in middle, a lot of 4-1s, a lot of 5-0s from them. Lots of rounds where they just grouped up and exec'd into a bomb site. There were actually very few defaults from Astrum on their T side of Mirage. I wonder if we're going to see something similar here on Ancient as well. I feel like defaults are far more important on the T side of Ancient than they might be on the T side of Mirage, because you want to try and work the map here on the T side of Ancient, right? You want to try and split your way into middle, force players back Red Room, back Donut, then go back into Jag, exec onto the B bomb site. You probably struggle to just play such a numbers-based T side on Ancient.
Yeah, and of course we know how aggressive the CT side can be on Ancient too. It's not just the pace that a T side can bring when you've got, you know, the way the map is, you can go fast toward A and fast toward B, right? And you can take aggressive lane control. The CTs can answer back with that. Take lane control of your own, you know, lock off that significant portion of the map, make it so difficult for a T side to respond in a game, in a specific round, especially when they've got all the bells and whistles and utility available to them. Unfortunately, Kicker, I thought he was going to be a dead man there. The fact he's able to get away with one when he's being pelted by util is very impressive, to be honest with you. And now, that one kill might just give them a chance to win this round, even though they are in a 5v4. But I'm going to say now, that 3v5 has turned into a 3v4, and there's already a flank from Travis. He's managed to catch Grix on that line, and the bomb plant has not come through yet. Even though Astrum had a chance to go for it, just all these pieces around the map that they kind of didn't have in place, and Paravision did, meant that it's completely fallen apart.
And it's a good cleanup here for Paravision. It's a perfect way for them to start things off here on the second map as well, to kind of put behind them what happened on Mirage with the way that the map fell apart there. Being up 11-5, could have won there on their opponent's pick, then come to theirs, and then had this blinding start. But obviously, like I said, just going up 5-0 here will be able to just kind of reset them mentally and make sure that the demons from what happened on Mirage don't creep into Ancient.
Yeah, clean sheet so far, which I'll be delighted with. The immediate bounce back, right? I said that it's the sort of team that will put that sort of collapse on the previous map out of their mind pretty much instantly, without a doubt. And they have, but as I always say, so easy to become lackadaisical in Counter-Strike. You can be 5-0 up, but that can turn into an even half very, very quickly. You're going to do it all over again. James stands tall in Donut. Really good find toward Norby. Is it more where that came from? Because Astrum have turned up the pace toward A. They've got an entry through Patsy, and now, of course, they've done big damage to Kicker. So it might be a 4v4, but this is a very tough retake. Grix does wide swing into toward Temple, though. And that's a very big shadow advantage that is given over to Travis. Easily takes that kill, and bomb's still not planted again here for Astrum.
Yeah, do they have the space for a plant, though? They don't have any more utility to try and get that control to guarantee a plant. So they probably feel like they have to try and find another frag before they commit to that bomb plant. That's giving Paravision more time. I'm actually thinking perhaps Astrum are looking to depart the scene here. And Klax has gone back searching in towards middle. Is he going to try and wrap around through Donut? Is that what they're relying on to get into A? Problem is, time's ticking away right now. Someone has rotated off the safe bomb site for the CT side, though, so it is slightly weaker. James also repositioned.
Does Kenzie know he can hard clear the left? Does he realise that's an issue? He does, but Travis just straight up betters him. So, yeah, it's going to leave Patsy in an impossible situation. He's got 5 bullets to find... Oh, he's got a few more now, but he hasn't got the time for it. That's the biggest issue. 10 seconds, great clear on Travis, but where is Nota? The answer is not peeking yet, but there is time for the plant. With 2 seconds to spare, Nota realises it, though, and makes sure he gives him no opportunity. Patsy, I think I would never, ever usually say to fake the plant when you've got like 6 seconds for it. But in that situation, that might be the only way you win. And I'm not saying this with the benefit of hindsight, because they took so long to figure that round out. Why would Nota not be close?
Yeah, I think that is pretty sound logic. Like you say, he would have almost had to have just been somewhere in close proximity. At the same time, he didn't know where Note is. Normally, you go for that fake plant if you know for a fact where the opponent is. You kind of even have an idea of where to place your crosshair after you fake the plant. And I think Patsy was just a bit of a... I mean, you think about how tense that round was for him. There was a lot going on. So, good attempt, considering there was basically no chance. Parry Vision, flawless up until now. Now they got to weather the storm here against this half investment, upgraded pistols, and AK in the mix as well. Norway's going to be thrust through the smoke, and he's been able to take some ground. Kicker goes back through the smoke, and he's actually done really well to find two.
Jim will surely go for one smoke bang at some point. Nope. Stays silent.
Doesn't want to give up his position.
Oh, the flank for Belchelot caught jumping. Checking it as he saw Grix running down, but no landing inaccuracy there. Recovers it well. And now Norvi, A1S, Kenzie, A4, both players finding the two M4s on the ground, obviously. Try and put those to work on T side. Belchelot's going to hold it. And he's not even going to budge. Wow. That is very strong wallbang possibility. As you can see, he gets brought down to 26 at the end, but he's like, well, screw you. I'm going to do it anyway.
Yeah, it was a brave approach, though, because what if they get the kill on him? Then it becomes really difficult for Paravision all of a sudden. I don't know if they had to go for that risky approach of trying to stick the defuse and hope that they survive the wallbang, but it works out for them. Up 7-0. The brutal part of this for Astrum, Trav, is how close, 4 of these rounds have been. Just come down to clutches, come down to retakes. They've been really touch and go. I feel like this is one of those dominant scorelines that doesn't really do Astrum justice. They're down, they haven't got a single round on the board, but these rounds have been particularly close. And oh my goodness, Travis just catches a glimpse of Kenzie and takes his head. Should be traded, but he isn't.
He's looking sharp today, Travis. And as I said, he's the player that I'm kind of keeping an eye on. Not just because we share a name, alias to real life, haha. But listen, I've said that so much over the years. I sound like a broken record. But yeah, like he's been struggling lately, and he needs to. This is the sort of game that will give him that confidence all over again. And here, Astrum have kind of just peeked into certain positions one by one across the map. I think it's getting picked off, plucked out of the round. 8-0 confirmed. This is looking speedy.
Yeah, you got to ask yourself here, mate. What if Paravision had been able to finish off the job on Mirage? They were up 11-5, and then we get this kind of a performance from them on Ancient. Of course, that is not the reality that we live in, but it does look like Train is increasingly likely at this point as the decider. See which of these two teams will join Passion UA in that grand final later on today. That's going to come up after this match.
Yeah, pretty much straight after. There might be like a 20-30 minute break or so if this game runs long, for example, but still. We're going to find our winner today. It is finals day for the YaLLa Compass Contenders 1. I'm sure there'll be more than one. Don't worry.
Yeah, the number suggests as much, right?
Indeed.
In here it means a Mac 10 on Tlax, it means a Galil on Norway, but they've got pretty much everything they need outside of that. They need rounds, though. That's the number that matters the most. Tlax 3 for 8. I mean, everybody's struggling to frag right now, bar Patsy. Just kind of sucks for Astrum that they haven't really come into Ancient off the back of that marvelous success on Mirage and try to keep up that same sort of form. Like I said, they've come very close to some of these rounds. They've lost Note is going to go back in towards middle of the back of the flash, but not nearly as clean as he needed to be on that first kill. So he gets traded. Tlax has also been able to close the gap with that Mac 10. Frag found through the smoke on Belchenok, and Astrum will finally get around on the board.
Hang on now. Don't you trust in the Travis 1v4? Come on.
No, I don't. I'm sorry. Your namesake, I just don't think he has it in him, Trav. Won't even get one. Oh, okay, wait, he has to get one.
Well, he's got a little bit of money, but not a huge amount, so I think he should probably just save. And yeah, he's going to go all the way around again. He's going to meet a certain man by the name of Norvi, and Norvi only hits one bullet. Sadly, if he had 10 more seconds, I think he'd be going for this, but...
yeah, if the bomb had like just been planted, then maybe he just runs through the tunnel onto that B bomb site. And Kenzie's trying to avoid Travis like the plague right now. The hunter is becoming the hunted because he's so low on health. Oh my goodness, how much does Travis actually want to commit here? Yeah, he's not going to continue to go all in. He has been very mobile here in his efforts to save his gun. And he will be able to carry his M4 over. Astrum on the board, and there has to be more where that came from.
Actually, quite important work from Travis at the end then, and Kenzie realising, look, actually, shit, I can't die here. Because if we survive the round with only one player alive after winning our first round of the game, that just ruins our money. And even now, look, it's going to be... I think... Has Norby got a gun on the floor? I'm not so sure, but he might be on a Galil. So, yeah, it was awkward. Thankfully, it's taken them so long to get into the game and get their first round on the board. They had a bit of residual cash anyway, right? So, there's no risk with the weaponry, it seems.
Yeah, no serious consequences. They'll be fine. As for Parivision, they'll still have some residual money even after they're fully reinvested here. So Astrum are going to have to do this on hard mode. Going to have to win a number of gun rounds before they break Parivision's economy. Maybe the last round of the half could be an anti-force buy for Astrum if they can win a couple here. Oh, Nota, this is hyper-aggressive from him right now. Up the ledge, all the way, immediately steps. Surely heard, flash is good, but they haven't actually realized Nota was here. There was too much going on, too much utility being thrown. Audio cues would have been obscured. And that means Nota will draw first blood and get a huge amount of map control as a result.
Belchnok gauges where to hop up there onto the ledge, even though there's a smoke in the way. Yeah. Noto will be delighted he's got away with that. Bomb's still waiting outside B doors right now. No control of lane for the Astrum side.
Yeah, where do they go from here? Man advantage for Parivision. You've got a player in A main for Astrum, and then the rest of the team kind of grouped up outside this B bomb site. Nice jiggles there from Travis. Doesn't fully commit. He's 13-3. That'll allow for Jame to turn his attention, but a rare miss there from Jame. And off the back of the presence on the B bomb side from Astrum, Notice just knife out running through A main straight into Patsy's crosshair. So kind of flips the script in the round, and it's now a man advantage for Astrum. That's a brilliant second kill from Patsy, who doesn't have to continue to commit to these fights, but he will. And he'll get another frag out of it.
And once again, Travis has to isolate many, many duels. And he's not even going to be able to get a head to aim at, really, there, of Grix. Little jiggle and a take through the corner of Cave. And that has got the Parivision money pretty much dead on 3 players. They can buy up on Noto and Travis. They could actually just get a AWP out. And that's what they're going to. They're going to even up the money. Let's see what the buy actually looks like when the replay segment is over. But I'm glad we saw that replay segment because Patsy, that one tap was dirty. So there we go. The AWPs come out. We're going for 1 M4 and 3 MP9s across the board. It's not awful.
It's not awful, but it's also a chance for Astrum. Because if you win this, then 8-4 is incredibly realistic. So could we see another comeback from them here? Surely not, right? Surely not, like, just consecutive crazy comebacks. Down 5-11, win the first map 13-11, down 8-0. If they make this 8-4, win the pistol, convert, I mean, it looks like a completely different map at that point.
Good pick from Jame, once again. Been pretty solid at finding openings throughout the entire series thus far. Exchange in main.
Nice little bit of damage done there. Just give Clax a bit of a rude awakening. And Parivision have got 2 players committed to the same bomb site. Smoke going to start to fade. Not much time, but enough time. And Belchnok looks like he wants to make a play. It's really smart that he passed through this side of the smoke grenade as well. So it's really intelligent from Belchnok. And he's going to catch them in the middle of the execute. That is a brilliant little bit of individual moments there from Belchnok.
Just good decision making. at the right time as well. So awkward for Astrum, I'm afraid. Pax and Norby are now in a position where they can't really push and they can't really save. So they will choose to try and die before time. And I think they managed it, I'm pretty sure.
What an important round for Paravision as well, to just make sure that Astrum aren't going to be able to get back into the game here, right? Because if Paravision loses 8-3, Force by probably 8-4, and then maybe the nerves start to creep in just based on what happened on the map before this. But now they kind of pour cold water on Astrum's fight back, because even if they do manage 9-3, surely that's not going to be enough.
Grix will eat the nade. He tries to get control over toward that lane side of the map. And then Travis just finishes him off with another one. Poor old Grix. He's 2-11 in this game. He's found absolutely no success at all. And then that round kind of just tells his tale.
Yeah, that's true. It's been a rough half for Grix, unfortunately, and a brutal ending for him as well. But Kenzie will pick up the sniper rifle and try and do what Grix hasn't been able to. They need a third. If there's going to be any world here for them, Trav, they absolutely need the third round out of the first half. Double digits for Paravision, but I'd bet the house on them finishing off the job from there. Bet Nan's house, even.
What the hell?
Don't worry. I'm just so certain they'll win that Nan won't end up homeless. Surely, right?
No2 will manage to find Norvi. It's looking pretty comfortable. Looking for double digits on the CT side of Ancient. And they've got everyone set up here, even if the boost works out. They've got a couple of players over. They do see one crossing. What can they really do with it? Jame will miss his shot, which is a little bit awkward. But 5-7 out. Nade damage has come through. Kick it can peek off the contact, and even though James dies, it does not matter. Paravision really want that third map decider of Train, and they're well on their way to finding it.
Oh yeah, it's going to require some sort of a ridiculous effort from Astrum if they are going to be able to deny Train like that. It looks basically guaranteed at this point. Very convincing from Paravision for most of the series so far, right? Right up until that 11-5 scoreline, they were in complete control of Mirage. They did just disappear for 8 rounds. But if we just cut those 8 rounds out of our memory, Trav, I mean, this has been one-way traffic. Bar that little... it probably doesn't do it justice to call it a blip. It was probably bigger than a blip. More like a blimp with the size of it. But there was a blimp on the radar. We'll call it that.
Grix. Oh, even that's not working for him. Even the overpowered dualies will not get him an opening kill. Clax will get 1. But Paravision still have their 4v3. Patsy trying to make some damage happen. But even something as simple as this for Paravision, right? It looks like nothing is going on right now. But what they're doing is just pausing, making a decision. And this actually might be heard by Astrum. Like, Kenzie's heard it, but again, there's just one player waiting for that possibility, and Nota gets his reward. And even if they waited outside A and then went A anyway, which actually looks like they might be doing, like, they split up the rotations just by pausing. That was it. So, yeah, it's, I gotta say, that's just extra experience and knowledge of the situation that should just guarantee many rounds, and this particular one.
Yeah, it's been a well-worked round from them as well. They haven't just overcommitted to the situation. They've still had some good discipline about them just to make sure that they don't slip up like they did on Mirage. But it did kind of feel like on Mirage, they got into a mental state where they thought they'd finished off the job. They thought that the game was done. So they got a bit lax. They were kind of, you know, crossing into the bomb site in ways that was a bit questionable. Not nearly as much attention to details we were used to seeing from Paravision that had kind of gotten them to that point. They'd just fallen asleep at the wheel. And then there was a car crash on Mirage. But they've been given a second life here, and they're completely seizing this opportunity. I mean, when Travis is 14-4, you just know Paravision are having a really good day of it.
Patsy trying to get some exits, just for some form of money in this following round, but not allowed any of it, I'm afraid. 11-2. I mentioned at the beginning of the game, what would the bounce back be from Paravision after the somewhat shell shock of losing a map when they were in such control on Mirage? But, well, they've silenced me very speedily indeed.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic response. I'm very impressed with the way that Paravision have been able to answer back here on Ancient with what happened on Mirage. And now it's just 4 spies that they have to get past to finish off the job. It will be a good kill coming through initially for Norway, but he's taken some damage in the process. Looks like he wants to try and get more out of this. Oh, he's going to walk into Travis, who's caught looking the wrong way. Okay, great timing there for the IGL.
A double hold in Donut should not be something that's penetrable for Kicker. Noto is quite far forward and toward Cave here, though, and Norvi isn't exactly healthy. Leg should be spotted, but not in time. Not in time. Norvi plays that nice tight line and gets away with it. Well, I'm going to get a plant over toward B. They've actually managed to force that to come through for them, but it's going to be a hard hold. Usually I'd say a T-set has a great chance in this sort of situation. I still think they do. But they need to kill quickly because they could just get swarmed by this MP9 and Mac 10 now recovered on Kenzie. Kicker needs to go searching for something, but Belchnock's already found the first. They are kind of split up here. Belchnock's doing good work, and now, oh, I was going to say maybe he has a chance to do one more, but Kenzie's come running in with that picked up Mac 10 and found 2 headshots.
Yeah, Kenzie and Norway lock it down here for Astrom to make sure that they keep themselves alive for a little bit longer as they get a third on the board. Get the 4 spy done and kind of delay proceedings for a little bit longer now. Astrom were able to make the comeback happen from 11-5. Can they do it from 11-2?
No.
Probably not, right? Shouldn't be able to.
Always
and
a
it's
fun
not going
watch.
to be an investment.
No, I also think it's always a fun watch watching Paravision in Tier 2 right now because they're not like breaking any crazy records or just like looking like they're unbeatable, which makes every game kind of interesting of theirs. But they're very clearly at a level where if they actually made a LAN, like a Pro League for example, they would probably be competitive and not embarrass themselves, right? MRQ was online, obviously. They got pretty much exposed there, but still, I think overall, I mean, hang on a second.
Prav.
There's a plant going down, and they have a 3v2. How is this happening?
Yeah,
How is this happening?
It shouldn't be happening, but it is. It is happening. Nade's done a lot of damage as well. I'm getting increasingly nervous right now. Norway commits himself forward, and he will be able to find the frag on the first. Okay, everybody breathe easy once again. Astrom have survived.
Okay, I can get back to my point. Thank you, Norvi, for showing up when necessary. Yeah, like even online they've obviously had that really rough MRQ, they played difficult opponents, but you would think that they would have the level after what we've seen from this sort of team to beat 1 or 2 of them. I mean, of course they played Astralis, and look at Astralis how much they've struggled without Hooksy, at least, right? So, and now you go into that Pro League conversation that I was on about, playing that BO5 Grand Final against Bait. They had that map 1 default win, of course, coming from the upper bracket in the BO5. But Paravision won the first 2 maps of the series to get a 2-1 lead. They were 1 map away from Pro League, but lost 2 maps in a row. So they've been so close, but yet so far, to get a big LAN opportunity. And I do think once they finally get one, they're going to be there or thereabouts in every single game they play. I mean, look at, for example, the online grind NIP had to go through to find some success. They get a chance at Astana for going through the open qualifiers or the closed qualifiers to the main event, and they made playoffs incredibly. So, you know, it is possible, but Paravision do need to keep winning these events to get a good VRS level going into the second half of the season.
Yeah, I mean, close just isn't going to get you there. Just ask Stododo. Either way, don't have to add any context. I refuse to add any context. It's going to be Patsy and Tlax what a statement coming through from them in this gun round here. Fighting on the front foot just shows that Astrum aren't going to go into a shell because of how much they're actually chasing the game right now. They're still going to play their style of Counter-Strike on the CT side, and they found 3 very successful opening kills. Travis eventually goes down to Norway. This is going to be a flawless gun round coming through. First gun round of the second half, and Astrum have made a statement. The problem is, it's just so far back for them into the game.
It's funny, isn't it? I mean, you could make the tongue-in-cheek argument right now that if Paravision rushed A 5 times in a row, surely they'd win 1 and get the game done, right? But that's not how Counter-Strike works. You have to try and still innovate.
Well,
and
why
be
doesn't
tactical.
it work like that?
Well, it might.
Why can't?
But teams
yeah,
don't
that's what
do
I'm
it.
saying. Like, I know, but I agree with you. Like, it's like playing roulette, Trav. If you just bet on red like 10 times in a row, I mean, surely it's got to hit red in one of those times, right? It's not guaranteed, but I agree with you. That's kind of the logic. Like, it has to work out eventually. Thing is, like, your opponents are never going to stack the A bomb side every single round. Eventually, they're going to prioritize middle. There'll be a gap A, and maybe that's the round. So I do get what you're thinking there.
You'd think it would work out, wouldn't you? But there we are. Surely Paravision won't have this happen to them again. I refuse to believe it. The gap has closed 4 more rounds. In comes another buy. Kick it will be on a Galil most likely, though. I say that as if it's a massive disadvantage, but truly, Tech9 or Galil with these sort of players isn't, unless you're playing long range, it's not actually a huge disadvantage because so much damage can be done.
Well, why does Travis not? Okay, I was going to say, where's his Tech9? Why has he got 500 in the bank and a Glock in his hands? But he will get that upgraded pistol, and yeah, I don't think Paravision are concerned at all just yet. Maybe only if Astrum can reach something like double digits will they start to break some sweat at that point. Going to be able to get themselves some early control of middle here on the T side. Kicker currently working Jag as well, so they're getting quite a lot of space being afforded to them right now. Astrum, in contrast to what we saw in the previous round, are actually playing far more passively.
I feel like they're trying to really calculate this round now. It's like, okay, guys, like we know what happened in the previous map. Let's not let them build up again here. Let's try and figure it out. But Belchenok has just shifted out mid. It's not like he swung that properly. So it gives Patsy the drop on him. And he's got a path to make his way up towards Shelf as well and deal more damage, but the flashes are really good. That is really solid. Does that mean they're going to win the round, though? Maybe not. Travis has done well to pounce on Kenzie, though. So back into a 3v3. There is this position of Patsy to worry about, though, and that should be the X factor. And it should be the round, but Kicker wants to say no to that. He's got the crosshair in the right place for Grix, but Grix keeps this comeback trail going. Kicker almost had it. Patsy, though, he was the main factor, wasn't he?
And this is what we've been talking about. It was Clax in the previous map. It's Grix this time round where they've had a really tough time of it in the map so far. But if they can just pitch up for those 1 or 2 rounds where they're really required, you know, that's to make sure they don't lose the 3v1 and then let Paravision get up to map point. That's the round where Grix has to get the trade posted on the angle with the AWP. It's not a difficult shot to hit. But when you're having a tough game, sometimes it feels like every shot is a difficult one. But he connects, he gets the kill. Astrum closed the gap to 4. Oh boy. It can't happen again, Trav. Not 2 maps in a row. Not against a Paravision team that are in such good form. Not when there's so much on the line and it's a semi-final matchup. Not when it's a team that Paravision have been able to beat the previous 3 occasions 2-0. I refuse to believe.
And only one of those maps went to overtime. And only one of them went to 13-11. So...
A couple 13-6s in the mix there. Yeah, it's been dominant.
It truly has. But that always does come to an end, right, at some point. It's not like it goes on forever. It's always tough for the winning team to innovate match on match. That's an argument that I'm going to probably have to keep making over the course of the VRS era we're in, right? Because some of these teams will continue to play each other, being involved in every single tournament. Not live? Sounds like not live to me.
Don't think so. Yeah, some ticks in chat. Looks like we've got a round reset on our hands, and you know what, a break in play could actually favor Paravision here.
Matt, I've got a question for you.
Yes.
By the way.
Go ahead.
So we might not have a long wait, but this VRS that I mentioned to you, right? Like the issue of the same team playing the same team over and over. If you look at the entire list of Vitality's 30 match winning streak, sure, it's impressive because it's up against like always like a good percentage of top tier opposition, but it is the same opposition in like a pattern based system almost, playing Mongols every 5 matches, you know, playing Falcons every 4 matches, that sort of thing. Like, is that bad for the scene in terms of like enjoyment of watching Counter-Strike, or does like the occasional event where we have these qualifiers and get these random teams getting in make up for it?
I think ultimately it comes down to what you enjoy watching. You know, do you want to see the best against the best as frequently as possible, or do you want to see variance in who plays against each other, who takes part in these competitions, and then you get to see different names, different flavors of Counter-Strike, different regions cropping up, but so it really comes down to what you watch the game for. I think you can make a case for both sides. Personally, I do think it can get a little bit boring, and we see it in Tier 2 at the moment, right? It's Paravision, Astrum, Zero Tenacity, Dynamo, Eklot, Ents, I guess. Fireflux is a name, Cybershock, I'm seeing every day, multiple best of 3s, Passion UA. Like, these guys are playing 2 best of 3s almost standard every day at the moment. And I think this is where it comes down to actually GMs having more of a role than they ever did before, Trav, where they actually now have to manage the workload, manage the schedule, manage the calendar, not just accept every invite that comes its way, because then you'll start to cannibalize your own chances. Then you're just playing too much Counter-Strike, you're losing more games, you're losing more points just because you wanted to play more.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things as well that even though we are making these arguments right now and saying that VRS is, you know, there's obviously lots of question marks about it still, I still think Vitality being as damn good as they are, having this ridiculous streak, like legitimizes CS2. Like there is a ceiling and a true way to be better than everyone.
Yeah, and consistent. Like, people have always spoken about how much variance there is to the game. So to see a team going on a 30-match win streak, a 6-trophy streak, is like, yeah, there is a formula. There is a formula, and that's what we need, right?
And that makes it all the more exciting when they finally get beat, especially if it's going to be a major playoffs,
Which is going to happen at the major against Falcons. You heard it here first, ladies and gents. That's where they'll finally break the deadlock, right?
Well, look
at
at Vitality's major winning streak in Paris. Like, they played 3 Tier 2 teams. Like, you can't get away from it. Like,
well, at least this run has to be legit, surely.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying, like, you know, they still need to prove themselves in a major, and Zyru does too. Like, that is the one thing he hasn't got yet.
There's that
caveat.
He's
1-1. He's 1-1, but it has that caveat, like you say. Anyway, we'll stop waffling because the game is on pause, and we finally have an execute coming in here. Massive shadow advantage for Glax, but Belchanot has fallen off and still killed him. Look, so much damage to 2 separate players, but Nota has found Patsy anyway. Travis is not getting caught by that Molotov, so he can go for the plant. And the health is rough for Paravision, but it looks like that little pause is going to hurt Astrum more than expected. Nade does clear Belchanok, so they're definitely going for this with the money they've got in the bank. They don't want to let Paravision get 12. You absolutely have to give this one a look. And now Travis is kind of in the open toward Donut. Might get swung upon, but in the end, he's got Kicker there for help as well. So I don't think it's going to matter. Twix looking to try and win a 1-3. Only gets 1 and won't be allowed out, like you've said. Paravision reached 12, 1 away from finally getting to map 3.
Oh man, you got to look at Clax there and think, how have you not gotten that kill on the player who's been boosted up? You've seen the shadow, you've got the advantage, you've got the crosshair perfectly placed, but he just hasn't gotten the kill at the end of it, and then that kind of allows Paravision to scale forward. Again, lots of damage done onto another player for Paravision, but can't finish off the frag, and then that meant 5v3 was always going to be next to impossible for them to retake. So 5 chances now for Paravision to see the light of day on train. Is Nota... Was he shouting there?
I
wish we could go back to his camera. It looked like he was very animated, and it's not like there was a huge amount of information he was relaying. Did look super animated, though.
He was the one that I think had the issue. He did leave for a split second in that tech pause, so Either way, we'll have to figure that out.
Oh, look,
that
yeah,
out maybe in the future.
there's something going on right now. Even Kickit has just been barking back in the microphone there.
Yeah.
Oh, Trav, I don't know, man. We're making assumptions, but that is part of our job. I mean, the fact that they're still able to brawl and play Counter-Strike when there might be these little disruptions going on in the team is just even more impressive.
I mean,
Belchnock.
They're going to win. They're going to win this round now. Like, Belchnock is forcing Grix to push through the molly, and he's got perfect crosshair placement. What a weird end of the game this is. And it's not because of what's gone down on the server, incredibly. Paravision are going to get it done, and maybe there is some cause for discussion after the map there. It did seem like there was pretty animated calls going back and forth. If we do get an interview later, of course, if Paravision do end up winning, then maybe that's something we can be very cheeky and maybe borderline rude and ask.
No qualms. That's why we've got the player cams. That's why we can just get to see more of the personality of the teams and the players, and not just get to see the player models in the server itself, but get a connection to the real human that's in the server itself, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that's, you know, I jokingly said, you know, it's borderline rude, but it's not. It's us being curious and wanting to know what's going on. And curiosity, while it might kill the cat, cats have 9 lives, so it's all good.
I mean, I will say, it is like one of the most Russian things ever to be able to just have an argument in the middle of the round, but still just be able to be locked in. And I mean, we saw it from Electronic the other day, right, where he was chastising some of his teammates, and they still find some success, you know, so it's impressive that they don't let that just disrupt them from what's going on in the moment. I'll say that much.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what it was about? Like, could it even be something completely
We are
unrelated?
speculating. Exactly. Yeah, it might be completely off the mark.
But listen, we're paid to, you know, talk about the game and speculate and have some fun. So there you go. But we do get another third map decider today. As I wanted, we get that third map decider of Train. I think between these two, watching Train on the map has been quite enjoyable for me. We've seen Astrum get close and then also not close historically. But I do think that Paravision's Train is a slight cut above, even though Astrum found some good success on it themselves lately. So I'm really curious to see how it's going to go down. We need to find our second finalist, and after the break, we will do just that.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Phase me. I'm seeing dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Train is what stands in the way of either Paravision or Astra making the grand final of YaLLa Compass Contenders #1 in 2025. Passion UA, I'm sure, keeping a very keen eye on this game because this is going to be a bit of a banger to finish off to find who they face.
Well, it's the map that Astrum have been picking consistently when they go up against Paravision in the previous 3 times they've played against this team. I mean, they played Paravision twice in the past couple of weeks. They picked Train on both those occasions. They've lost it all 3 times. And they've now got it as the decider, which still has to kind of feel good for them, right? It's the map that they pick the most frequently in other series that they play. So there's got to be an element of reliability, even though Astrum come into this as the underdogs, with them feeling some sort of comfort with Train being the third.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they both play a hell of a lot. It's actually not as common, I feel like, in Tier 2, even now that both teams actually like to play Train a lot. I had a chance to cover one of their games, of course, in the previous Compass game these two played against each other in the groups when it was Parry versus Astrum. That was about a week and a couple of days ago. That was a 13-6 in the end for Paravision, and that was despite Astrum getting a very good start to the game, with Kenzie winning a really big clutch on the T-pistol. So that sort of thing does concern me, but at the same time, I think if there's ever a chance to win a Train, it's in a third map decider rather than like one of the first 2 maps of the series. I think it being a decider here for the grand final does change things.
I'm still going to back Paravision to get it done, though, just because of how convincing they've been throughout the series so far. There was just that one portion of Mirage where, like I said, I think the perfect analogy is falling asleep at the wheel, where they were up 11-5, just disappeared, lost the map 13-11. Okay, that sucked, but then they came out all guns blazing on Ancient. They went up 8-0. They won the map there pretty comfortably, maybe a little bit of a fight back from Astrum, but it was still, 13-7, I think, at the end. So they've still kind of dominated the series, bar that portion on Mirage, and I expect that to continue here on Train.
I don't really know what I'm going to get from this game, even though we were kind of expecting Paravision to win. It's a weird one, right? Because you've still got these players who have shown today they actually do still have some pop-off ability, with the likes of Kenzie. And listen, Grix had a very quiet map too, but they kind of all did. So I can't necessarily blame him single-handedly or whatever, right? So I think the thing that Paravision does have going for them today is that I think, despite whatever we saw them shouting about in the player cams during the end of that map 2 on Ancient, they have reliability with everyone today. I think Travis is having a really good series overall. That is what we need to see from a player like him. He's right in the middle of the pack, even though he's got 5 less kills than Nota and Jame. He's 0.03 rating away from them. Like, he's really in there. And Belchnock and Kicker aren't exactly lagging behind on the kill count either, only rating, because obviously they play slightly different, lesser focused roles in the team, at least in those 2 maps, right? Tiny bit more from Belchnock would be nice, but listen, at the end of the day, it will depend who plays well. I know that's a cop-out answer, but I think if Paravision play the best they can, they'll win. But if Astrum play the best they can, they won't win, if that makes sense. So there is a ceiling difference.
If both teams are at their best, then Paravision should be the one to get it done, right? That's the point you're kind of making.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
There's a ceiling difference.
Well, here we go. We're going to be getting into the 3rd and final map of the 2nd semi-final. We already have Passion UA into the grand final. The winner of this will go up against them later on today. See who gets the lion's share of the VRS points, the lion's share of that $10,000 prize pool as well. Here we go, we're underway. It's going to be Parivision who starts off on the CT side here, so they must have won the knife round. They have got the kit, they've got the smoke grenade on Kick It as well, and it doesn't look like Astrum are going to be wasting any time. Already have a couple players posted up in A main.
Smokes are up, but I'm not deciding to use anything with these angles just yet, even though they've been given the opportunity to push further forward. And already Nota, playing that hell position, is already goosed down to 9 HP. That's awkward for him. Kenzie's very aware of that, so he's going to try and avoid the site players and burst fire him.
Yeah,
There's
what's
no
up with
need for
that,
that,
mate?
Kenzie. Come on now. That's borderline
Wasn't he the one who dinked him?
Yes, he knew. He absolutely knew. And there's now a flank coming through.
Oh, and
from
Nota's
James.
gotten another. Oh my goodness, and because of the attention pulled into Nota, James able to find that frag for free. This has fallen apart at the seams. May not even get a single kill. Okay, Grix will find one with the P250, but just going to have to scurry away and try and save the Kevlar with that upgraded pistol because the job's done here for Parivision. And yeah, Kenzie, I mean, he just hasn't done himself any service there, unfortunately.
Oh, dearie me. Dearie me. They will be able to have a little bit of extra cash, of course, to buy up something in this round. Grix has already immediately gone for an AK and Kevlar. But, like, I'm using this word a bit too much lately, but it's just a good word. I think that's kind of egregious from Kenzie. Like, he's a player that's gooshed him. He's tried to burst fire. You think, oh, I'm going to burst fire. Surely one of those 3 bullets will connect. That's not necessarily how it works. Spamming is easier.
Yeah, it's way less reliable. Going to be a big push into this B bomb site coming through from Astrum right now, and they've actually traded favorably. Norway doing a really good job. I think he knows both the remaining players are locked in behind the smoke. Kickit's going to phase through. I mean, he goes for a really big gamble, but he doesn't have Jame there to support him. And what a way for Astrum to answer back after losing the pistol.
I mean, yeah, that is just putting that out of your mind ASAP and locking back in. As simple as that, right? I mean, just W key down to a B with decent util. As I say, they had the buy that was good enough for them to make this happen. And James' save might not even necessarily be 100% guaranteed. I don't think they're actually going to push forward to him, though. I just looked at those 2 players on B pushing up toward Con, but they fell back to go back through Pop and Brown Halls to save. So, huge to not let Parivision build up an early start. That's exactly what happened on Ancient, obviously. And they prevented it here.
I mean, they've gotten off to poor starts on the previous 2 maps, right? They've fallen really far behind the game. So if they can try and get themselves going earlier on, I mean, we've seen how well they do in the late stages of the map, but if they can just get off to a good start, then maybe we could see a completely different look from Astrum altogether. A map where everybody pitches up, because we've constantly had these situations where somebody's missing for Astrum, where there was Clax on the first map, Grix on the second, Norway on both to a degree. If we get a game where they all pitch up here, then this could go either way, certainly. So, like you said, you know, if they both pitch up at their ceiling, Parivision probably win, but I don't think there's a huge gap between these 2 teams when they're both at their best. I'd go like 55-45 for Parivision.
Yeah, that's fair. There's a part of me that wants to go 60-40, though. Just that little bit more, you know?
Okay, fair enough.
But we are arguing over 5%, so who cares, really?
Well, we're not agreeing for a change, so that's something.
Yeah.
Oh, Travis only has a USP. He's got $850, and all he has is a USP. I mean, when your team's gone all in around you, I mean, it looks like they've all tried to save a little bit of money, but surely even the P250 at this point.
Yeah, like, you've got the Kevlar as well, right? So it's like, he's just hoping to pick up a weapon. Is that the long-term plan? Most likely. Kenzie lining up some util.
Does look like. Yeah, Astrum are going to try and get themselves into the safe bomb site, but Parivision have just fully stacked. There's been a smoke grenade dropped at ramp, and then I think it's Belchnok who's now rotated across to join up with his teammates on the safe bomb site. So Astrum are going to be running into all 5 players. Look at how much util. It looked like a meteor strike on the safe bomb site. So much raining in on Parivision right now. They still have okay positions being taken up, and James been able to find one through the smoke. Very good immediate response coming through from these Astrum players as they now start to close the gap. Time could be a factor. 10 seconds on the clock here. They're going to commit to the plant. Can that be disrupted? No, evidently not. And with that, job should be done.
Yeah, no, just avoid the extra damage. Belchnok's trying to be a nuisance, but he's about to be triple swung. And now they know, of course, where James got off to. James should be trying to save again here. But you know what? Fair play to him. He's actually fighting for some good damage. And I think now saving the M4 would be lovely. 3 kills.
It would be something, yeah.
And they'll have something to work with in this following round, like we've said. I mean, the 3 kills has got them enough kill reward to actually have a good amount of loss bonus building up here with this M4. Should go down, though. And roll to Norvi.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, next round's going to be an eco anyway. He's going to future-proof his money to make sure he gets the AWP in the first gun round. But, yeah, that M4 would have been nice. I'm looking at Belchnok, Trav. You mentioned that we could maybe try and get a bit more out of him. I'm right there with you. But it's not just in this series. It's been in general lately. Belchnok seems to just be... He hasn't really been at the races the same way we saw throughout 2024 and the start of this year as well. You know, since they made the changes, bringing in Nota, Kickit, and Jame, it feels like Belchnok has just taken a knock, you know, compared to when they had Patsy, Jerry, and I can't remember off the top of my head who the other one, Alpha, there we go. Yeah, Jerry was earlier on. But anyway, the point is, Belchnok was like the best player in that team, I think. But hasn't really been that same sort of player for a while now. And we did get to interview him yesterday. And I even asked him, like, what's up with your individual form at the moment? How would you kind of rate yourself? And he's like, well, past 2 weeks haven't been great, but I felt good this game. And that was all I got. That was it. So
listen, he answered your question.
Don't really know where he's at. I mean, he did, but I was just hoping for it. Yeah, you know, I've been through a bit of a slump, and maybe this is why, and kind of grinding my way back up again, and I'm still not at my best. Like, the fact that he said he's feeling good that game, for me, was like, does he kind of realize that he's in a bit of a slump right now?
I think...
I'm not the one to notice it, and he isn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? Because I think this sort of situation is, if they're winning games, which they are, maybe he just won't care as much. Like, the job is being done overall, and it's not like he's terrible right now. Like, he's doing an okay job. So maybe oh, okay. Talk about doing an okay job. This is more than an okay job. Nota has found 2 with the Deagle. Suddenly there's a small conversation to be had about this round, and Grix has not seen the player behind him. Thankfully, it's checked properly. Patsy comes through and covers his teammate. Now, Jame and Travis are going to be probably toothless in this one.
Should be. I mean, at least some damage has been inflicted. AK picked up. I don't even know if Jame wants to see if he can get anything with the gun. Damage would still be valuable at this point, just to try and chip at that T-side economy. And he will... Oh, no. He had that frag dead to right, but he's not able to finish off what he started. And well, Travis, no reason for him to not hang around here with just a P250, and then next round being a full buy. He'd love to just take a chance and see if he can get a kill. And there we go. I was going to say, there goes his opportunity, but he actually has been able to find Patsy. It's all he'll get, but still 3 frags is something here for Parivision.
Yeah, that's really decent. I wondered for a second where on earth we were, but there we are.
Yeah.
Reminds me of the walkway
I mean, it looks like there was a...
Go on.
Well, it looks like there was a little staircase going to the top there, so it's some sort of a bridge over the top of the station.
I'm going to say it reminds me of the walkway of some of the London Underground stations. A little bit old, a little bit rickety.
Yeah, but it's got some sort of appeal to it.
Yeah, it does.
I don't know, like an industrial appeal still, you know?
It does. I do...
an aesthetic.
I know people criticize it non-stop, but I do have a... I do enjoy the tube. I think it's like a bit loud. It's a bit loud. It's a bit noisy. It's a little bit dirty, but no.
It's cultural.
It's cultural, and the Elizabeth line is beautiful. So
there we go. Yeah. Reject modernity. You know, these like bullet trains, super silent, all perfect. I want to feel a little bit unsafe on a train. Like, oh, am I gonna make it? Maybe not that extreme.
That
but,
might be just
you know,
for you.
Just living on the edge. Anyway, the game is on the edge right now because we have a gun round upon us. And if Astrum win this, then they really start to tear ahead in the early stages of Train.
Yeah, this is interesting now. Paravision have lost the opening force by war, by losing that second round, which they probably shouldn't have lost. But here's an opportunity now, and Grix and Clax will team up toward Ivy on this buy for Paravision. Already 3v5. Ivy, as I said before, is maybe not a position of the map which is as effective in the modern day of Train. You don't get as much information when you push deep on that portion of the map, but if you win your duels like that and get an opportunity, then, well, you've used it to great effect. That's going to be round done, I
Especially
think.
with the way that Patsy's held that ramp smoke because of what's going on Ivy. That's kind of prompted Belchenok to try and phase through the smoke. So it's not only have they been able to find success there in Ivy, it's also how they've kind of forced moves to be made elsewhere on the map and punished them. This is getting a little bit scary now for Paravision. I know it's very early, but they've been in complete control at the start of both the maps preceding this. So what do they look like when they start to get some early pressure? Kick it 0-4, Belchenok 1-5. Slow starts for the both of them.
Yeah.
No slow starts here for Astrum though.
Alarm bells might start ringing soon, especially as
I'd say so,
Astrum
yeah.
are on two sides as well. Map that is ever so slightly CT. You know, meta of T-sided maps.
Well, now Paravision are going to have to eco. They have got that max round loss bonus behind them, so they'll be able to dig a little bit deeper into their pockets. It's going to be annoying for them because they won the pistol and then just lost to the force by rush on the B bomb site. And that's kind of what's led to the strong start here for Astrum. And it looks like they're going to go for quite a pacey approach into the safe bomb site. Very good flash initially. Nodes on the front lines with that hero rifle will be dispatched off, but he's got some support here. Oh, how has Kicker gotten 3 from there? He's just peppering the smoke.
That's ridiculous from Kicker. Only information he's got to go off, of course, is what his teammates can see and the dots on that mini-map. But the round's not done, despite the heroics. Clax and Grix
Big
still
flank.
up, and Jame, he's going to try and team up with Belchenok here, but it's checked by
No.
Clax. What a timing! Belchenok will be cursing right now. Now James been naded in the corner. That molly might just spread. He looks at it, and that is where he will die. Staring at the death in front of his eyes, I'm afraid. And it could be staring at a loss on this series as well at this rate.
I mean, I can't believe that they don't actually win the round here after Kicker gets all of these kills. We were looking at it from his teammate's POV. That's why I said he's peppering the smoke. I thought the guy we were watching was actually Kicker getting the kills. Did you also think that in the moment?
In the moment, yes, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's just because it was also 5-7 that was rattling off shots at the same time the kills were coming through. But those are the only 3 frags Paravision get. What a good recovery there for Astrum. The kill on the flanker was insane because it was still so early on in the round. And look at this from Patsy. He's trying to chase down Belchenok. Oh, I love this type of a follow-up round from Astrum.
This is some expertise coming in from Astrum here. They are causing Paravision all sorts of issues in terms of their timings, their aggressive decisions, and you're absolutely right. Here is the perfect call to go for a play like that. You've already got a good number on T-side. Time to be dynamic. Time to be unpredictable. And it's worked immediately.
Yeah, I love that type of a call in this round as well because they know they've got Paravision against the ropes. They know how important this gun round is for Paravision. And so they're thinking, well, let's go for the variation. Let's go for that Hail Mary to send the MAC-10 in first. And now it's going to be a bit of a tussle to try and save these guns. There's pressure from T-Spawn. There's pressure from Ivy. Travis is dead. So 1 extra weapon dispatched of, which means they're probably going to have 1 deficiency in the investment share. 1 MP9 or 1 pistol. I think that was a fantastic call from Norway, though, to change the pace and the direction in that exact round.
And bless him, we haven't really said that much about him either, right? Like, that might be the first time I've covered Astrum, even maybe quite a significant portion of Aurora, and said that was an insane call by Norvi. Because, sure, we're assuming it's him, because he's the in-game leader. Maybe, who knows, maybe it wasn't. Who knows? But, like, I just feel like it's been very easy to criticize this group of players recently for many of their results. And, yeah, well, I'm just happy to be able to praise them, honestly.
Yeah, you and me both. And now they've got the game in the palm of their hands. This is where we can kind of look at Norway and say, well, how do you call these last, 5 rounds on the T side? What's the approach going to look like? You've got some money behind you. You've got some teammates who are popping off. You've got some rounds to play with. So So let's see what he's got up his sleeve. Looks like they're making some fast-paced movement in towards the speed bomb side again. They're thinking, well, there's no way Parry Vision expect us to run it back, but they will. They will run it back. This time, Belchnok should get at least a kill, and he does. It's not on Norway. He brings Norway down to 1 point of health. Grix already has the line of sight on Connector. That's a man advantage, but Nota has been able to at least get through that smoke, so he's been able to control the back lines of the bomb site, but that's only for a brief moment. Klax gets both. That's round over.
Just giving them no time or space whatsoever. Running it back is an unreal call, and Belchnok did okay in that situation on that occasion. Like, he got his molly down, he got his 1 kill, arguably probably deserved a second because of all the damage he did, but just ran out of bullets and got run down by the Mac-10. And I'm starting to see now these sort of things come through, and I'm like, listen, if you had an M4A4, you probably get both kills. It's starting to happen more and more.
I guess so. Oh my. Okay, well, this starts to become incredibly concerning now for Parry Vision, who have decided to empty their pockets, Trav. They've decided that even though we've had these consistent gun rounds, we haven't been able to win the round, so maybe it's not about needing the correct weaponry. I mean, how many is too many? 7's already a fantastic amount for Astrum in this first half.
Yeah, I think this game could be... It's definitely not over, but they're in a very strong position now. Notice on an angle that might not be, like, properly checked, but it's still an angle you can just get wide swung on and not be able to hit the instant headshot as easily as you would have wanted. The buy for Parry in this round is rough around the edges. We've got 50 seconds to go, and they've got a couple of pieces of util with the smoke and incendiary. Belchnok probably used incendiary at a good time, but they don't have to win their duels, and so far, Astrum have been very good with the duels. 35 seconds in this one, and Belchnok waiting behind that heaven smoke on a bit of a corner angle so he can see stairs too. They are going to walk past him, and it's all down to whether he gets this kill, and thankfully he plays it perfectly. That is a change-up from Belchnok, and it works brilliantly.
Especially because James in the back of the bomb site, so he's taking first contact, which means Astrum are never expecting the fight to come through there. And then he's also just got his crosshair perfectly placed to mop up both of those players. Grix will definitely die here. It's just a matter of time. Unfortunately, it's just the tag, no frag. And he does get overwhelmed, which was inevitable. Parry Vision back to winning ways, and they desperately needed that round.
Yeah, that was almost non-negotiable. And thankfully, as I said, like, Belchnok has realised that playing these sort of normal positions and playing it as you would by the book is not working for him. And not working for his team. So he changes it up. Puts his incendiary down, wanders upper, plays near the smoke, and it works out. He gets his reward. And the 2K spray down.
Okay, but they need more. They need more. Can't be around in isolation. That could have gone Astrum's way very easily if Belchnok hadn't found that supreme impact. James spots one on the jump across there. There's a lot more where that came from, though. 3 players heading in the direction of Ivy here for the T side. And Travis and James are both committed to the crossfires. There's a lot of resources here for the CT side right now, rightfully so.
Tough angle. Tight angle. Incendiary will be nicely timed. That actually means they can't go through it because it would be separating the players. Or information.
And a frag. Okay, that's coming through from A main. That's going to just make life a lot more difficult for Parry Vision. I'll say bomb site, and Kenzie's doubled down. That's going to force Belchnok forward. He's been spotted. Norway's gotten through the smoke. Hang on, though. Belchnok could be the save here. He's gotten 3 kills, and he's going to be able to avoid the trade for the time being. That turns around on its head. James gotten a kill in the meantime. My goodness, what was a 2 versus 5 is now a 1v2. Norway's going to fake the plant out, and James, well, you know he's not going to overcommit. He never does. In the meantime, Belchnok's going the entire way around, so it's going to take quite a bit of time. Wait, James has just wall-banged Norway and done 50 damage.
Yeah, that could actually change things in this one now, because he's not going to be expecting Belchnok to go all the way around. He's looking at it now, though. Hang on, he's shifting into the angle. Oh, you know what?
Great crouch.
If he was full HP, and James hadn't hit that wallbang, maybe Norby actually wins that fight and has a chance in the 1v1. That could actually have changed everything. Belchenok, stunning round. Look at the transfer there. Actually not easy with the A1S, and even a little jiggle from the front of the bomb train to find that third. And in the end, finishing it all off with a quad kill. That was everything looking like it was rosy for Astrum, pinching the site really well and causing many issues, causing havoc. But it was Belchenok which cancelled it all out.
I mean, what a heroic effort from him. I've been saying how we need more from Belchenok, and what a way for him to deliver in that round. 3 kills, and all so important, because if he just gets the 2, then it's probably still Astrum's round for the taking. Okay, well, if this ends 7-5, then game is alive. I think Astrum would love to get at least one more round here. At least one more from the first half. James goes searching for the first time on the front lines with the AWP in the half, and he'll get an opening kill.
Here we go again, though. Another B contact. Problem is, there are going to be 3 players here pretty quickly. There's already 2 ready to go, but Belchenok will swing. Kenzie was ready for that. Cloud position should be spotted, but Kenzie can't find that kill as well. Pickup will stand tall, and now tagged up by the Grix AWP. Grix goes back in for it again, and he's even going to find the trade on Nota as well, as he is in the process of trying to deal with Norby. Back into a 2v2. Another crazy round, but James low from earlier on. Clax has got a great angle. This is going to be so difficult for James to clear, but it's all on Travis, and he's found a timing. Oh, my word. He's behind Grix. It's a freebie, and that will move Clax off the angle. That will allow James to come in and help out, but Clax still needs to connect these shots, and he cannot. Huge retake for Paravision. The kit will give them just enough time, and there's a great opportunity now to get 5 on the half.
Ah, good lord, that was so close at the end. Thankfully, James realizes he has the presence of mind that he's the one with the kit, that he's the one who has to jump on the defuse. You got to look at that from Clax and think that's very messy. If he just gets that kill on Travis, he can jump back around the corner. Maybe he couldn't have, I guess, because of the flames in play, but still, should have gotten that frag. He doesn't, and Paravision are just clawing their way back, Trav. These rounds are super contested, but they're constantly making them work. It's individual moments right now for Paravision.
Fighting for all that they're worth to stay in contention on train here. Astrum will still be very happy with where they're at. It's Paravision who need this 5th.
And Astrum are just going to get back into the speed bomb side here. They have had some success over on the side of the map, but it was generally in the earlier stages of the half. And look at this from Paravision. What a read. Trav, they've got 4 players set up right now to deal with what's coming their way. Norby's going to take so much damage to the flames. It should be next to impossible for Astrum to actually get side control.
Yeah.
3 players at the back right-hand side of the site.
And, okay, good information for Kenzie. Enable will do good damage, and Kicker actually will get cleared. I'm not going to say what I was going to say just yet, because Belchenok struggling, not picking the right angle, but does get away with it. And Grix will get found by Travis. It's down to Kenzie and Clax. Bomb might be down, but they got the information on where Kenzie is. He's pretty stuck. There's a shadow advantage there for James to work with against Clax, and he picks the right kill first and hops away. Doesn't even fully commit, knowing that he's got teammates to get into the action first. Clax goes for it, and he's still alive on 100 HP here, by the way. Hang on. Belchenok's low. They're going to go for a double swing. Oh, he's got a few bullets left, and Clax is going to make it happen. Quad kill, Astrum on 8, but I don't even know how.
Well, he kind of makes reparations for the previous round where he had just fluffed his lines a little bit on the spray. This time he delivers the goods. James does everything he can to not overcommit, but it's going to be Clax who forces the fight. James misses the shot. Low health there for Belchenok means it's just 1 bullet to get the job done, and then all he needed was that headshot to finish off Nota. And I think that Astrum also needed that 8th round, Trav, just because of how dominant they were throughout the rest of the half. If that had ended 7-5, even though they've got the lead, it feels like they have no momentum going into that second half. So I think that's a very valuable 8th round for Astrum.
And a crazy case as well, that it's the clutch. Like, it's a huge clutch. So that really changes things and changes their mental, it feels. But Paravision are not going to let them dwell on that, not going to let them think about it. They're very quick in toward A, and will go overlooked, however. Back into a 3v2 for Paravision. Reminder, HUD flipped. Happens at the beginning of the half sometimes. We'll get that sorted for you. But yeah, they're actually not going to commit the plant on toward the A bomb site here. They faked it here, but they're going to go through con to B, and I don't dislike that at all. It gives them more space to get into good after plant positions.
Norway is quite far forward, though. He might be further forward than what they're anticipating. There's no kip between them, so it's going to be really tough. Norway catches a glimpse of one. He's going to nestle himself in and try and stick the 10-second defuse when there's 3 players left alive. This is impossible. And he has got Klax at range. He's trying to support him. Yeah, Norway's been forced off the defuse there, and that's just straight up the end of the round. I mean, Klax can try and add a few kills to the tally, but no chance for him to win the pistol from here for his team. Paravision have got this one locked in. It's as good as done.
Oh, run down as well by Kicker. Well played. That gives them a big lifeline to work with. Bloodline, sweetie, baby, can we flip the HUD again, please? Thank you.
Oh, Trav, you're really pushing your luck right now, hey?
Listen, I ask my friends nicely.
No, you're right. Manners get you a long way in this world.
True.
We will work on the HUD, though. Requested it in Discord.
Thank
so
you.
Just a couple moments until it does get flipped. There we go. Cheers, mate. Force buy for Astrum to try and answer back. They've lost both pistol rounds now, have Astrum. Can they do as they did on the first half and follow up with the force buy win? Kenzie on the front lines looking to try and stop Paravision from getting into the safe bomb site. He's gotten a kill and he's inflicted damage. Be careful of this Desert Eagle. Generally deadly in Klax's hands. And there's a scout as well. There's 2 players holding this line right now.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be very tough. Just try and get out of there and group up somewhere at this point. There's too many players to fight. Deagle, though, does go searching, and that maybe is a chance that's gone a begging that could change the round. Klax will get caught. The resmoke in toward main. They're putting a lot of pressure in toward this position. Astrum and even Kenzie going searching for more. I'm not sure I feel like that was necessary to push 2 players in solo, but Norway's still in a really good position. That's a free Galil to work with, and we're back into a 2v2.
Yeah, that could potentially give Astrum a way back into the round here, honestly. Paravision just going to try and contain things here, just have some composure, slow down the round. Jame and Note are grouped up, and it looks like they're going to head into this B bomb site. It's the perfect option. There's nobody home for Astrum, and it doesn't even look like they're considering this right now. And Paravision will indeed path their way down the ramp. And I think with this decision alone, that should be enough for them to guarantee the round.
Yeah, it should be alright. Nota will get it down. They can now play off each other. No reason why Grix and Norby won't give this one a slight glance. The problem is they need to check every single angle because they don't know if they're deep into the site or not.
Yeah, problem is the lack of a kit right now. No utility either. Someone's going to have to jump on the defuse, try and stick the 10 seconds. Surely it's going to be Grix so that Norway with the Galil can be the one to try and find the frags. It's going to be one peeking ramp, one peeking heaven. And there will be Jame who should be able to get the diffuser here. Okay, no, it's actually Nota. I don't know what angle Norway's even holding there, to be honest with you, because he can't do anything about the guy pushing down ramp or the guy coming out of heaven.
Yeah, it's kind of like a bit of brain fade there, because he kind of knows it's a round they shouldn't be even involved in anyway, it feels like, maybe. I don't know. But it's fine. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. There you go. You can see Norby's got a line toward the lower position, but if it's a proper wide swing by one of the 2 players, it's just too fast to react to. So, yeah.
Alright, well, anti-eco now for Paravision to close the gap to just 1. I remember the last time I was casting these 2 teams on train, it was a 6-all half on the half, 6-all scoreline on the half, and then Paravision went to the T side and they didn't lose a round. So it's a little bit concerning for Astrum as they find themselves in the defensive half. I've seen them fall apart on this half against Paravision in recent times. Can't afford for that to happen here. Spot in the grand final is what's up for grabs. 3rd and final map being played out here between these 2 teams.
And the first time that's happened, like you say. All previous matchups 2-0. And we're no closer to finding a winner. The gap's about to be closed to 1. And one thing I didn't actually mention about that ridiculous Clax 1v4 is not just the fact that, you know, Jame played it pretty much perfectly, right? Like, he got the kill on toward Kenzie, who was close con, and he didn't even commit to Clax, who he knew was close ramp. He still played it safe, properly, and the Clax still found a way to win it. Is that Clax is the guy who started this series 1-17 in the first 19 rounds of the game on map 1, and now he's really shown up when necessary. Who knows if that will be what will push Astrum toward the finish line in any way, shape or form, but still.
Yeah, Patsy's having a bit of a tough time of it, though. It just feels like that's always the case with Astrum. It's just like somebody who's not pitching up. We just can't get all 5 players online on the server at the same time. And Patsy was fantastic on Ancient. He had a decent game on Mirage, but he was really good on Ancient. Despite the fact they lost there, he was still having a can't even remember what the numbers looked like. I'm sure he was having a... Let's see, Ancient... Yeah, Patsy went 23 and 18. I mean, like, almost double anybody on his team. So, we need him here. Second half well underway, first gun round upon us.
Showing a bit of presence out toward Ivy. Doesn't that adjust Paravision's positioning with the T setup?
Yeah, what's the plan here for Paravision? Feigned a little bit of presence towards Ivy. Travis just drops the deep smoke, but it looks like it's going to be the B hit coming through here. 2 players home for Astrum right now. No immediate rotations though, Trav, so these 2 players here right now are going to have to lock it down to a degree.
Repositioning from Norvi, will just get himself up toward that cloud area underneath the ladder this time in time, but he probably needs 2, and he's getting swung upon by Belgianite when they've done really well to get 2 there. That's absolutely fine, and now this retake is going to be properly on. Kenzie has the one all-important kit, but there is no smoke. Only flashes remain, and I feel like the setup here for Paravision might be a little bit too good.
Well, they're still going to try and find a way in here. Oh, and Tlaxi could catch Travis. Travis is kind of relying on Jame right now. He's far deeper, but Jame's not going to have the line of sight onto Tlax, and that's the kill that could offset the retake. It's a perfect flash bang. Kenzie will catch Jame, kick it out in the open. He's just going to get overwhelmed, and, well, that retake was perfect, actually.
It was perfect. I didn't feel like Travis was in a bad position, but as you say, Jame missing the timing on the jiggle there to actually see Clax move forward and clear it properly. Sometimes you don't clear that properly. You know, maybe more inexperienced player at a lower level wouldn't look underneath con like that and look into that tiny cubby below the little grate there. But, of course, realizing that's a possibility, Travis gone, and they all just fell their way after that. Huge retake to grab as well, with all 3 alive too. It's not like they're under a huge amount of pressure economically now because of that. Paravision using a timeout at the right time.
Yeah, lose this round at your peril, right? I mean, neither team going to have much money going into the next round, so whoever loses should be able to win the following. Not the end of the world for Astrum because they've got a bit of a buffer. And the third map is delivering, Trav.
I'm glad it is. I'm glad we're getting the entertainment this game deserves, especially a semi-final of a tournament as well.
Okay, well, much weight being carried on this round right now for Paravision. They've got the AWP in play for Jame. It's been a pretty tame side, T-side from them so far, I'd say. Not a huge amount of initiative or activity in these rounds from Parivision. It's going to be a bit of a default-esque approach. Patsy scaling up the E-box, just stands out in the open with his chest puffed out.
Will that chest be thick enough to absorb some bullets? Information, and that's obviously good information for both. And they'll reposition next to Ward Pop, and he's trying to play off his teammate Kenzie, of course, playing the box close to main, and Kenzie can only get one. They will run them down. Nota and Travis getting the work done. It leaves Grix and Norvi pretty disconnected. The HE could be something. Does do good damage, but it's not like it denied the plant or changed really the parry setup. So I would be falling back and saving here for sure.
Well, Norway will get one, looking to try and see if that baits Jame out of A main. Incendiary going to be keeping him at bay for now, but like you kind of allude to, there shouldn't be any way back into the round for Astrum, and that's unfortunate. Klaxis is kind of caught in no man's land there once Nota does successfully get through Pop. He hasn't even turned, he hasn't even responded, unfortunately, so once he goes down, there's basically no chance in the round there for Astrum. And it's a really nice pop coming through from Parivision onto that A-bomb side, that split. Hyper aggressive from them once they actually get the ball rolling, and it looks really good.
You could argue it's a bit nitpicky, but I do think there wasn't really much opportunity for Kenzie and Patsy to play off of each other. They were kind of just hoping they each won their individual duels. They each had a job to do, and that's not always reliable, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is tough on the A-bomb side of Train, I'd say, to try and play off of your teammates just because of how limited you are in terms of options, but probably could have done better there. Because they do keep a couple players alive, they will have an investment to follow in the round. One round between these two teams. Parivision were significant favorites coming into the series. Spots in the grand final is what both these teams are in pursuit of.
Again, play it on the front foot here. Looking like we're playing close in toward the A-bomb site into T-Con. T-main, whatever you want to call it. Some people will argue about that.
Semantics, really.
It is. You know what I mean.
Yeah. A-main is another one that gets called frequently as well, so...
Yeah, just, I think...
Okay, again, it's going to...
Sorry,
yeah.
Honestly, I think it was always called that because, like, technically B main is like called Brown Halls, so
yeah, absolutely. It's always just like the big building that's closest to A becomes A main. Yeah, that's a very good point. I was like, wait, what's going on? Is that a T player? No, those are the CTs. Parivision, rightfully so, then try and storm in towards this B bomb site, but the Org is just holding the line. Norway scoped in, has found 2 frags. He should be able to get a third for free. He does. That's a bargain right there. What a hold coming through from the captain. You can't really fault Parivision, but their hand was certainly forced. Didn't seem like they were fully prepared or ready to hit into that B bomb site. I think they wanted to go a little bit more delayed than that.
That was a very nice hold from the Org. And people will say, wait, Org in 2025? Well, yeah, it's very good. It's not that the Krieg is a dead entity, I'm afraid. The only time I would see it maybe picked up is if an AWPer wants it on a T side like an Overpass or Dust 2 or something to play long ranges in pit. It's very rare. Fire rate is just too slow. It feels semi-auto at this point. But the Org is in a very good state still, especially now on a map like Train, back in the pool, playing those long range angles, playing those tough positions to clear, holding upper from one of the buffers at the back of the site or holding from where Norvi was playing. It's a solid weapon of choice, and Parivision gave them way too many free duels on that one. But overall, I just think the cool factor of that round just was the aggression into main, like pushing Grix and the MP9 so deep. Very unexpected.
Yeah, and good to see the confidence on display there from Astrum to kind of make those moves as well. And it completely foiled the round for Parivision, because once they get that kill, Parivision start to panic and think, well, now we have to go into this B-bomb site on an unideal timing. And now they're in a situation where they're probably going to have to just concede this next round, or at least not stand much of a chance of winning it. They're going to have to eco, maybe not. James has gone all in, and it looks like his teammates will follow suit. So Parivision, they're going all in on this round right now, Trav.
Looks like they are making that call, and that could work out pretty badly, I'll be honest with you. I said to you before that occasionally they do tend to err toward the side of ecoing in these sort of scenarios, but they're evening up the money. They've got enough for 3 rifles, that's fine. But what's not fine is the fact that if they lose this round, it's 11-8 and probably 12-8.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, that's why I'm thinking an eco here would have gone a long way. It would have been 11-8, then they get their full buy, but they want to try and keep up as much pressure as possible. Now, what's the plan going to be? You can't just play out a standard default in this sort of a round and expect to find success. You've got to have a call. There's got to be some sort of a trick up your sleeve for this type of a round. And it does look like it's just going to be the brute force approach into the B bomb site. Patsy's going to arrive just in time, but Belchnok is so primed and ready to burst through the smoke. Patsy has a nade out. How has he gotten a kill before he's gone down? That's the best he could hope for. Norway's in the exact same position, but the same thing's happened to him. He's pulled out a nade as they've swung. Incendiary drop, but they've just gotten ahead of it, no problem. Norway's still able to find a frag. Rotations have come through. Norway is now just looking to be a thorn in their side and stay alive for as long as he can. Kills come through in and around him, and it's just Kick It left alive.
What have I just watched there? I mean, I'm going to find a way to summarize that in a few seconds, but that is just utterly insane. The fact that Patsy gets one shouldn't have. The fact that Norvi gets one shouldn't have. The fact that he's still alive shouldn't be. The fact that Grix is alive shouldn't be. And Grix is aware of the possibility of Kicker going all the way behind through the back lane. I've heard him run through A at some point, as we saw him kind of react to that in the moment. And that is huge for Astrum, despite the messiness of that hold. Can't believe Norvi got caught out with a nade, just like Patsy was. But they recovered the situation, somehow. Don't ask me how. But they've got the 11-8. And this team, which we know has the quality, we know has that name value in days gone by. We've maybe said, are we living in the past? Are we thinking of what it used to be rather than what it actually is now? But they find a way to finally best Paravision. They would have beaten one of the best in Tier 2 and a team which they haven't found any success against in 3 separate BO3s, online and on LAN.
What a marvelous opportunity for them right now. What a fantastic chance to really stamp their authority on the series to finish off the job here, because it's just going to be a couple force buys for Paravision to try and keep themselves alive. Oh my, they definitely wouldn't have expected to end up in this position. I mean, Trav, they were 11-5 up on Mirage. They completely outclassed Astrum on Ancient. We should have just been in the break right now between second semi and grand final. Passion UA versus Parivision. But it looks like Astrum have been able to just sneak their way in here. They're on the brink.
Power of the anime org, the Akibara accept. Maybe Paravision will have to accept the loss. Maybe it's too powerful. Bricks from back side. Incendiary is not perfect, but it's acceptable. The best he could do from that angle. And now they'll force their way out as the smoke comes through. Good pick from Grixo, dancing around the trains. Will get removed by Belchanok, but Klax and Kenzie are both here. And Patsy will find Travis, leaving Jame 1v4, Deagle only. They're about to swarm him from both sides, and Kenzie will get the tap with the USP. 12-8 with Paravision on a very similar buy. Surely, Astrum are finally getting their reward.
Oh man, they're on the brink. I mean, this is going to be their best opportunity by some distance to finish off the job as well. It's going to be such a broken investment for Parivision. 4 chances for Astrum to upset Parivision, finally get a win over them in a game that's so important. A spot in the grand final around the corner now for Astrum.
Paravision are keeping it pacey. We could be ending this series quicker than we thought, but it is only with one player over toward A, and it's with everyone else over toward B. Grix goes looking for Travis and gets removed, and Travis Law's back again. That's 3 times today in the 2 games I've covered, unless something crazy happens here with Klax and Kenzie.
I don't even think that they're gonna. Yeah, they're obviously just gonna call it a day here. Carry the weapons over.
Actually, maybe that means not even play exits here, Matt. I would say.
Yeah, you risk giving up guns.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Paravision have lived to fight for another day. They just thrust Travis out into that A bomb site immediately, try and draw attention away from B, and they just group up and push into that B bomb site. Only one player was home, and he just got completely run over. I think it was Norway gets destroyed by Kickit's Tech 9. And that was always going to be round over at that very moment.
Yeah, it's not been the easiest of game for Patsy playing over toward B with Norvi. Usually been Norvi has found a way to get it over the line. And I mentioned it earlier, right? We've been critical of his individual level alongside the in-game leading. Both pretty good today, I gotta say. Give him the benefit of the doubt. His fair dues. But now, that was a round that should have been the easier one.
Yeah, easiest.
Yep.
And now they're going to have to do it on hard mode. And I mean, it's not like they've got much money either. Only $1,900 round loss bonus, lose this, 12-10. Full eco, 12-11. Yeah, okay. 2 gun rounds between Paravision and overtime. That's the equation. They now have to prove that they have what it takes to come back in one of these unlikely situations, right? We've seen Astrum do it already. Now it's Paravision's turn.
Exchange of utility, and Kenzie's already found Jane. That's such a huge pick to have grabbed. And Paravision off the back of that are not going to play carefully. Kicker, flick, tap on Grix. Surely not. What a shot to open up the bomb site. It's all fallen their way after that. That was just a pure instinctive reaction. And they're going to get 10.
Oh my god, I can't believe that shot there from Kicker. That was a brilliant tap. Like you say, just pure instincts, man. Muscle memory. And he nearly finds a neat little burst through the smoke immediately afterwards. 12-10, the guaranteed scoreline. That's after Jane went down at the start of the round. Don't really know what Astrum were kind of thinking. Trying to push back through that sandwich smoke just felt unnecessary. And the hunt is on right now. Norway feels compelled to reposition. I think he was spotted. He's certainly dead now. This is going to make that next round so much easier. Nothing gets carried over. And overtime looking increasingly likely.
Ay, ay, ay. Look now. Round 24. Almost a guarantee. Paravision do not want to let up. Refuse to let Astrum break this loss streak they have against them.
It's on to that last round. The last round of regulation. Surely, just some upgraded pistols here, and it's just going to be the brute force approach. There's some sort of a switch that's been flicked. Since Paravision were almost like, well, it's basically over. 12-8, we don't have a great investment. Let's just run it down into the B bomb site. Oh, that worked. Next round, let's just charge out of A. That's worked as well. Now it's against the pistols. It's the same sort of approach. And I think this is the way you have to play the T-side of train. I think there's still way too many teams that are holding on to the previous identity of the map and the T-side being super slow and methodical and going through the motions piece by piece. I think the brute force approach is actually very beneficial on a map like this.
Well, look at the change, of course, toward the B side of the map and Pop as well, right? I mean, look how quickly you can get CTs into the action through the push-up ramp as well. There's one flash, have a peek up toward the broken wall. There's many early round ideas. And now, we're right on the edge. Actually, wow, didn't even hear it. That must have been quite literally the last tick of the round. Like, so tight that we don't even get the sound cue of the kill there. That's crazy. This is it. Oh, we're for Patsy. Flash assist from Kenzie, that's huge. And Patsy, who's been so quiet throughout the entirety of the map, might have just stepped up at exactly the right time. What a hold outside.
He's doing his best Clax impression with what we got on Mirage, where Clax delivered in those last 2 rounds to finish off the job and complete the comeback. Oh, like you say, what a way for Patsy to come alive. However, Jame and Nota, 2v5 turn 2v4. They've got time, and there's no need to make any plays here if you're Astrum. You don't have to push. You don't need info.
Oh, no.
You just have the numbers, lads. You don't need to give away the audio cues. Clax, he's going to get the backstab. It's not the cleanest. Yeah, that keeps me on my toes, but he gets the kill, and it's all on Jame now, Trav. He's going to need the ace clutch.
Surely not. I think he knows where the majority of these players are playing from, but look where the bomb is, and having to get into an angle to fight it is not going to happen. Grix is holding the angle, and Astrum, for the first time in 3 attempts, have got one over Paravision, and it might be at the most important time. They're through to the grand finals to play Passion UA later on this evening.
Fully deserve it as well. I mean, that comeback on Mirage to actually go up 1-0 in the series was incredible, and obviously, as we figured out, very important because they got dominated on Ancients. They never would have been able to recover and win Ancients if they'd lost on Mirage. And then on Train, a fantastic display from them once again where, you know, they get off to a really good start. They go up 12-8. Okay, they can't finish it off there, but they still keep the belief, and that triple kill from Patsy, I mean, that was the factor that really sealed the deal.
Yeah, and overall, if you look at it here, that actually puts Patsy as the top player for his team in the series. Crazy. What a recovery from him at the end. And honestly, I am genuinely happy for Astrum. I've been pretty critical of them. I think, you know, fairly, I would say, for having this sort of name value and not performing amazingly. But this is their first real big tournament run in a while, and I think it's just right for these players to get that sort of reward for all the hard graft they put in. We could even argue maybe it's like quantity over quality, but they found a way, and they found a way to beat an opponent which has usually always bested them. But it looks like we are going to have an opportunity to chat with one of the players from Astrum. It is Patsy, of course. Thank you very much for having a quick chat with us, my friend. Great way to finally get one over Paravision, of course, with that great round to finish it off. Talk to us about how you feel about that series.
I'm actually really happy because of this win, because we played like 5 times, I think, because 3 on initial TV work and 2 was on qualifications for some tournaments. So I'm actually happy to finally beat them, and yeah, I mean, it means a lot to also win versus my previous team. So yeah.
Yeah, big deal, and congrats on the win, man. It was a very good showing, especially you in that last round, the triple kill to make sure the game finished in regulation. I'm sure you felt good about that, but let's talk a little bit about the team now, Patsy. I mean, you've been in the team for a decent amount of time now. Obviously, unorged currently, as far as I know. Astrum isn't like an org, it's just your like temporary home. How do you guys like see yourselves at the moment? Is these external pressures, these factors of pressure, making it more difficult to produce the results as a team? Because it seems like you guys are a little bit unstable at the moment.
Yeah, for sure we're unstable, because last time when we played tournament in final, like on online tournament, it was, I think, previous Galaxy. It was like 2 months ago, yeah. And yeah, every result for us is like not really stable, because sometimes we have individual problems, sometimes tactical problems, but yeah, we're trying to find our game. Already end of the season, but we still trying to find some new things and to fix our unstable, you know. So yeah, for sure.
Any word on like a new org potentially, on a new home for you guys?
Astrum is actually org, so yeah, if you don't know, so...
Okay, well, I didn't know that because I went on their Twitter and I saw they had like 40 followers and they had never tweeted, so I thought maybe this is a placeholder, but okay, I'm glad you guys have an org, that's good news.
Yeah. It's like just New York that no one knows, so yeah, that's why they have like low followers, and that's it, yeah.
Very cool. I hope they're paying you well after all the shame of losing Aurora, obviously. Question about the final opponent, Passion UA, great form right now, great players, obviously. Seem to have really bolstered that roster. What are your thoughts on your opponents and how you'll play against them?
I think we played like 3 times on Prax before that, and also this new roster of Passion UA, it's like old roster of Monte, so I can say it's not very hard opponent for us, but still I can say that it will be a hard match anyway, because it's final, it's new roster, and I think they want to win also, so we will see. And about what you're saying, how we will play versus them, I think with more motivation, you know. I can say more, you know.
Okay, well,
Of course.
fantastic, man. And best of luck for the final. I'm glad to see you guys in that final. You completely deserve it. And maybe you'll have to do another interview at the end of the grand final. I guess we'll have to wait and see.
I hope. Thank you so much.
Thank you for talking to us,
Yeah,
man.
that'll be a
Appreciate
good
it.
sign. Yeah, thanks, Patsy. All the best, man. Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
There we go. All's well that ends well for Astrum in the end, right? The one time they get one over Paravision finally, it's you know, a chance to play in the grand final. So I'm really happy for them, genuinely.
Yeah, and they deserve it. Like I said, that was a hard-fought series. It's not like it was Paravision with the stand-in or Paravision just not playing their game. Astrum won that game. They deserved that victory. I mean, that comeback on Mirage was quite something, and then getting the job done on Train. I mean, the 2 maps they won, Trav, with 13-11, those are hard-fought victories.
Yeah, and I think they'll be feeling it tonight, of course. I mean, you mentioned how much Counter-Strike they play. You know, like the Passion UA are also playing tons of BO3s today, I'm pretty sure. Like, I think they've got Galaxy Battle, they've got CCT as well, have Passion UA. So, yeah, these teams really put the hard graft in. But anyway, I'll just say this, of course, as always, been a pleasure covering YaLLa Campus, as we always enjoy it. Lots of quality games, and we've got one more quality match to come, of course. We will hand the baton over to Ted and Pavlos for that one. Much love, everyone, and we'll speak to you guys very soon. Enjoy the final.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Hello everybody, welcome back to YaLLa's Compass Contenders. We took a little bit of a break because we needed our teams to finish their previous matches. It's time for that final match, Ted. Passion UA taking on Astrum. This should be a good one.
Yeah, definitely should be, man. It's been a couple weeks packed of action, I guess, and for Passion UA, it's been a day full of action as well, playing their third consecutive best of 3 back-to-back, all of them going all the way, and they even have another one coming up right after this one, so it's been a big grind, but this is the last grand final of the YaLLa Compass for the first season of 2025, and it is the grand final of the YaLLa Compass 2025 Contenders 1. 2 teams that obviously have gone through difficult times to make it all the way here, but 2 teams that will definitely try and give us their best in the server.
Oh yeah, and they've had an action-packed day, and I feel this discussion begins with Passion UA, right? Because this is going to be their third best of 3 of the day, and let me tell you, every single one of the games they played has gone to 3 mappers. Sure, it was the first match against Spirit Academy for this particular tournament, but they also had to play against a very difficult Ents in their last match as well, and I think 2 out of the 3 maps there went to overtimes as well, if I'm not mistaken. So a tough day for them, a gruesome one, and now having to play a grand final. And look, Ted, this isn't the only game they have in store as well for the day. This is only, they've got another one lined up for later. So yeah, I'm sure this is where most of the focus will be, but it's been a difficult one. Let's say that.
Yeah, this is one of the main conversations we're going to have, right? Going into a grand final, obviously you're going to be focused the most on this specific matchup, but it's the fact that you get to play so many maps of Counter-Strike. You've already played 6 today. There is the prospect of you playing 12 maps of Counter-Strike in a single day. And this is no face it pugs, right? We're talking about incredibly important official games where you need to be fully focused at all times. You need to be conscious of the decisions that you're making. You need to be giving your 100%. So for those guys of Passion, going into this one, showing some good form, the last 1 month has looked really decent for them. I really hope that they're going to be able to recollect themselves and go in against the team that they've already lost to in this same event.
Indeed. Like you did say, it has been a little bit of a back and forth with these teams, I'd say, a lot of head-to-heads, a lot of tournaments that they play together as well, right? So there are going to be those opportunities where you play up against each other. And yeah, for Passion UA, it's been no easy journey, of course. But I want to turn our discussion slowly into Astrum as well, because they had to go up against another difficult team prior to this, another team in which they had a vendetta against, which they haven't been able to produce wins, and now they've finally done so.
Yeah, absolutely. That game against Paravision, I feel like this should be the main motivator, right? And if you're Astrum, you go up against JM and Cole, a team that you've lost to 3 best of 3s in a row. You finally take them down. And the fact that you were able to take them down in 3 maps and 2 of the maps that you win, well, the 2 maps that you win, go all 24 rounds, and you still get, what, 2 hours and a half to rest after the fact? I feel like if you're Astrum, you probably feel like you're fortunate, right? Because you play a really excruciatingly long, exhausting best of 3, then you get to chill for a little bit, and you get to watch Passion UA cooking the sauce of, I guess, pressure and a lot of tense games against the side events, which, as we already pointed out, emotionally is really exhausting. It could be. I feel like for those guys, especially now with their as they're under a new organization and they're yet to actually live their first trophy with the Astrum name,
Sure.
I think this is probably the best opportunity they've had so far.
Indeed, right, and on this tournament, they've gone on a tear, right? They've definitely done a really good job winning 5 out of their 4 last matches. Of course, the one of them being against Parivision, but they did take revenge just a moment ago, so does that really matter? And yeah, it's been a really good run for them, and with a lot of positives as well on the map pool, as you can see reflected here. Sure, you've got your permabans, sure, you've got some of your unfortunate ones, but when you've got a map in your back pocket that you can bring out whenever it's necessary, like Anubis, and win it as successfully as they have done, I feel like it's a really, tough team to go up against when you go into a veto for a grand final.
I think the Train is the one that's sticking out as a sore tongue, especially to me. You're looking at some of the numbers for the side of Astrum, and sure, win rate wise, Anubis looks good. They've only played it 4 times though. Mirage and Nuke look pretty solid. I still don't think if you're Astrum, you're that comfortable with, let's say, picking a Nuke against someone like Passion UA. I think Train has been incredibly crafty and creative, especially on the T sides from the side of Astrum lately. Definitely one of the more intriguing teams to watch on this map. And still, with all that being said, Pavlos, there is a lot of logic that we can put out into this veto. I think there is a strong possibility we end up the exact same 3 maps that we did see between those 2 teams in the group stage here, in the main Swiss stage of the YaLLa Contenders one, where Astrum were able to take it down in a 2-1 fashion, but all 3 maps were quite competitive.
Okay, so you're expecting a Train, Mirage, and Anubis coming into this one then. Perhaps there's a high possibility we'll be seeing that. But so far, so few. The bans are correct, but just reversed, because obviously Passion UA and Astrum are kind of moving into this one as different seeds. Mirage being the first match, the first map being played on. Again, Passion UA's decision. Will it be Train? Indeed it is. So yeah, likely to see a full repeat ahead as we see another ban on Inferno. Likely to see also a ban on Ancient. Yep, it is Anubis left over.
Yeah, I think it's pretty expected, right? If you look at it, the first time around when those 2 played against each other, that's actually an interesting fact. Both Mirage and Train ended up going all 24, right? Just Anubis was a 13-9 in favor of Astrum. The interesting thing is both teams, I think, feel like they did their job, but they just allowed it to get too close towards the end, right? Both Passion UA and Astrum got 8-4 T-sides to start off their map picks, respectively on Mirage and Train. Obviously, that Train start is something we're going to get down to for Astrum later on, but if you're Passion UA or Astrum, you're like, well, we picked into a map. We got 8 rounds on the T side. Sure, it was a close one towards the end, but this falls on us, right? Under normal circumstances, when we've got a good game plan and you get 8 rounds on the T side, you should be able to close it out on your map pick, unless we're talking about Anubis, right? And even Anubis was really one-sided first half, and then Passion UA were able to bring it back and make it a little bit more competitive towards the end. So I think it all depends on who's actually been able to come out with more, I guess, small things that they've been able to find out, some small flaws that they've been able to identify in their own game plans. Because at the end of the day, if you're Passion UA or Astrum, you probably feel like you should have 2-0'd the previous game if it wasn't for those couple small little details, right? And now the question is, which one of them actually had those small little details figured out, and which one of them is going to be ready to show us that they had worked on them today?
Yeah, and have the fresh mind as well to actually focus on those as well, right? Because it is a little bit of that as well, as we've seen Passion UA play a lot of matches. Sure, it's the second one for Astrum, but I feel like it gets a little bit extra difficult when you've played 3 maps more than your opponent today. So yeah, a difficult one. The 1x bets show there's a slight favoritism towards Astrum, especially as, coming into this one, they've had a better form altogether. But still, I feel like this could really go either way. It depends on, how things start. I feel, for this series, right? How things going, and let's have the individuals discussion as well, Ted. Which are the players that you kind of expect to see standing up? Because obviously, both sides have got their younglings, both sides have got the players that are kind of new to the scene, but also they've got their experienced players, right? The ones that can carry that roster behind their backs, give them that confidence when you need them on the important games. So, where have you got your eyes focused on for this match?
I think everyone should have their eyes on Kvem. I think with quite a margin, he's been the most consistent and probably best player that is going to be playing in the server in this grand final throughout the entire event, right? One of the highest rated players in the entire tournament, and you are playing with a lot of experienced guys like War and Demi around yourself, but Kvem is the definition of a star, right? He's the guy that's going to be running in first on the T side. He's the guy that's going to be running in on all the star positions, and again, getting involved in the action the most on the CT side. And I honestly love it because I think that this is the first functional team we've actually seen Kvem on in his entire career, right? You're looking at some of the previous projects. I mean, my man used to play on the Drillers. I mean, no offense to Oni, but this is not a team for Kvem to thrive like the talent that he is, right? And you're looking at some of the other projects, maybe EC Kiev, Iron Branch, all of those teams. They're not on the level, I think, of what Passion UA could be right now with the experience of Waro and Demia, with a legitimate coach like TC behind the wheel. And we do have a little bit of cool inside info going into this one as well, Pavlos. We know that Passion UA have been bringing in a lot of, I think they've been putting in a lot of effort into their pistol rounds. And throughout the last month of play, and this is an interesting stat, they're actually the second best pistol round team in the entire world in the last 30 days. So there's a lot of good things going on, right? Sure. Strategically, Topa's taking a lot more initiative as well on the T side and the CT side as an in-game leader. He's trying to be active. He's trying to be up with the meta. I think it's just around the fact that Jacasmo and Demi, I still think the dynamic there with who's going to be a little bit more supportive, who's going to be a little bit more of a star lurk, so to speak, is yet to be determined, because I don't think Jacasmo is a player that we've ever seen be an aggressive star, but he's always used to being a little bit more freed up to make his own decisions. But yeah, if you're talking Passion UA, Kvem is the main man. On the other side, and this is actually an issue that Astrum have, I think, shown, Klax on many occasions seems to be the best performing rifle and the most consistent rifle on the team, which should not be happening when he's the most supportive one, right?
Yeah, you know, you do have your individuals that are there to step up, right? Sure, Grix with a little less experience than the rest of the players on that AWP spot. Obviously, you want Kenzie to do a lot on that entry position. So you're right. There are a lot of players in place for the Astrum side to do their heavy lifting, and as well with Patsy with so much experience on his belt, you hope that he, you know, is that step up for the team as well with that tenure behind him. But yeah, falling back into the conversation we said about pistols as well for Passion UA, the fact that they've been moving more into that trend, I feel like that's the right way to approach it, and there is no longer the excuse of avoiding those pistols. It's no longer MR15. It hasn't been for a very long time, right? And calling the pistols a 50-50 is not going to cut it. We know how important it is for the current state of the game to kind of push for that early economy spree to get things rolling in the right direction. How many times have we seen maps converted off of the fact that a team won the pistol in a follow-up? How many times? It's just too many at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this point, by the way, and I really love the fact that you're bringing up this point. At this point, we're talking about Passion UA that have played 2 best of 3s back to back 6 times to back maps, right? Both of them going all the way. Some of them being overtimes, most of them being really close. It is really important for you to start it off well in a game like this one, right? As quickly as you could win this game, you could lose it as well, right? At this point, you're going to start feeling a little bit tired. So there is going to be that factor. Obviously, for Waro and Demi is probably not going to be up there, but even for them, it's been a while since Waro and Demi have had to actually grind as much as they have been in the last month to have their a bit of a resurgence career-wise with the Passion UA team, right? Yeah. So there will be the questions and concerns about how focused you're going to be able to stay. There will be the questions and concerns about how much you're going to be able to perceive your energy going into this game and be conscious in all the decisions you make. So through my perspective, you're going into this game, if things start going well for you, you're going to feel freed up, right? You're going to feel like you can just run Astrum over, everything's going to be perfect. If the game starts getting a little bit closer though, I think Astrum might have the edge because of being a little bit better well rested, because of some of the players maybe thinking, hey, you know what, those guys are tired. We took them down already once in the group stage. Already today, we took down our nemesis in Parivision. Why shouldn't we be able to actually lift the trophy and take care of Passion UA here? And I think if you're asking those questions, there could be just a couple answers. One of them should be, again, Kvem and maybe Waro 2K as an addition.
Well, I do have exciting news for you folks. We will have webcams available, of course, for this match. Of course, it's really important, right, to be able to see the dynamic, how players react in every single moment. So we are taking our moment here to, you know, let the players kind of prep the way with their cams, get everything
you're wondering,
going.
This is Pavlos' way of saying the players are not ready with the cam, so we can't start the game. That's what we're waiting for right now.
Well, it's better to have them on our screens than not. That's what I'm saying. I find that one of the most exciting things of the game now. But for real now, I feel like it's, you know, in an online space, it's so easy to just look back at this and just see names on a board, you know, and forget that this is just humans, 5 of them playing together. Add a 6th with a coach, maybe a 7th as well as an analyst behind the scenes. Sure, in the particular moment in time, it is going to be 6. That have to go through some very difficult moments, some very difficult decisions. And the way they interact with each other, I feel like, is one of the most interesting things about this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think cohesion is always going to be important, but I feel like both those teams have proven to have good cohesion, right?
Oh yeah.
For guys like Waro and Demi, I think the fact that now you're back to playing on a full Ukrainian lineup in a while. Obviously, TC is there as the coach, but everyone on the team in the server directly is Ukrainian, is going to be of massive help. And on the other side, we have a couple guys that got, I guess, removed from their initial organization, had to bounce back and show some great resilience. So both those teams should be going into this grand final hungry. Both those teams should be going into this grand final motivated to lift that trophy.
Indeed. And I do love me this intro, right? Going through every single one of the player of every single one of these teams. I won't give an individual introduction to the Astrum players now. Obviously, I think it'll be a little bit unfair now that we've pushed past Passionate. But yeah, this is going to be an epic match. Every single one of them look to be on good form as of this time. A CIS head-to-head Astrum versus Passionate, starting things off on Mirage to see if they'll be running away with a Compass Contenders Series 1 trophy.
Yeah, Passionate kicking things off on the T side of their map pick. We talked about the win rate when it comes down to the pistols. For those of you that are just joining in, Passionate, the second best pistol round team in the world.
Out of curiosity,
across the
who's
last
number
30
one?
days. TNL. Shocking. I know, shocking, absolutely shocking. Yeah,
they're pretty much number one in a lot of things recently.
We're talking no filters, obviously, because if there was filters, Vitality would be number one, and maybe Pistol Wise Spirit to some extent. But yeah, Passionate going on to the T side. This is a map that they have been dominating on. You're looking at 7 wins in a row, just the last one against ENCE being an overtime 19-16, still able to get it over the line. Earlier today, a 13-11 win over Spirit Academy. Before that, you're looking at 5 wins on single digits. So that is indeed 7 and not 6 in a row. That's why you do maps live on stream, folks, because you can catch yourself when you fumble it.
Okay, sure thing. Well, I'm excited, Ted. Things are about to get going. 8 seconds before Astrum and Passionate start getting things going. Mirage being our first map of the series. We need to make this exciting. Passionate already haven't even played 3 3s as of this moment today. Actually 2. This is their third. Already lying here, Ted. Live on broadcast, live on stream.
That's our job.
Into apartments. Looking to crack that open, but they realize there is some people resisting them for now and opt to take it slow in the initial vestiges of this round.
That shows that you're showing good, I guess, awareness of the fact that your opponents like investing into utility on the CT side, right? That's why you could spread around, just show a couple contact, take a couple pieces of contact in towards the B apartments, in towards middle. You're trying to bait out some of that CT side utility, and you've been able to do so successfully. B player doesn't have that smoke later on, and as of right now, it feels like Passionate are lining up for a B split.
Indeed. Topa starting to make some distractions towards his left-hand side, and Jacasmo sees the chance to pop in as well, quickly taking over space. Astrum, being down 2 players, ain't gonna do them any favors. But if you get a pick here, you might just be able to put yourself back into a situation to succeed. A push from apartments, Kenzie, he's the one we need to have eyes on for now, as he just made his opponent aware of his angle, but Jacasmo gets away with it with his life, therefore. A very slow positioning here for Passionate. Astrum know they really don't have the chances here. They have been blocked out and therefore have to concede.
It's really intelligently played pistol round, by the way. It will still obviously try and block some of those T's in. Griggs probably loses his life, doesn't get a single kill. It will be a clean pistol round out of the T side, especially if Top is able to stay alive. Never mind. Klax is there with a nice find on the USB. Just turning around, trying to tap away for a couple more, but he will bite the dust as well. All in all, love the push and pull, right? You get all the kills towards the end, by the way. The CTs don't save anything, but Passionate just take their time. You spread around, you show contact in towards B. You had that one player in towards the T-spawn stairs as well, making sure that the CTs don't get aggressive anywhere around the map. That is usually most of the time a giveaway that you're probably not walking into a stack unless they've just decided to start with 4 players on B and not move around no matter what's going on. But you see that utility, no further pushes. You group up, go B, get the kills easily. And Astrum, regardless of losing everyone, still going to go for the force-up.
Indeed. Seen a fair few of these force-ups. Passionate keeping their streak as successful pistol round takers. You've got to respect every single one of these individuals. Again, Patsy on that deagle, a force to be reckoned with. But again, it's a slow, methodical start to the round for Passionate, only just revealing themselves as Kenzie goes for the swing. 12 points of health remaining on him. He was going to think twice before going for the exit in window, and you'll slowly see Astrum taking a bit of a gamble, trying to place 4 players in one direction, hoping that the stack works out.
I really hope that Kenzie's gonna keep believing in himself. When you throw your mouse like that for a Digo shot, that means that you're feeling the game quite nicely most of the time. Honestly, one of the individuals that you're probably anticipating the most of a couple years ago was regarded as one of the biggest talents coming out of the Russian scene. Lately, it has not been great for Kenzie. He'll need to step it up today, though.
Well, it's Fem with first blood, and even though B-site was firstly mostly inhabited for the Passionate side, it's mostly open this time around. Some damage is thrown in here from Astrum. But Passionate, again, a lot of clean picks, and Jacasmo gets 3 single-handedly, by the way. He's able to isolate 3, one after the other, and cleans up beautifully.
Yeah, this is one of the conversations that we were having in the pre-game as well, right? About the individual performance of Jacasmo. I think for a lot of people, it's quite obvious that he deserves to be on the team if he's still here, right? A lot of people have been removed or have left for other organizations. Jacasmo's the only original member of Passionate left, and he's still only 17. He's got so much road ahead of him. It's just the fact that obviously you're going to need a little bit of time to get accustomed to playing alongside Demia and sharing some of those lurk spots.
That's a lot of damage on the Kenzie. Already down to 2 points of health. Patsy hoping he'd get away with something, and there is a stack up available. Friends around. Woro able to subside the chaos in Catwalk, but will keep himself alive. Jumping on Kenzie before he can jump on him. Fem has brought in a lurk on the lurk. Lurk squared. Clax trying to get some pot shots through. And the thing is, Passionate, both players are very low. And all of a sudden, Waro 2K is in a 1v2.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. They're really running away with this one, and you can see the reaction war on the camera. He knows it as the round is going on. He's so disappointed already, and he's still trying to win the round.
I mean, it's also a little bit of fatigue, don't you think? After 6 maps of playing Counter-Strike, very competitive maps as well.
I'd say it could be frustrating. It's not even the fatigue,
and
right?
It's easy to
especially
get
because you've played so much.
when you are fatigued.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the fact that you have played for such a long time, and look at Clax. He's pushed all the way in towards the B apartments. They know it's going to be an A play. The only possibility is for Ward to walk all the way short up until the B, or up towards that B bomb side, but like, you'd think he would be too afraid with that.
Imagine if he catches him on the jungle cross, though.
Is he going to try and go B?
Well, Norway's there.
Norway's holding for it.
And he's got all of his health available, at least most of it. Ooh, the timing there, brother. The timing. Everything could have changed.
Okay. Yeah, that was quite close. That would have been a timing and a half, by the way. There's no way. He's such a lucky man that Waro just pulls his knife out, by the way. That would have been the freest 1 versus 2 in Waro's clutch there.
He got surprised seeing Kenzie in that position. He got startled.
All right. We started off with an eco win. Passionate, they serve up to their reputation as one of the best pistol rounds that we have in Tier 2 right now, or pistol round teams that we have in Tier 2 right now. They do lose against an eco though, and that's going to put some residual cash in the hands of the CTs. Look at Rick's getting aggressive with the AWP.
Ooh. Doesn't really pay off though. Early pick and no return from Astrum. Begs the question, where do they step in next? Kenzie looking to see if he can cross a little bit closer, but Fem denies that opportunity. So this round's fate pretty much lies on Patsy here. How much damage he can inflict from mid? And the answer is quite a bit. 2 picks to the good, and Fem having to do some heavy lifting. Passionate still have the numbers, but the boost is catching him off guard. All of a sudden, anything is possible.
There's no way they're bringing this one back once again. What a triple kill from Patsy that is. Dem has still got control of the A bomb side though. He can push into our CT. Cole Topa to run all the way in. This fight is so important though, and Patsy gets another one. What is going on with him?
Thing is, Topa gets information here, knows where 2 players are as of at least 5 seconds ago, and now can walk into this A site knowing jungle is the most possible position that can be taken up. The next place you've got to look is CT, because you have given time for the opportunity for someone to cross, but you don't expect Catwalk to be pushed upon that quickly. Very smart from Patsy to get there.
He's just started it off with an ace. What a big performance that is. We were talking about the rifles and how some of them have been struggling in important games for Astrum so far, right? It's been Griggs and Griggs only, and Clax every now and then. This is Patsy, though. This is Patsy in his element, as aggressive as it gets. You give this guy a 1v1, you know you can put your money on him when he's feeling it. 5 Ps, no bomb plan for the T side, money's out of the equation, Pavlos. Astrum have put their foot in the door early.
Well, with Passionue losing the first player, I don't think you no longer have the capabilities of overthrowing with playing the grouped effort. But instead, this is just going to be a slow one, a bit of a chance for Astrum to regather pace, regather tempo, get themselves on a third, give themselves a lead. And again, Wara 2K caught on the cross. Passionue looking to see if they can go under here. Maybe buy some time. Keep Kenzie busy, both spotted, and aren't able to convert. Finally, Demia is able to put Kenzie to rest. He's been quite the menace. Oh, that looked like a connection from Grix, but instead has to take 2 dig shots to his legs for his efforts.
Yeah, unfortunately, AWP hasn't really been readjusted. We did get an update on the sprays, though, right? A couple days ago. Now, for all of you that are playing, the spray should be feeling a little bit more responsive. Your gun is not just throwing itself back right after you shoot. With a lot of the guns, there's a difference, by the way. Pistols feel a lot smoother, a lot better now. AK, there is a big difference as well for many. It's up to an interesting conversation, by the way, because there's people going out saying that they don't really feel like the game feels more fluid, but does. I think it does.
Have you done the testing?
Yeah, I did. But most of the time, I'd say it's up to the players, right? Because they are the ones that compete the most. They are the ones that know the game inside out and play 12 hours a day. So, from what I've seen out of different players, they do say that they can feel a positive change, which is good. I felt it too, but it's been a while since I've been able to trust my hands and opinion. Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, we see a little bit of a timeout taken here. Make sure everything is going well. After all, this is the grand finals. A lot at stake. The VRS points really stack up if you win matches like these. And both of these teams have an MRQ in their sights, right? Both of these teams are amongst the conversation for teams that could potentially make one.
I think as of right now, if we had a new lock for the MRQ, you're probably putting both of them and saying they deserve to at least play a qualifier, right? With the form that they've been showing recently. But you know, this is the magic of Counter-Strike. You got to be able to hold on to some consistency now with the new format. You need a couple good results, or at least 1 or 2 that really matter.
And what a big confidence builder it would be for either of them to close out their season with a tournament win, right?
Sure.
Go into the player break and just be happy with the work you've done, the work you've achieved. But obviously, a major is first, so I'm sure everybody will choose to look into that as well. See what the top teams are doing. HG thrown. Could do quite a bit, and Adidon does. Topa down to 30. There aren't really big movements coming in for Passionue, but a very difficult angle that Demia is using up in Palace. And Patsy could be on the retrieving end of it. Smoke will fade, and there will be a quick 1v1. And Demia's there first. So quick to spot out Patsy.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Patsy was not even playing tucked in the corner, right? You're taking a bit of an off angle to give yourself an advantage, but he was just not ready for Demia to be in the smoke, I guess. Didn't see him. Goes down, and Kenzie's now looking to reaggress, try and find that opening. Or answer back in towards middle. There goes the kill. It's a bit of attack coming in from Greg, so a quick 1-2 out of the open DM4.
And yeah, the confidence is hindered there from Passionue. You don't really want to move into connector too quickly, especially when there are no reinforcements. You want to exert more pressure into Windsor, but Kenzie's there and ready. 2 kills in the books. And all of a sudden, you've got Passion Yue scratching their heads. They got the early numbers advantage, but not for long. Another challenge in ramp, which Clax will win. Passion Yue can't win their individual engagements. It's Astrum that come out ahead, and time again, it's Kenzie doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Decasmo in a 1v3 with barely any time to spare. White flag waving already. Desperate trying to find anyone, but Astrum hiding, not giving him an inch. Sure gets away with one, but with 5 seconds on the clock, all he can hope for is taking the AK to the next round, which Clax will not permit.
Yeah, might have wanted to kill him after a time there, but you realize you're not letting him hold on to that rifle there. And this is, regardless of the fact that Astrum do lose a couple players towards the end, still a pretty good round, right? You lose that opening fight courtesy of Demian towards the Palace, and then the response comes that Ope takes first point of contact, Pete comes in from Kenzie, re-clear onto Kfem. And if you're Passion Yue, you probably feel like this round just came down to individual fights. Left, right, and center, right? It was just 1v1 after 1v1 after 1v1. I guess probably the first one is... with the M4 and the Ope tag is the only one that you can't really blame the T on the other side. Other than that, it just came down to you not being able to win a couple fights.
Ooh, great entry from Grix. And look, this is a pistol from Passion Yue, but if these Tech 9s get given the space, they could really roll over any opponent, and rifle upgrades could be a real possibility, especially when you've got Clax stuck in on triple. Patsy looking to see if he can use air superiority to his advantage, but Passion Yue don't even get a chance to plant.
They're doing a great job of just keeping the pressure up, right? Even before the Yuzu goes out, the Ope is able to open things up. This is a great peek coming out of Grix. Recognizes there's a smoke in towards Palace. I could take the advantage and a chance on it and go for it. Clax finds another kill in the meantime. At all times, it felt like even though they had control of the bomb side, there was some pressure being put on. And as we said, it was just the pistol, so not too much that you're putting into a round like this one. Hope that is, but you still would have loved to get a bomb plant. That's 5 in a row now for Astrum. Passion, back to the guns. I know it's just map 1 and it's quite early, but you will need to eventually start putting buy rounds on the board as well. This is your map pick.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's going to be a nice nade.
A little bit short off the mark.
It's alright.
Or maybe
20
too
damage.
deep as the bounce gets it away. Okay, Demi finds an opener. Blinking, you miss it. Grix, quick to reply though. Okay, the back and forths are here. Grix. Oh, you don't often see that. But that's 2 kills.
Wait.
Now he hasn't been able to convert in as a total this match. And I don't think you check here. I don't think you expect Opa to be around, and he gets away with damage onto Kenzie. HE could be doing a bit of damage for Kenzie to try and shut this down, and he does indeed do just that. But does he expect the steep position from Krem? Nina gets the AK and able to find his opponent's head, but no, Krem is quicker.
This is looking like such a scrappy game, by the way, and it's really important for Passion to finally pick up a round. It's again onto Demi being able to find a really good opening onto the B player, and even doubling down onto the short guy as well. But gosh, they get that kill in towards T-spawn. They see the second player as well. And the fact that Kfem was nearly there to give away a fight and potentially his life with a couple whiffed shots. Made you shake a little bit. Passion keeping it up with the off of spawn calling, by the way. Defaulting didn't work in the last or the first couple rounds, so now they're trying to simplify things. This time going for an A-pop.
Usual drops, as usual. Astrum looking to post up close to the smoke. Look at Clax. He's looking to push right past it, and that's exactly what he does. It pays dividends for a little while, but the molly on triple is destructive for Astrum. Therefore, Passion making a lot of space. Kenzie, not again. Surely not. They continue to put on the pressure, but this time Topa is ready, and Astrum may actually consider this.
They don't want to give this one away.
One more.
Oh
and they're very much in the conversation. No way, that is insane. And now Jacasmo's all by himself. And I'm afraid they actually know where he is as well. Flashed off. Smoke as well. You can't spray with the AWP. You've got to be precise with the shot. Through it. Oh! No scope. But do you know that's not the player defusing? I don't think you do. Therefore, it's going to be Norway sticking the defuse with the kit available. Sure, he will fall by the end of the round, but it's Astrum's round for the taking.
There's so many wrong things about this round of Counter-Strike, by the way. What is going on with Passion Yue? How do you let them back in? The round was perfect. Warrow's just standing on top of default. Then you see that peak coming in. You're just giving them fights. You're just giving them a way back. 1v1 after 1v1. It feels like Norway's just playing a pre-fire map, and that shot is so nasty from Jacasmo, but it's a literal body block onto the defuse, and you can't really fault him. He should never be left in a 1v2 clutch like that. And if you're Astrum, there was some frustration being shown as well. Throughout the previous round as well, you're looking at some of the player cameras, some of them losing their temperament. You're definitely going to be happy after this one, and this is probably a let's cool off type of a tactical timeout. You know you shouldn't have won this round. Norway's just bailed you out big time, and Passion UA have just offered you way too much. This is a worrying sign for Passion that early on into a game.
I think this is a worrying sign for both teams, right? Because this game is in danger of like falling into a state of chaos, right? A lot of messy fights, a lot of messy opportunities that each team are looking to take, look to surprise their opponents, don't really let this go down to the fundamental game. But look at this as well. Push from Astrum, looking to go for a calculated push and pull, but do they know there's so many players here? Demia on the corner, drops from the ledge, and accounts for a headshot. Norway has to fall as well, and all of a sudden the B site is under siege. Grix is all alone. It's going to take some time for assistance to arrive, so how much damage he does here is basically if Astrum are able to hold on to this round, pushes through the molly, no way he sticks around. He's stuck around so long that Kenzie actually is here to assist now.
They're going back.
This is crazy.
They're going A. They've left Demi all alone.
Oh my god. Klax gets caught. Kenzie
You
able
can't
to keep
cross.
things malleable. Grix also staying, and he knows Demi is nearby. Oh, the timing of it. So Demi gets away with a freebie, and now Kenzie on the 1v3. You can't help but feel this is too far of an opportunity. But the bomb hasn't gone down yet, so a chance to get an isolated pick isn't out of question.
If you're Kenzie, though, surely you don't think they're still doubling down in towards the B-bomb side. They spotted you in kitchen. The bomb will go down, and he has to say, if you look at the money on the side of Astrum, he needs to call this one off. This game is already delivering on so many levels, and I'm not sure if I'm loving it. I think it's somewhere in the middle. It's a love-hate relationship, but it's definitely entertaining.
Yeah, it's what you expect after teams having played a lot of matches already today. Not what you'd expect of a grand final.
Also, there's some whiffs going on. I think for both teams is what we can say, right? Individually, they just don't look as sharp. Maybe you could say that. I'd say Passion UA may be looking a little bit better across the board, or both Opers actually having a slow start. From the rifles, we've seen some big rounds, but Waro being on 1 and 6 bricks now, we've seen a couple occasions of him not being able to connect with the big green. Even though it's quite difficult to be critical of what happened towards the B-bomb side here.
Things are definitely falling under an interesting tone. Astrum, yeah, at least they'll be equal and on level terms by the end of the half. That's a given. But Passion may have a good chance to actually make that a reality. Kenzie. Ooh, Waro. Lovely 2 pieces. And 3 more left for the puzzle. And Kenzie and Grix were the 2 dangerous players in this round as well, right? They were the 2 ones with some sort of an investment available to them. The rest of them only pistols. So it becomes tougher of an affair for Astrum. Can't really count on anyone doing the shining. And for Passion UA, I love the fact that they just slow down here. They know they've got the advantage, don't really want to overstep. Norway gets caught. They expect him to be around. Klax has been discovered. 5-6.
You know what's the thing with those 2 teams? That's why I think it's such an interesting matchup as well, because both teams have some tendencies to be a little bit scrappy at times. As you said, some good shooting coming out of Waro. We just mentioned his name as someone that has not really been able to pick up the slack as much, and it's really important to see him in good mood going into that CT side as well. Good work out of Kvem. And Passion get 5. You get 6 out of this half. You're going to be fairly happy with it, I feel like. Especially considering the slow start buy round-wise.
Yeah, for Astrum, less than optimal buy.
Double under push, though.
Force rounds.
They know what to say. It's all about whether you can rotate here on time.
True. 2 players very deep into tunnels. Kenzie, oh dear.
Hello.
Kvem gets caught, but at least takes one down with them. And with Jacasmo being there, Kenzie is no more. Question is Astrum here on time? I don't know. I don't think they are. You just smoke pop ticket booth right here, right now. The round ends, but you're still having difficulty dealing with Norway. YaLLa is looking in Patsy's location. So no longer being a threat to the round. Clean angles taken by the AWPA of Passionue, and a 6-6 score at halftime.
And it's a strong ending to that T-side for World 2K as well, right? Exactly what you want to be seeing out of the AWPA. We talked about him and Demi as a duo. You're looking at 675 maps of Counter-Strike that they've played together up until this point. And that's an interesting one, by the way. A lot of people would assume that the first time they played together would be on Monty, right? It was actually a couple years before that. It was in 2020 on a team called Haunted Family. And their first game together was against a team that goes by the name of Gucci Squad. The reason I'm telling you about all of this, I think it's quite interesting that they played against Wonderful in that game. We're talking Navi Wonderful.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I thought you were just bringing up the random origins of tier 3 teams.
No, it's Ukrainian Counter-Strike origins here.
Yeah, but I love this. You know, all the unsigned squads coming up with names. I thought that's what the narrative you were bringing there, but that's some actually.
I mean,
really
Gucci
cool
Squad
CIS
was.
lore.
I think Gucci Squad was actually funded by Gucci because they had the Gucci Academy after that, didn't they? So, which was more recent.
Yeah.
So I think it might have been. I think it was. Pretty sure it was.
That is so cool.
They also had the drip. Imagine what the jerseys would have been like.
Oh, man. Imagine if you just give them Gucci bags as well for your tech gear. That would be something.
I'd play for that team.
Well, Strakazman that beat gets burnt early on. Bullets landing on his face, but Patsy loses 2 of his teammates in the process. Klax, damn, doesn't give Demi a chance to respond.
Oh!
And he'll do it again. Back-to-back screamers of headshots. And Arkvem, with only 12 points of health, is 1 bullet away from his demise, and it feels like Norway knows of his position. The swing comes through. The shots don't land, but Patsy is there. What a brilliant pistol round there from Patsy.
Yeah, he's insane. I mean, both Patsy and Klax have so much impact in there, and this is the second time we've seen Patsy carry out a round like this one single-handedly. Great shooting out of Kvem to start it off. Demi finds another one. That was the 3 versus 5 that they're able to bring back. Yeah, look at the taps. Jiggling with a Pitsu Fitty.
Yup. Pistol round for Ashroom. Break Passionue's pistol round streak. Important steps. Entering on the T side now. Bolstered up with 4 rifles. Mac 10 onto Norway. That looks to lead the charge on Demi's position, but I think he's just avoided it. Not quite sure if Norway's got the information on it, though. A collapse on mid as well. YaLLa and Demia knowing more. And this round already seems like a certainty for the Ashroom side.
Now this is starting to get a little bit more interesting, right? Because there will be a little bit of pressure on Passionue going into their second half. As we said last time, those 2 teams played against each other. Passionue was able to get 8 rounds on their T side. Now the number is a little bit lower. Can you make do when you have that financial pressure on your back? Can you capitalize early on?
Damn. Okay. Well.
Not on this round.
Definitely not here. No.
Yeah. No, we're talking about the first buy now. And it's a first buy without a big green in the hands of World 2K. So it's a little bit nerfed too. And now you've got a bit of a decision to make, right? You're going to be light on utility slightly. And this is where you either go for the MP9s with the bonus util, or you go rifle only, and you try to pull something aggressive out of the hat. You could go for an amalgamation of the 2 as well, but it will be the 5 rifles in the mix. Do they want to switch it up a bit? Do you want to get funky with it?
Let's see, shall we? Again, Astrum. Slow off the rip, but it's Kenzie that is looking to break room. Already in bottom mid. Double-sided approach and ramp as well from Passionue, looking to see if they can gain that early information. They realize no one is there, so we might see a little bit of a shift in response here from the CT side.
Player on the boost. Oh, did you see the gun barrel?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He's not looking. Please tell me it's on his screen.
On
Whoa! It's just a dot. It's just a small dot on the right-hand side. He just didn't realize it, yeah.
You thought, is it just like a piece of metal off the back of the wall? You're just not completely focused on it.
Oh,
Well,
he
here's
served
the
up.
drop from Norway. Jakasm on the deeper angle against Klax. Did have the opportunity to take over there, but instead Klax connects with a headshot. Norway actually finds Water2K so damn fast and an upgrade in his hands. A new toy to play with. And Kvem, very desperate hold from him, but it can't just happen. Griggs connects perfectly, crispy, and this should be a round in the books for Astrum.
You need to call this one off, and now this is becoming a really difficult map of Counter-Strike. Now this could overcomplicate a lot of things for the grand scheme in this grand final. And Klax is even on the hunt. Is he trying to take some of those guns out? I mean, the T's themselves are starting to build up a little bit of a bank, so you probably feel like you can look at some of those rifles as expandable. But this was a really well-played one. And again, a lot of it comes down to a couple individual fights. The ramp one, you feel like they probably should have won Passion UA. A 1v1 that Klax should probably be losing 9 out of 10 times. Maybe that was the number 10. And from that point on, they deal with Waro in towards the window. You catch one guy aggressive in towards the ramp. You know Kvem, who's usually the connector player, should be around somewhere. And Griggs just hard clears him in towards Under Palace. Really cleanly approached. Really good stuff coming out of Astrum. 3 in a row, that is. And this is starting to look a little bit terrifying here, Pavlos.
Oh, it definitely is. It's a little bit scary. This is your map pick. You've come into this with the expectations that you could get away with the title. Sure, Astrum is a difficult roster, but, you know, on any day, Passion UA can come out on top in a match like this. Thing is, fatigue is definitely something to be questioned here. This is your 7th map you're playing already, competitively. You played a semi-final against Spirit Academy, and you played a very difficult match, a lengthy match against ENCE moments ago. So, a hard one altogether. At least Water2K has got a chance to seize control.
Didn't hit him once.
Misses the mark completely.
Didn't hit him once. And you know Waro's one of those players that are going to get under their skin a little bit about something like that. Kenzie finds kill onto Kvem in the meantime as well. I know this is just pistols, by the way, and a couple saved up M4s, a couple hero rifles in the mix, but it's still around that you don't want to be losing one-sidedly. You still want to at least make Astrum work for it.
The round you didn't want to lose was a round ago, right? This is just the effects of what happened earlier. This is just the butterfly effect at this point.
Misreading it. Rotating back in towards the A-bomb side. Kenzie's alone here. They could get their hands onto the AK, but they vacated the B-bomb side.
Yeah, he thinks better off pushing through the smoke. Knows there's absolutely no reason for him to do that. But then again, a cross will come through from Demi eventually, and he will get caught. And now you know there's a player in your back line. Kenzie's low as well. That definitely has been notified. There is some confirmed damage on him. So Kenzie is asking for reinforcements, but he is standing his ground at the same time, right?
Yeah, really is not moving around. You know they have a couple rifles saved up. You know they might try and chase that AK down. And as of right now, you're just trying to make sure that the rifles go down on the CT side here. Waro does drop Griggs. That's a nice follow-up onto Patsy. A couple good shots going in favor of the CT side this time around, and Waro's gonna keep adding up. This is good. The issue is, those kills don't really mean that much to Astrum, right? They still have a decent amount of cash, so this is more of Waro just standing his ground and making sure that Jakasmo's gonna be able to get his hands on a rifle as well eventually, which, to be fair, in the grand scheme of things, is a pretty decent outcome. If that wasn't the score, we would be saying this is a perfect half-buy for Passion UA. You get 4 kills, you get away with 3 rifles, a lot of money. Waro's going to be on an AVP in this one. Things are looking good. Why is the big green in the hands of Demia? What are we missing? Why does Waro have a rifle when Demia's got an OP? Is Waro just pushing down middle when Demia covering him from window? What is going on?
I'm not sure. I'm sure it will change. There's a timeout, so I don't know if there'll be a switch. What if there's a good spawn? Where's Demia spawned here?
I'm afraid that Waro's just gonna jump down middle and start pushing, and Demia's task is gonna be cover.
Likely to be the case.
Yeah, could be. Or Demia gets a fast boost B. Never know. That is interesting. When was the last time you've seen Demia op? I don't remember.
I don't remember, mate. Maybe it was dropped onto a ground once, you know, and him trying to clutch up with the rifle he found, but other than that. Nothing to my recollection, indeed. Woro does drop lower initially.
And I think they felt a quick boost on B. Okay, they didn't. Damage posted with Diop on B, and Woro still wins towards under. If Fem is able to take first point of contact, that could set up Woro nicely.
Oh, that's some chip damage, at least onto Patsy, trying to traverse through his smoke. Again, mid-control taken, but Astrum looking to push onto this A site. They've got a lot of pieces to this puzzle that could take over Passion UA's position, overwhelm them. And especially if you don't check your backline jungle, that's when Quem will drop. All of a sudden, Astrum have got so many ways they can enter. Jacasmo knows he's pressured, so he's taking an off-angle, hoping he can win an individual fight. That's exactly what he's going for, but to his despair, two of them appeared on his screen simultaneously. And now Astrum, having seized the A-site control, have given Passion UA a statement. They are not going down without a fight. They are willing to take their opponent's map pick here. Woro 2K on the backline. Maybe a saving grace, but a discolored position, a telegraphed one, and no nades will stop him from falling into the ground.
And now you're starting to see the frustration on the faces of Passion UA. They know they're getting outplayed, and this is the definition of it. Astrum just calling a banger of a T side as of right now. And this is 11 rounds as well. You just catch the gap completely. Double walk through the smoke. You take care of the first player in towards the A bomb side. You're able to win another fight. And then at this point, I feel like you just realized, okay, that felt a little bit too easy. They were already showing some presence. And that's the worrying sign for Passion UA as well. It's probably what's going to frustrate you even further. You had the information. You knew it was going to be an A play, right? You push in, you clear out B apartments. You just can't rotate in. They have middle, they've locked you out there. You get mollied on short, you don't have players on under anymore. Kitchen guys are not quick enough, and the ram flank was not quick enough either to stop the bomb from going down. Astrum just showing a great understanding on how they should be getting all that ground control when they've let go of the other side of the map. And now they go for a tactical timeout, realizing this is probably our best shot at closing things out, and we're up against a double ult. Demia insists of holding on to this. They didn't spot him on the B play. I guess this is a bonus. They could boost him again.
Yeah, the danger of this is not only, you know, losing your own map pick, but then having to play catch-up on train against Astrum here of all teams, being so damn dangerous on a map like that.
I'd go as far as to say that Astrum is one of the more creative, one of the most creative teams on train in Tier 2, and probably one of the best as well. Quite difficult to point out too many teams that are better. I mean, they do have their flaws every now and then, but...
Oh, yeah.
Especially T-side-wise. Pretty tough to deal with.
Yeah, it's not like they have an unbeatable streak on it, but they are really entertaining to watch on that map and can catch any team off guard. Jacasmo with an early push into ramp. An exploration that just doesn't pay off. Astrum already start things off one step ahead.
Just delete it. And I think you spot that player pushing in towards the ramp. You spot one open towards the B bomb side. At this point, you could make an educated guess that there could be a second open.
And again, Kenzie's able to find himself in jungle, right? 2 times. He's gone undetected. And being a reason why a breakaway into A is possible. Yeah, this round's done. And this game might also be done as well. Passion UA, with 2 players remaining, you will try and hold on to these rifles. The economy does not look good at all. And Astrum have the delicacy of potentially going for the chase as well. They won't hurt a single bit if they lose these rifles.
Competition is ferocious. It really is. And you can see it here. No one cares how many games you've played today. No one cares how close you've come. The moment that you show a little bit of weakness, you're gonna get taken down. And you emphasized on it, those guns, they mean everything you need to hold on, especially to that big green.
And it feels like Astrum are trying to take them down as well after time. But it might actually end up being their demise. Yeah, they don't secure them. They only got to get away, you know, get a glimpse of them. And the first, well, never mind. the second time out, rather, from Passion UA. Coming out in this game. A lot to be done. 6-round consecutive against Astrum, who has looked on form, is not going to be an easy task.
I don't really know what type of worst TC is going to put forward, but they better be the best.
Double
He needs to do one better than Fallen in that legendary tactical timeout that didn't lead to anything. He needs to actually do something right now, but it's not going to be easy. Double up once again. They've tried that a couple times now. Demia, third consecutive round for him on the big green. And he hasn't really been given the opportunity to participate in the rounds early on. Astrum looking to actually close this one with a little bit of pace. Quick smokes in towards middle, going into an A-pop, and Jacasmo started this one alone. He's got no support.
Yeah, it definitely is a stack. I mean, a gamble. Early mid exploration, you're not seeing Astrum, so you know it's a stack from your opposing side. And that's exactly what it is. The Yuto starts to fall. Jacasmo knows that the storm is approaching. How much damage can you do? How much deterrence can you inflict on the site? Only good for damage onto Patsy. He's quickly swept off his feet. And now Patsy thinking of going even more aggressive off the back of the smoke. Fem is able to read his position to keep things manageable when it comes to the round status quo. 4 versus 4. Digits being pressed. This could go anywhere. Eyes on Clax as well, going all the way around the world here. This could be massive. Normally even shutting down the ground. There's just the guarantee available for Astrum. Passion UA, there's no way you're going to be thinking of this at this point in time. Your focus is going to be taking over the site. Clax closing in. And so is the game here. Passion UA in big trouble. Clax appears himself. Sure, he does some chip damage, but it's just not enough for the picks. Gives information over to Demia. And he has delivered a lot, but the fact that you've got Norway hiding around Firebox, it will mean the end to the round and the map as you know it. Astrum take over. Passion UA's map pick, no more. Astrum 1-0 in the series.
What a big challenge that was for Passion UA, and it's one that they couldn't overcome. Astrum just bringing all that they've got into this first map of action here in the grand final. And look, this is the definition of a battering. This is the definition of harm, what Astrum did to Passion UA on map number 1. It felt like it was going to be close at the start. It felt like Passion UA were going to start it off nicely with pistol round with the second. Then they had a streak of rounds that they couldn't bring it back. But still towards the end of the first half, they made it competitive. They made us believe. But going into that second half, it was a tied score. They didn't get a single round on that CT side, Pavlos. And when you can't get it going, you can't get it going. That was a really tough one for Passion UA.
Indeed it was, and you know you have a lot of individuals stepping up as well from this Astrum side, especially on that second half, really not giving Passion UA a chance to breathe. Any engagements they took, they just couldn't win. Like, I felt like because this was such a skirmishy game, a lot of those rounds ended up being an individual type of thing. Sure, you had a lot of those breakaways in mid. Jungle seemed like it was a big hazard for Passion UA a lot of the time, right? Often being caught off guard with someone able to break through in mid. So, having so many gaps and Astrum being able to exploit it, you're in trouble. And knowing Train is up next doesn't make things easier. You've got 10 minutes now to try and refresh, trying to get yourself in a good state of mind. This is not going to be easy, but a grand finals worth it. Let's see if they're able to come back.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back to the YaLLa Compass Contenders Series 1 Grand Finals, and currently Astrum lead the way on Passion UA's map pick 1-0. Now they've got the comfort of going to where they are most comfortable on, right? Train, a potential 2-0 on the cards here, Ted. Passion UA have got a lot on their hands to try and stop that from happening.
Yeah, they really have, right? We had that conversation about things adding up and the pressure, probably a little bit of timidness coming in with the players getting more and more tired. This is, after all, their third best of 3 of the day, right? And they still have another one coming up right after this. So regardless of this being a grand final, it could be really difficult to actually think that after losing map 1, you're going to be able to mentally refresh yourself and say, hey, you know what, we're ready to play 8 and potentially 9 maps and then play a little bit more, right? This is the crazy part of it all. If Passion UA did start off nicely on Mirage and they did win it, we would even have the conversations about a potential 2-0. But now going into Train, a map that last time around Astrum were able to get 8 T-side rounds against the same opponent, I think everyone in everything right now, Pavlos, is screaming an Astrum trophy. And if Passion UA are able to bring it back from here on out, that would be incredibly impressive. That would be the best comeback considering the circumstances in this entire event so far.
Indeed, right? Astrum have already, you know, stepped up from prior performances, taking down a very difficult opponent in the semi-finals. Sure, Passion UA, they didn't have an easy match. Spirit Academy was their contender, but you know, it is taking vengeance that is a step up in your confidence, right? It is a step up overall, knowing that your capabilities are increased from what they were previously determined, and now faced up on a grand final against another, you know, a challenging team. Passion UA are no slouches. You've got the belief that you can take on anyone, and that's the kind of belief you need to have playing in a match as important as this one, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you're Astrum, there's two perspectives to it, right? And we were so far adopting and probably discussing the one of Passion UA more, but let's take a look at the other camp of things. Astrum are feeling it right now, right? This is probably the best vibes that we've seen out of the team so far. And Patsy mentioned it briefly in the interview that he gave after that best of 3 win over Parivision. He said that consistency has been a big issue, but in general the team feels a lot better going into today's matchup, right? And after getting that Parivision dub against a team that you've been repetitively losing to, no matter who's been showing up, no matter how good other games have been going, this will probably fill you up with confidence, especially after you've already been able to take down Passion UA on Mirage. And now going into Train, a map that they're usually really crafty with their T sides. This is where we need to see the second best around team in the world in the last 1 month. Passion UA needs to start off well on the CT side. If Astrum is able to get 3, 4, 5 unanswered rounds on the T side, that game might be decided just 6, 7 rounds in.
Well, and it's also a big difference when it comes to VRS points as well, and the prize pool, right? It's double the amount you get if you get the first place, right? So it is a big difference coming into this one as well. You know, you do this one, you do this run of trying to play in the scene, and you want to be winning some of these trophies, right? You want to be getting a lot of success on these online tournaments that, sure, you know, it's a gradual effort. It's not where you aspire to be, you know, in the long run, but it's the stepping stone that if you're able to overcome overcome and, you know, come out on top on many occasions, because I wouldn't say, you know, winning one of these online circuits is, you know, necessarily your answer, your ticket to tier 1, but winning a lot of them and consistently being in the conversation in the top 4 and the top 2, getting consistent grand final appearances, you know, stacking up the prize pools, getting those VRS points, getting into some invites in the bigger tournaments. That's where you get a lot of that consistency going through. And I feel for Astrum, you know, they're in a great trajectory to go ahead and do that. But the job is not done, right? Because even though they are ahead, they also need to make sure that they don't fall short off the mark, right? They don't, you know, feel too confident, because I feel that's the kind of danger a lot of these teams find themselves into in situations like this, right? You've got an overwhelming sense of confidence. You know you've won your opponent's map pick, you're up a map, and now you go into a map that you know you can win. You can't go into it with that mentality. You need to come into it, you know, as if it's still the first step in this grand final, right? You haven't gotten anywhere just yet. And I feel for a relatively young team, right? Sure, you've got experienced aspects in there. Sure, you've got players that have been around the block, but there's still, you know, early stages in their career that could very easily happen.
Yeah, there's no place for complacency in a situation like this one, right? Astro needs to show that they can finish off what they've started, and this is the moment when you can show that you're a really good tier 2 team, or you can show that you're just another team that's going to let go of some chances and believe that they've won before the final whistle has been heard, pretty much, if we're using football terminology, right? And you should never think that the match is over before you hear the final whistle, right? Especially in a game of Counter-Strike, that counts so much. Maybe in a game of football, if you have a 6-0 lead at the 92nd minute, you would assume that the game is over by then. But in a map of Counter-Strike, yeah, exactly. In a map of Counter-Strike, you never know, right? We've seen crazy comebacks. We've seen a lot of situations over the last couple weeks, months, especially in online competition. And I mean, I say online competition, look at what Vitality and Falcons are doing to each other as well. Tier 1 online, it doesn't really matter. A game is not done again until you see that number 13, and until you see it on a couple maps as well. So this is the mindset that Astrum should be going into that second map with.
Well, there seem to be some issues that are persisting before jumping into this one, so we'll make sure everything is readied up and there are no, you know, disadvantages on any of the players coming into this match. So yeah, we are taking some time doing our due diligence, and we'll be back as soon as possible to get map number 2 started. players are ready to go. Train up next. It is Astrum's map pick, and they are currently standing 1-0 in this best-of-3 grand final. Passionue. Alarm bells are ringing. That is safe to say. This is not going to be an easy road ahead. The third series of the game, and it's a grand final. Debatably one of the most important ones of the day, of the week. Let's see how this one goes. It's Astrum on the T side as Passionue begin on the advantageous side.
And in case you were wondering, Aimbot was the most downloaded map in CSGO, so we're giving you the answer because we cut it off a little bit. Yeah, aggression in towards A main though. Unfortunately, Kvem has not played enough of that most downloaded map here in CS2 because he loses that initial fight. Grix with a pit 250 in hand. He's just throwing a bit of a fake though. It's a B play in the works, or never mind, they're going pop. At this point, might as well go A. Grix is having a field day.
Indeed he is. This is already as good as a start as it gets for Astrum. No trades, no damage taken, aside from, just a chip on the shoulder for Grix. But this A site is also the emptiest of the two, and Grix keeps it going. We didn't get to see the kill, man, but the fact that his name keeps appearing on the kill feed is the upsetting.
Headhunter. The true headhunter of this game. That's Grix on the pit 250. Bomb will go down, Jacasmo and Topa. At this point, just hope you don't go down. Klax has spotted one out. It's a bit of a weird fight against the Jewel Berettas. Round is already off the hook though, and Jacasmo will drop one in the meantime, so it's all about the damage at this point.
Jacasmo. Yeah. Won't even connect with the one there. Of course it's Grix. Of course it is. Getting a fourth piece as well. Padding up the stats on the pistol. Very clean stuff. These entries were everything. Look at that one. Smooth. Didn't need a second shot. That one didn't even need to fire a second shot. And that one, even quicker. I feel like every round, apart from this one, every kill was an improvement.
That's what it feels like. It really is. I have an interesting stat to share with you, by the way, Pablo, as we go into this one.
Please do.
Out of the last 4 games that Astrum have started on the T side of Train, the lowest amount of rounds they've gotten is 5. So you're playing... And we are talking about one of the most CT-sided, if not the most CT-sided map in the pool right now. So if we're talking T-side dominance in Tier 2, this is why we're praising Astrum so much. Usually their games... become a little bit scrappier in the second half, and this is because of how difficult it is to get it going with the money, I guess, and people have learned how to be a little bit more efficient on the T side of Train now, but Astrum is still one of the more dangerous teams when it comes down to it. What we're trying to say here, Passionue better get in the game early, or as early as possible.
Those are great flashes. By the way, Jacasmo couldn't see for a single second throughout that process. Flash after flash after flash, and a site takeover from Astrum already. The remaining Passionue players will only have to see it from a distance, but even then, again, Astrum are closing up the gap. They want to see if they can get some more players under these Mach 10s as well. Cash in pocket, sure. Warrior 2K will take one down with him, but Astrum do not care about this. They got the result they came in here for. Henrietto. What a chicken name. Have you watched Wallace and Gromit, Ted?
No. I was just reading I was just reading everything that was on the board.
There's that penguin that puts a glove on its head and pretends to be a chicken.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think I've seen that somewhere.
That's what reminded me of it. And he was a criminal. He was wanted.
All right. Did it work?
Yeah, it was actually very smart. But anyway, apart from UK Doe cartoons, let's jump into this one. Astrum this time do lose the early player, and Passionue confident to play next to the center of the map. Quick conversion onto connector wherever they needed.
Yeah, B rush got denied. They probably thought, they didn't want to force the issue too much, so you just slow it down. But at this point, you've let go of the entire map for too long. Thing is, Passionue have not really pushed anything, right? So you still don't have a stack up against yourselves on that B bomb side. Astrum can slow things down, reset, go with the execution on the second wave of Uto. Still have enough of it.
This is actually great repositioning from Passionue. Taking over the site all over again. But plenty of utility available for Astrum here. I wonder if they're will be able to read Jacasmo and Topa's angles. They're going to be a little bit harder to deal with. Molly's drop, Jacasmo forced in, the flash is again good. Norway creates some space by getting the first pickup. A long distance extremity fight. Topa has fallen under the radar, gets away with one, and now the rest of the Passion UA squad arrive. Grix, with 10 points of health, he's going to have to concede this. He's going to have to run away, and I don't think he might not even be allowed to. Especially considering where his opponents are. Look at them going all the way up Pop Dog, onto the stairs, and Grix is no more. Clean stuff from Passion.
Yeah, that was a really good rotation, a pretty clean round. Exactly what you want on the CT side, right? Feel a little bit more comfortable with it. They tried to switch up the pace in the first buy round, go with the shutdown B rush. You stop them in their tracks, then they slow things down, try and reset. But it was just too silent in towards that A bomb side for too long, right? You didn't see anything in towards Ivy, you didn't see anything in towards main. You had that pop close player as well for quite a while when you didn't spot anything in there, so you just rotate that third guy and open up the distance on the A-bomb side. A good defense. You don't even let them get a bomb plant, so the purchase won't really be ideal for Astrum in this one.
All right. I don't mind this from Morrow. Looking to see if he can get a little bit closer to the smoke potential boost, be ready for it. Oh! Barely not visible.
All
now
right.
he is. Okay. Well, the smokes in this game work in a way of a rotating fashion, right? One point you're able to see them, one point you're not.
I feel like this used you there. I'm talking about the sound, Pavlos. I'm talking about it. Yeah.
Got lost in the source there.
Yeah, it's alright.
Well, thanks for getting me up to speed. Astrum need to speed up as well. Not due to time, but they are behind in numbers. And last time Passion UA got the first pick, they were able to convert altogether. Look at the push coming in as well from Morrow.
This could be tricky.
You can't deal with this on time. Sure, Kenzie gets the swing and the trade back 35 seconds. You've given off the plan, what you're trying to go for. Both positions, Passion UA have got unlocked, where Astrum could have potentially been, and look behind you. Any second now,
they're ready.
You're being collapsed upon. You are turning around on time, but Topa is accurate. Double kill for him. Kenzie is able to chime in, alleviate some of the pressure, but Topa keeps on giving.
It's such a good reaction out of Passion UA on the CT side as well, right? Demia, for a pretty long time, didn't really want to give too much in towards Ivy, right? He didn't want to investigate as much, but the moment that War was able to get that first kill and he gets refragged and no reaction is going on towards the A-bomb side, they instantly group up, double push pop, two players rotate back to B-bomb side. Really good decision making coming out of Passion UA. Good reactive counter-strike so far, Astrum. Now down to the Glocks, Pablo, so this should be a pretty free third round here for Passion all in all. We are seeing some signs of life though, and this is good.
Yeah, again, Warrior 2K trying to go for something initiative taking wise, then it gets away with two.
Lovely.
Yeah. Well, at least there's a trade back and an upgrade for Grix. But other than that, hard to imagine there is a big possibility in the round, especially with Quem being so damn in their faces. Imagine if he loses his life. Yeah, no, it doesn't happen. Doesn't happen, especially when his position is defended on the retreat. Even finds Patsy. And slowly but certainly, this round has fallen under the hands of Passion UA, and they do find the lead.
I'll tell you what, this is already looking a little bit more exciting than that second half on Mirage on the CT side for Passion UA. Waro 2K's gotten a couple multi-kills and he's on 6 frags. Topo had that big triple kill round in the previous, and now Kvem is farming a couple eco kills. Those are some of the people that you don't want to see fired up on the side of Passion UA, especially aggressiveness-wise, right? On the CT side, Topo, Kvem, and Waro are going to be most of the time the players to take that initiative early on.
Truer words have never been spoken. But a slow start from Astrum again, a little bit exploratory. Default. Wanting to see if Passion UA go for anything aggressive from the start to begin with, like they have done the past couple of rounds, courtesy of Waro. This time with a big green in his hands, will be on the safer side. some noise created towards B, but it doesn't seem to have phased Pashuay too much. Still one player defending it. Majority of resources on the A side. Potential push into Pop Dog. Topa are waiting, and he's got the help of Kvem if needed. Astrum are toying with the idea, and they're actually looking to catch Topa off guard.
Oh.
Not able to do it. Topa, what a swing. Normally, can you punish? I don't think you can. Not easily. Topa on the CT side, really leveled up. Individually, very skillful.
He's looking so sharp right now, taking so much space. You're pushing them back. Astrum, this is another one of those. On multiple occasions, we've just seen him group up in the late round and just hope to find an individual gap. Klax in towards B might be onto something, but Jacasmo's just playing this one safe, and Topo's already pushing into worst pop.
Oh man, Topa's so dangerous. He is so disruptive. Destructive. All the dis. At least there's a little bit of a comedic relief throughout this round. There won't be much comedic about this if Klax is able to find both those kills there, but Wara2K is able to step up. But it's Topa all day. 4 kills in the round, but he was already doing a solid job.
Yeah, he really was. Look at that from Topa. Get yourself into the angle. Just keep on jiggling. He's all alone at this point, by the way. There's no support whatsoever, and he's still getting kills. He's still able to get ahead of the U to win that fort fight as well. Just around that, the IGL wins by himself. And honestly, he's been one of the most impressive players on this Passion UA team, I think, for me in the last month or so.
Sure.
The fact that for all the other guys, you could make a case that they were already low-hanging fruits in terms of their potential or already proven experience. Topa was probably the one that people didn't really see coming after Fear got transferred to Fnatic at the start of the year. But he's been really, really impressive in the last couple of months, Topa. Showing to be a pretty decent leader.
Yeah, he is definitely leading from the front, which is cool to see. It was a bit of a prospect of the past, right? Being the fragging IGL, but definitely now a trend, a theme. Thing is, Astrum is starting to round 2 rounds consecutive every single time, right? The fact that Passion UA are able to take down their buy rounds has netted them with quite a streak of form. And Astrum, on the other hand, on a dry spell, this is a great position for Wara2K to hold as well. There's not much available for Astrum to allow them to peek cleanly, and there was just 2 pairs of eyes on it as well. Jacasmo also lined up closely. Kenzie able to put Jacasmo to rest, but Demi has approached on time, and there is no opportunity to cross Grix. That's a lovely headshot to connect, but you've got to go a lot more further forward to retrieve the bomb here, and I feel like the space won't really be given to you. He is connecting. Shots left and right, and HE is very necessary to make him settle down.
This was starting to look so shaky there for a second, by the way. Grix was landing tag after tag with a scout, and the moment that he gets that kill onto Oro, you're looking at Topa, who was, I think, on 1 HP. You're starting to think that, or Demi was, sorry, on 1 HP. You're starting to think that there was a way for Grix to pull off a round like this one. A bit of a friendly reminder, that is, to Passion UA, not to write Astrum out of any of those rounds. And still, the last 5 have been looking great for the Ukrainian side of things. They're hoping to keep it going. Now we're going to see Astrum back with the guns in hand. And a little bit of a quicker approach in towards B, or Pop, actually.
Okay, this time it's Patsy's turn to win the first pick. Topa completely disrupted there. Gruesome death, I might add. So getting Topa out of the way, I feel like Astrum have already done half their job.
Yeah, it felt like about time to punish him for those solo pushes into worst Pop, didn't it?
Enough pop and soda.
Yeah, Kenzie's sorting the haircut out mid-game. Could never be me.
Unlucky, bro. Sorry that I laughed.
Could never be Demi either.
No.
But I think his is more of a choice.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
Hairline looks decent.
Yeah, let's stop talking about painful topics.
All right, yeah, it's not too joyous of a topic for me either. This is a buy round though. Astrum could really turn around their status in this game by winning this one, and they've just found out a site that could be taken over. Kvem, without a chance, was hiding in a corner that Amoli was not affecting. You can see Passion UA responding quickly, but I think Patsy's on the chase here. He's on the case. Bomb planted. But the fact that Patsy's got pop covered doesn't make the job easier for Passion UA, and Train notorious for being tough to retake on a deficit. And that's something Passion UA will take into account. White flag waved, and Astrum back in their winning ways on the T side.
Yeah. You're still going to lock them in for some exits. And if you're able to, the money on the T side is not great. So this could be good damage here for Passion UA. Jacasmo's still sticking around, trying to maximize everything. Moro's dropped Klax as well. Now the T's are losing a little bit too much. Still, it is a good round. And again, Passion UA seem to be on the right track to actually figure it out, right? There was that double push in towards the brown holes and towards the B-bomb side on the minimap as the T's were going out or grouping up to go out A. So Passion were onto something. It's just the fact that you felt probably the one player that was towards the back of the A-bomb side was fully isolated and alone, and then you had Warhol and Ivy, but didn't feel like the A players could have really done a lot to support each other there and buy time for their teammates to rotate in. So well played one from Astrum. They don't give an unnecessary timing away. Let's see if 3 is all they get. Klax is already out, picking up the pace.
Indeed. Norway Kenzie get the job done early, but there is not without the fight back from Krem. Double kill to his name, and Jacasmo instantly find himself in the backline. Is very disruptive. Kenzie with less than 10 points of health available. Well, exactly 10 points of health available, but a lot less than hope. And Woro2K will be able to put him to his grave, meaning Passion UA disrupt Astrum before pace is created.
Yeah, this is apparently the way that Astrum, and well, we already mentioned that kind of at the beginning, but this is how Astrum like playing the T side of Train, right? When they slow things down, it's just all about seeing if you can pick up 1 or 2 rounds, and the moment that you start, it's like a snowball, right? They want to hit you with those quick plays every now and then. We saw it with the first buy round in towards B when they tried the rush and they go stop. Now they try and switch it up here. In the previous round, they just have that one aggressive maneuver in towards pop to get him an opening. Damn, yeah. Gotta be careful, there's an op on the other side.
Yeah, you can't help but feel there's some conditioning involved here for Astrum as well. Catch them on the offbeat. But again, back to their slow shenanigans. Woro2K posted up closely, and this could net him an early pick, especially if it's not respected. Surely you mustn't anticipate something like this. And Jacasmo's nearby as well. This could be destructive for Astrum. Griggs beats it, pre-fires it, and now you know that Jacasmo's in trouble. On site, isolated, will try and hold his line for a little longer, but he's running out of bullets, and Norby's found his head. 5-3. Passion UA, if they don't get a pick in the next 5 seconds, this round's over.
Even if they did, right, you're still calling it off. You want to take care of your money. You don't want to throw yourselves out there right now. This is so quick from Griggs. I want to see that from his perspective. This is the only reason that the round collapses. It looks like such a cool setup as well, and it's a really popular one to use. You get your Oper on the left-hand side, he fires a shot, baits in, and then the right-hand side player playing anti just waits for people to start chasing Woro down. Then you go for the peak, and you probably get a multi-kill out of it. If Woro's able to win that fight against Griggs, it's a completely different round, especially if the rifles would try and chase him. This is what new gen oping is like. And I really hope we've got a replay on that from the perspective of Griggs. That was great.
Yeah, that'll be cool. That'll be cool to see.
I really want to read that out loud. Check this out. Bang.
That's a knee. He really did not like that knee.
You know what that is? That's one of those shows that you... as you're looking at it, you never realize how quick it actually is.
No.
In-game, this is a lot quicker than what we see it as. And even as we were looking at it, it still looks quick.
Yeah, even in slow-mo, it's a fast one. It's a quick ball. This time, Woro2K wins the AWP-B-AWP fight. Bit of vengeance already. Self-assist flash, but it actually nets Demia the pick instead.
This is a great start. You get those 2 openings in towards Ivy right now. You should be ready for a bit of a walk through pop and main as well with all that pressure. But they are opening up the distance. Not giving unnecessary fights right now is the name of the game.
You need Woro and Clem cleanly. That flash is excellent for the cross. Norway does find one, but then again, you need to realize where Woro is. Demi looked out on the outside of the smoke, but does create a flood opportunity for himself. Smoking outside of it again. Patsy, he needs to close up the distance, but again, a lot of positions undiscovered. Now he knows where all 3 players are, and his teammate can start to come in. Patsy's doing so much. Kenzie's so far away. It looked like a lose-lose situation, but enough time bought Kenzie opportunity to plant.
He's just gonna wait. There's no way Topper's just gonna walk in. Smoke opens up a little bit of space. Kenzie still
That
has the
is
line of
crazy.
vision. He can try and get that kill. The moment that he
No
gets the first
way.
kill, he just turns around and goes for the bomb plant.
You need to pre-fire this. If you don't, you're in trouble. And
Oh my
indeed he
God.
does. Topa in the grave. 40 seconds to spare. Plenty of time to put the digits in. Jacasma's just crossed. But Kenzie needs to realize where his opponent is. Oh my goodness me! Kenzie, you're so smart and you've got the mechanics to back it up as well.
He's just so aware this one's gonna hurt. That's a 5 versus 3. You can't lose rounds like these on the CT side of Train. You simply cannot. This is how you let a game like this one get out of control. First the flash, Norway isolates a player all alone. Patsy should have never gotten that kill. And Kenzie in the 1 versus 2, he knows they're likely to try and play this one together, so he's ready for the quick timing right after getting the first kill in the bomb plant. It's just so perfect for Astrum, and it's so dire for Passion UA. Look at the money, look at the buy.
I mean, talk about the individuals we wanted to step up from Astrum. Kenzie was definitely in the conversation about that, and he's just proven his worth. A huge round. Bit of a backbreaker as well. You've definitely inflicted pain. And a 6-6 on the horizon. And yes, a 6-6 would be sick for Astrum. Especially on Train. And now then we'll be moving on to the more comfortable side of CT. Topa, though, is taking aggressive measures. And actually, 5 seconds are chiming very well. Patsy is low. You've got to be cautious of that. Oh, dear me. Things have gone astray.
Hold
okay.
on.
Yeah.
He's still
Horses
here.
need to be held onto here.
Patsy's low though. Grix will have to do the majority of the work.
He's already found 2. 2 more potentially. Demi is also on thin ice.
You have to
And
clear
Astrum
him
trying
out.
to power up together as well, right? Hold hands through the process. It might be the wise decision here, and they are approaching a very low Demia. Patsy doesn't go down to the shoot. If Grix dies here, it will be an issue. It
Are they
really
walking
will be.
CT? Are they going CT to be here? There's 25 seconds, but that's not enough time for you to shift all the way. You're going to have to start
no,
running
you have to
eventually,
go
and
in.
Demi's going to hear all of it.
This is ugly.
Are they thinking
You
about
might-
this?
15 seconds? Do you have the time?
Demi hasn't
You
heard
can
of
get on site, but Waro 2K has got the high ground. You're not getting that bomb down. Not unless you're pre-firing this position, and you're not. Bomb interrupted. There goes around. Whoops.
Yeah, that was a tough one. And there you go, folks. You get a 7-5 first half on Train right now. And of course, it's the pistols that they do it with. I think that was a complimentary end of the first half with how chaotic things have been so far. And a lot of those rounds. Astrum still do end up getting 5 rounds, though. And I feel like if you're Passion UA, you probably feel like anything but a win here would have been an absolute disaster according to our expectations as well. And considering the start that you had on the CT side, still for Astrum, it was a good recovery. Getting 5, going into your CT side here is alright. Of course, don't get confused. This Passion UA 7-5 in the lead. We're going to get those sorted in just a second. But this pistol round is pretty important.
Oh, Astrum would love to be 7-5 at this point in time, right? But indeed, it is now Astrum on the CT side and Passion UA taking on the aggressive responsibilities. But instead, it's Patsy actually bringing out the aggression, showing himself early, and he'll definitely be a thorn for his opponents for now. Just the thought of him taking up that space is a little bit scary for Passion.
Oh. Okay, a couple wave shots. Kenzie's still going for it. He's going to try and challenge. It's a 1v1. Topa's doing towards T-spawn. Finally able to find a kill. But now you see him standing there, cutting off rotations with some utility. You could start reading into this being an A play. And I think Astrum are. He realized he was lining stuff up.
This would be a great time for Passion UA to continue their trend and being great on the pistols. Already 1 player up, and now this could net them a nice advantage that could potentially put them ahead on Train. A difficult map, especially considering Astrum is their opposition. This is a grand final after all. You want this to go to Anubis. Klax can hear the commotion. Passion UA aren't being silent about it, and Waro 2K will be explosive with his exit as well. This is a toughie for Astrum. There aren't many ways you're able to convert back into this. You just need some faraway distant USB clean shots from Griggs. And that's exactly what he's done. Patsy gets caught though. What's the response? Bomb is on the ground.
No!
All of a sudden, Astrum have taken over. No way. Topa now, 1v2. bomb, sure, he can collect it. But Astrum know everything. They've got everything under control and a crossfire to spare.
Grix is an absolute pistol demon at this point. Rewind that T-side pissed around. He got a 4-piece. Now he gets a triple. That round was over. It was so over. Top is able to find that first kill onto Kenzie. Then you go out of the A-bomb side. That's a great play out of Oro as well, walking through the smoke, waiting for his teammates to make enough steps on the right-hand side. Another 5 versus 3 round for Passion UA. This is what, the second, the third 5v3 that they haven't been able to convert. Those are not the rounds that you can afford to let go in a grand final. Not when you're after a potentially good start on the T side of the most CT-sided map in the pool.
How about that? This has all of a sudden become a very complicated game. And one which Passion UA needs some answers for, and quickly. This could get out of control. But it's all about also getting yourself a simple round here, right? Not losing too many players. Especially if you're Astrum. Make sure this one goes down easy. Only some chip damage though so far, and we're already 1 minute in.
Yeah. Also, Passion wants to try and still get a couple kills, right? They've invested into 3 Deagles, and this is going to be a little bit of utility. Maybe the difference between having an AK and someone being stuck on a Galil in the first buy round. That is, unless they get a bomb plant, of course. There still is a world that Astrum even go into the first buy round with pretty good chances, especially if they're able to hold on to the SMGs, get something a little bit more aggressive in there. We're seeing the AUG being brought in from Norway early on, and by the looks of things, you might see a little bit of action in towards B.
This is a great setup. The fact that Grix receives a headshot, though, is a bit scary, but there's just so many players around. Kenzie is also there for the guarantee. Fem only good for 1 throughout that one, and that's already shooting high. 7-7, buy round incoming. Safe to say, Passion UA need to win this. Letting Astrum gain speed and momentum is not what you need in this time.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about, by the way. Look at the utility. They want to have everyone on AKs. They have nothing. They have 1 flash. Surely that's not the idea. Surely are they just going in for an instant rush out the A-bomb side and hoping for the best?
I mean, so far so good. First pick successful. Sure, not much utility, but if you take over a site, that won't be a problem anymore. Kenzie, he's going for the counteractive push himself and won't see anyone. That will force Astrum to be more defensive heavy towards B, and that's exactly what happens. Look at Patsy rotate.
Yeah, they're ready for this, and they should be.
Norway with first blood. Smoke will fade, and now Patsy's on the hot seat.
Oh!
But can't deliver in time. Topa, great headshot. All of a sudden, Passion UA have got full control over the round.
You're not going to be ready
like
for this
ready
angle.
for this as well.
Yeah, if Kenzie's walking forward, he's not clearing that. Actually, he's got a bit of a timing, but Flax has been dropped in the meantime, so from here on out, especially without a kid, Kenzie, even though he's got a good timing, he doesn't realize it might actually go down if he starts running. He's still going to stick around and try and do a little bit of damage. Looking at the money, though, he's the only one that pretty much needs to stay alive if they want to have a normal investment going into the next one.
Not even sure if we'll be able to get away with the AK upgrade. Actually, he might. Yeah, a little commotion around him. Yep, he'll hold on. All right, well, the Hail Mary from Passion UA actually pays off.
That was really weird, though, right? I guess they had a good plan on how to make it work. You just send Kfem out the A-bomb side. You hope he's going to be able to find an early pick, and then you group up and contact out the B-bomb side. It's a simple way to try and navigate around. Look at that, obviously, the CTs had no scout or an AWP involved in a round like this one, so that's why you probably feel like you could get away with fewer utility, more AKs. Just try and shoot them back.
Passion UA not holding back at this one. Patsy looking to see if he can jump in on time, but I'm afraid not. Instead, Passion UA complete takeover. And I think it's trouble time for Astrum. Looking do here? You hope that Kenzie gets away with a couple, and Norway chimes in again. A 2v3 not out of contention. Kenzie switches up his position. Oh, look at the lurk from Jacasmo. This is brilliant. Norway hasn't got a...
Oh, what? No!
Plays with his food, and the food ends up biting him instead.
There's no way. They know Kenzie's towards the back of the bomb site, surely. There was 2 guys in Z, and you just spotted only one. They need to get the kill on Kenzie.
Issue is both players are low from Passion UA. They could be easy pickings. Kenzie knows where they are, but instead they lock him down. Normally on the wrong side of the map. A 1v2. He's going to go for it. Sure, that you've got to know your opponents are low here. The more you wait, the more Passion UA have the chance to rotate around the site. Get themselves into sneaky and sneakier positions, but simple makes perfect, Fem says. First angle. Ooh. Deep cubby. Norway, great spray transfer. 9 bullets on the chamber. You've got out quickly.
Found it.
Kit retrieved. 19 points of health. On the bomb. Topa. On the top. No! Connects, and the round is won by Norway. 4 kills to his name, and I think he's just got the defuse under control.
Round after round, situation after situation, fight after fight, it just becomes worse and worse for Passion UA. How do you keep yourselves together? How do you keep losing those rounds? We thought that this was the pivotal moment. We thought that this was the game changer. Norway getting the kill, but they find Kenzie. That 1 versus 2 should have been unwinnable. It was. It's an unwinnable clutch. But he does it. That is insane.
You get the idea of trying to climb the train at that level, but everybody knows the accuracy is a bit wonky.
I mean, he just wanted to spot him. He didn't want to fight him. He just wanted to go on top, peek a little bit, and then go down. But yeah, he gave him an opportunity, and he got the kill.
Oh no. This game could go anywhere, but the fact that Astra might get away with a get-out-of-jail-free card is absurd. Now,
this is like mental warfare right now.
This is about to get dicey.
It is a mental warfare. It's a mental boxing match, but it's Passion UA versus Passion UA.
And XFem versus no one, because he's completely dismantled both players up against him. What if Astrum come away with another excellent round, another excellent clutch? Klax could very possibly get away with a freebie here. Especially getting the timing onto Demia. Norway, though, had to hold his own. And because he doesn't, this round is definitely falling in Passion UA's hands. Grix away from the fight, hoping the AWP can see the start of the next round. But this is finally Passion UA able to respond cleanly.
At this point, might as well give him a chance. That's how crazy the game has been.
Imagine.
All right.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we're seeing any stability this game, Ted. I feel like this is going to be the pacing of it. And for Astrum, I don't feel they can afford to go for blow. This is a CT side. You need to build economy.
Yeah, you really need to, and we can say all that we want. Passion UA probably should have been able to close the map by now, but the thing is, they're still in the lead. And you're looking at the money as well. If you're Passion, you want to stay calm. You've lost too many rounds that could have ended the game by now, but you still are in a good position. Up against the double scout, triple pistol, and if you win this one, Astrum get a full reset.
They do. Oh, disconnect.
Klax is disconnected. No damage done. Oh no, Kenzie's on 99. How did that happen?
Oh, wow. What if Astrum don't want this round to be repeated anyway? Grix wanted to try to give that one another go, but Damia's sharp. Not handing those one over for free.
Wait. I still have a funny feeling about this.
The scouts are scouting, and the hibijibis are there.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, the timing. He spots out the shadow, so he's ready. Oh my god, you can see how excited Kenzie is there. You can tell excitement is in the air. Passion UA close it onto the A site. And Astrum look to try and see if they can shut them down in the process. 3 very different positions taken by the Astrum players. And timing is everything. Unilateral peek. Kenzie from the back. Krem able to quash it. But it's still a 1v2. Half HP. And Noah finds a shot through the smoke. That is simply absurd. Astrum, they continue to get away with that. And this time, off of a disconnect as well.
They did it in a 4v5 on a half buy. On a force buy with 2 scouts and a pistol. They disconnect. They have a disconnect. They can't even reset the round. Because one of their players was on 99 HP and they still win it. Pablos, this is outrageous.
What a moment to pull things off like this as well. Imagine Klax, you know, internet work goes out for 5-10 seconds, right? He rejoins the server, joins the team speak, and is like, guys, how did the round go? We won. What? I feel like that could very much be a real possibility.
How have not Passion closed this map
and
out
what a moment
yet?
to do it. This is a grand final, Ted.
How have Passion not won this map yet? That's the one question. That's the question I'm asking right now. Astrum have given them chances, but it's just the amount of X Factor plays, the amount of rounds that Astrum have won that they shouldn't be. And that's why you're going to see some of them giggle, but this is Astrum probably realizing, and you should realize, you need to close this map. You've won too many rounds that are game-defining and game-changing for you to drop this map on the CT side of Strain. The one silver lining for Passion UA, they've been quite good at bouncing back after disappointing rounds like those. And there has been a few of them so far on Train. And even on Mirage as well. But yeah, Patsy, he's going to be smiling. He's going to be laughing. He knows. This one is not a 9-9. Not how... Not if it was following the laws of physics and Counter-Strike in reality. I mean, look at Grix. He's so relaxed. He's chatting on his phone as the game is going on.
He's probably waiting for Klax to join in, right? Join in the server. There's a tech timeout. Some smiles across the board, though. This, you've got to, you know, take situations like this lightly. You know, you've got to be able to cool off in moments like this, right? Tech timeouts are the time you can just take a pause for yourself. And sure, there's no discussing in a moment like this. You can't talk to your team. But you can't call your head, be responsible of your own mental. And for Passion UA, I feel like that's very important. Sure, they get murdered a couple of rounds where they shouldn't have, but they can still be disruptors.
Definitely could. And for both those teams, it has been a long road here. I guess we could use the technical timeout to give a quick reminder to everyone. For Passion UA, it's been much more of a Cinderella story. Started it off with a 2-1 win over Sashi, then ended up losing back-to-back best-of-3s in the main Swiss in the group stage. A 1-2 loss against Astrum, a 0-2 loss against Zero Tenacity. Passion UA have been playing a playoff bracket, a single win bracket, for 4 consecutive best-of-3s. This is their 5th. They took down Amkel without dropping a map. They took down Cybershock without dropping a map as well to make it into the playoffs. A 2-0 win over Alex and Iberian Soul in the quarterfinals, and a 2-1 game in a fiasco against Kyosuke in Spirit Academy earlier on today to make their way into the grand final. For the side of Astrum, has been a lot more flawless. Dropped only 1 series to Parivision in the group stage, took down Eclot, Passion, and Cybershock. A 2-1 over Zero Tenacity here in the quarterfinals. A 2-1 fighting down their nemesis of Parivision in the semifinals here earlier today. Just to make their way here. First trophy under the Astrum organization. First trophy in the history of Astrum as an organization in Counter-Strike. And for those players, for the guys that got dropped by Aurora, only so Aurora could pick up an already number 10 established Turkish lineup. That would be a big result.
It would be a massive result. I mean, look, it's a final we're talking about. There's no, you know, avoiding it. This is a really important matchup. And there's definitely rivalry around as well. You want to be the best in region, and CIS has had a lot of teams at this level for quite some time. And a lot competitive at this level as well. It looks, folks, this timeout will take a while to be resolved. I'm not quite sure what the issues are, but we will make sure we'll be jumping in shortly. So yeah, strap on. A little bit of a timeout incoming, a little bit of a break, but we'll be back as soon as humanly possible. As much as I enjoyed the quiz there, it's time to get into the nitty-gritty of this grand final. Klax is reconnected, everybody's ready to play, and it looks like a very close game on the second half of what could be the twilight map of the series.
Yeah, it really could. And at this point, it feels like Astrom have won one too many crazy rounds not to take advantage of it and actually close it out in the end. Passion UA still have been really good at responding, though. And again, economy is a little bit shaky. Kvem, or actually, this time it's Topa being sent out all alone into Orzolov.
Yeah, Passion UA actually very pacey with this, already going for the pop dog approach. Kenzie is the one that could be responding here. You've got to be able to read that position. That's exactly what Kvem does. That is the beauty of the pick. Thing is, a couple of spray connects onto Patsy, and he's hiding in the smoke.
Wait.
He has fallen under the radar. Grix
Where's
shines
Patsy?
in. Kvem as well going aggressive. Patsy gets dealt with. This is chaotic. Ted, what is going on?
Went down through
Push
the
him to
smoke.
B.
They're going B. He doesn't
They
know.
walked past-
They don't know they're always
walked
there.
past him. This is crazy. What is going on? Waru gets the headshot. What on earth is this game? Grix left them to the 1v2. He knows where the approximate location of Waru2K is and now can now deny Kvem for going towards the bomb. Knows where he's coming from. Headshot landing for Kvem. This round was chaotic in so many different ways, but it's Passion UA that secure it.
This game is just getting wilder and wilder with every other next round, and I don't know how Passion UA keep on responding back. What a round that is from Griggs, from the back of the bomb side, able to defend single-handedly, player in towards the smoke in the lower ramp. Norway probably didn't need that fight against Waro, and Griggs still gives it a really good go, but a headshot angle fight against Kvem is never a good idea, not when you're with an AVP as well. Kvem being so patient in this one.
Well, Demia keeps getting away with these. And Astrum look like they'll be conceding what could have been a lead for themselves. Passion away, keep on making these force buys work. And because of it, they're netting themselves the advantage. And even though a lot of these buy rounds have fallen to the wayside, let's say, for Passion away, haven't gone the way they should have been, ended up. But these rounds make up for it. 2 rounds of difference, but also 2 rounds remain for Passion away to convert train for themselves.
This should be it. They should be running away with this one at this point. I just don't see a way. Money for the side of Astrum has been ruined. Waro's just had a massive 4K round as well with the big green. Nice to see him get fired up. And Passion away probably get up to 12. Astrum will play for overtime here. Forced by completely unjustified. They need 3 in a row starting from the next. This should be the freebie. On to 12 for Passion.
Astrum are heading in. Pistols out. But potentially joining the grinder. So far, one finds himself to the grave, but the overpeak is a bit of an overshare. And Astrum are able to get hands on this round. Not the rifle, though. Could get closed in on that. Is aggressive. Kvem can't quite convert on a kill. What is going on? He's dinked. 2 Passion away players low.
I don't want to believe it. I really don't want to believe it. Kvem is so low top as well. They've recovered a rifle. It's on the low HP of Kenzie, and they have no one on armor. They should still be winning this one, Passion away.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot of utility to spare as well. So once you get that A-site control, you can lock the Astrum players out. But you can see Patient involved for Passion away. The respect shown as well. I don't mind this from Astrum at all, though. Going all the way around, potentially creating a backstab onto Topa. And there's patience around for the rest of the players as well. And I think Kenzie got away with the timing. I don't think Topa knows. Now he will. If he just goes for the swing, he doesn't. Oh, this could be beautiful. Timing, though, works out for Topa. And that's the round. That's who you were banking on. Patsy connects with a headshot. Is there a kit? I don't think there is. That's the traveling aspect to it. You've got to run quickly. You've got to go fast. Klax to frontline with a Mach 10. Opshot connecting. Damage dealt. The AK on Kvem will be on the receiving end of 2. And Passion UA delivering. 1 round remaining. And this map could be theirs.
There's no simple rounds in this game, is there? Even when you're winning against an eco for Passion UA, you're still being made work for it. Even if the round in general was always going to go your way. You still lose a couple players. It still gets a little bit wanky there towards the end. Kvem on 22 and 11. Waro on 21 and 12. Definitely leading the charge right now. Jacasmo, Demia, and I guess Topo's been putting up a really good performance as well. For Demia and Jacasmo's been a bit of a tough time. But Passion now, 3 opportunities, 3 chances to take us to a 3rd.
Passion away. They've done a solid job to get themselves back into the game. It was a frightening experience on Mirage. But somewhere in the middle, a wake-up call appears. And Anubis perhaps to be required. Timing favors Grix, though. And
that's a nice split.
Initial attempts for B are halted. A to be approached, but Astrum look well equipped. Damia, he is creating some noise. Patsy's definitely aware, and there is Klax available to this defense. Kenzie also holds down the line, so there is information that Cross on the A side is on its way. Takeover on A, going strong, but Damia needs to stick the landing here, and I'm afraid won't be able to do it. Kvem, 1v3, surrounded.
Hold on.
Encircled. Headshots connect, and all of a sudden, this is a very doable round. Klax, all to himself. 2 of his teammates fall right before his eyes. Kvem has been clean, but Klax wants to be cleaner. A battle for cleanliness as Astrum go on double digits as well.
Whew, that might have been it. You felt like Fem had it. You felt like he was in the zone there, and Klax is able to deny a big round coming out of the open bricks as well. But he does get shut down. Look at those shots from Fem. The way that he makes it doable for himself in the 1 versus 3. Perfect isolation in all of those fights, but Klax says no. The man for the big moments, especially in the clutch, has always been Klax for this team. As cool as a cucumber, and that was his 4th kill of the map, by the way, Pavlos. Klax has had a really difficult map of Counter-Strike here on Train.
Yeah.
But his 4th kill is a 1v1 to keep them in it.
Oh, it's a very important one, right? Quality over quantity at this point. But again, Passion UA, they created a bit of a streak for themselves. The money isn't on that hurting point yet. Once they lose, maybe that becomes an issue, but still 2 chances for this map to become theirs before overtime considered. Vibe not perfect for Astrum. MP9 and Famas making things a little bit weaker, but a full set of util will still keep them strong. No pace change for Passion UA this time around.
Yeah, a little bit aggressive out of the CT side. Both teams struggling with utility as well a little bit. As you pointed out, Astrum are taking a bit of a hit. Weapon-wise, maybe a little bit more so, but on the side of Passion, again, it's not like we haven't seen them do some good job without a lot of nades on their side of things, but they are a little bit short. A good amount of flashes, but just 2 smokes and 1 Molotov to work with.
Yeah,
and this is looking pretty similar.
Flood.
It's looking really similar to the last round. Again, you're letting Warp surge in towards the B-bomb side. Maybe if he gets a kill, you go. If not, you still have Demian towards Ivy.
You've got to read into this fake. This is a great chance for Passion UA to just close this out. Demian continues to exert noise, pressure, but I feel like Astrum in that moment realized it, and Grix nets himself a lovely angle, and he might not even be required. Norway, on the first instance, is able to deliver. Grix struggling there, but Patsy is there to help out. This is clean as it has been. Demia, they know of his position earlier from Ivy. They know he's isolated from the play. This round is unlocked.
And this is looking doable. They're not even getting a bomb plan out of this. They won't have any money going into the next one. You said Grix was struggling maybe with the final one on the reposition. He shuts down 2 of them. He's on 24 and 15. This is still going, and Demian's forced to save. He knows if he goes down, they won't have the money to put him on an AK in the next one. Overtime is still not off the table, and Demian knows it.
It's a difference of 1 round. And like you said, no bomb plant. No extra cash. And all rifles, bar 1 for Astrum, remain in their hands. This has gotten interesting, Ted.
It's gotten really interesting, and we gotta highlight some of the good work we've seen out of Griggs the last couple of rounds. Both times they've tried to go in towards B on some of those lower, upper ramp walks. Griggs has been there. He's been 1 step ahead, able to shut them down. The amount of times that War was trying to open things up and Griggs was there. The amount of times that the rifles were trying to walk out and the Oper was there. They just need to do it 1 more time. And look at the utility again for Passion UA. It's just non-existent.
Very similar approach from Passion UA. Back-to-back-to-back rounds. Early smoke as well from Astrum. They alleviate some of that pressure, but then again, it's hard to read into a situation like this. You know how close you are to a 2-0. You know how close you are to it overtime, and putting even more on Passion UA's back.
Oper's still here. You have only 2 flashes on Demi and Fam. You need to do something to deal with Griggs. You can't just go out.
Fem has had an incredible map so far. And Passion UA are looking at him to try and do that again for them. Be the gift that keeps on giving. Because this could be their last chance to put a map in this series. Molly's out. Flashes as well. Passion UA for the flood. No one from Astrum is on the receiving end just yet. Just some pot shots coming through. Site control taken, at least approach. Grix, backline. Kenzie's there to help out.
Oh!
No scope required. Bomb not planted as Patsy denies it. And this round goes awry for Passionue. Individuals asked to step up, and there's only one left for them. It's Demia that gets interrupted where he stands. A 12-12, an overtime as Astrum recover their CT side.
They just can't lose. They really can't lose. It feels like you're looking at David Goggins play Counter-Strike right now. They're not willing to let go of this one. They just didn't give them anything. Passion were able to make their way out the bomb site. They don't see anyone. Astrom fight when Astrom want to fight. And when they do, you're not winning any of them. Griggs gets another multi-kill. 26 and 15 for the young Oper. Look at him go. Frustration is building up. You had 3 chances to close Passion, 3 chances to go to a third map, but you let them all go down the drain. And now it's bonus play.
Early aggression shown from Astrum has to be respected. But also, you got a chance to break in on them. Grix is holding a great angle, and there is assistance nearby. Clem might be in trouble, but that's not where Passionue are looking to hit. A lot of noise, again exerted from Demia. Not really a response from Astrum when it comes to the rotates. Bomb making its way towards main. All of a sudden,
I think they've heard it.
Indication of a split.
They should have heard the one player going down or going back, and now Grix has spotted a shadow. He's got a Molotov on 60 seconds. This could be big. You're keeping them at bay even further, and Grix has got a smoke. He can go for a deep main smoke or pop on a later timing. This could get really scrappy here for Passion.
49 seconds and Passionue have already set themselves up for a different approach. No longer considering that A main angle. Fem with a long distance supportive util is able to catch off Clax. Finally, something going well for Passionue. First pick is theirs.
They're here.
Imminent. HG to clear the smoke. Kenzie not willing to walk out of position. Patsy win his 1v1s and goes in for more. That will be when he will be disrupted. Topa stands up huge. That's what Passionue needed. Now, which side do you take? Is it A? Is it B? You could take either.
They're going on A, but both Grix and Norway are here. They're going to be here fairly quickly. They will have a say in this.
They've got to. Going all the way around, but I feel like Topa is in a good position to interrupt them. Actually, it's Demia. You are curious if that position is taken up. That's one pick, and now Demia can swing, and that's exactly what he does. Thing is, do you expect Grix to also be in the same position? 1v3 is asking a lot. And I think Grix realized he isn't getting out of this one alive, so it might just go down shouting. Passionue open things up successfully on their T side of OT.
It's a big one from Demi, right? We've seen numerous rounds of him just lurking in towards that Ivy position. Now he's able to get the refrag. This is the one that makes the difference. If he loses that fight against Patsy, this round is on. And a big find out of Topa as well. 2 versus 4 was never going to be an easy task, and again, it's just a good old Counter-Strike classic, older than the age of time. You struggle to close in regulation. The moment the game goes in OT, you pick up the first one.
Getting the festivities out of the way, if you will. But now for the serious business. Bro 2K actually lined up nicely for that.
Kenzie
for a moment
was
there, I thought
ready.
he waited for a little bit too long, but it does end up connecting.
Yeah, he tried to pre-aim it. It's a pretty difficult fight to win, though, even if you're thinking about it.
A lot of damage onto Demia. Somehow still alive. Received, I think, 3-4 bullets to his lower legs and body.
Yeah, this is massive, though. Demi able to stay alive. It's still a fight before, and you can see Astrom. They feel a little bit pressured to make a decision probably right now. Take some ground. That kill through the smoke on Ivy would have been of big help, but with 50 seconds on the clock, Passionue lining up for another B finish by the looks of things. Thing is, with Patsy pushing in towards main, they might be enticed to rotate the Oper back, or Clax.
Yeah, you've dropped noise for a while here, Passionue, so Astrom know there's some funny business going around. Thing is, only Norway will be on the receiving end of this. Flash does find him, but good damage is dealt either way. Pashnue, heavy favorites here. Sure, a couple of players are low, but a 3v5 is a difficult round to turn around for yourselves if you're Astrum.
You need to save. Look at the money. I mean, Grix has got $650. Sure, it's overtime, but the money could still run out, especially when you're investing in hopes and you're still losing the rounds. And if you're Pashnue here, you hunt. You hunt it 100%. You just leave 1-2 players nearby the bomb just to make sure that there's not going to be any funky business going on with potential ninja attempts. And you send everyone out there. Even if you lose every single player, it doesn't really make a difference. But if you get some of those rifles out of the hands of Astrum, primarily the AWP, it could make a difference.
Well, you've definitely found the AWP player, and now you found Klax as well. With all 5 surviving, even though it doesn't make that big of a difference to their economy, that is confidence now exerted here from Pashnue, showing that they can hang about, that this T-side isn't a fluke, that they're not going to mess too many rounds up, because that was a big situation they had to take control over on the second half. Astrum are bringing rounds out of their arse, honestly. But now no longer the case. Interrupted. 1 round on the CT side left for Astrum.
You need one. You need at least one to stay competitive here on the CT side if you're Astrum. A 0-3 start is not going to cut it. You did all that good work to bring it back in regulation. You need at least something to show for on that CT side going into your T side and OT.
Again, Demia throwing a deep smoke. Countered by a molly, so no push could take place. Slow the pace down entirely. Put those question marks on the map for Astrum. You've got no clue what the setup is anymore. You've been left out to dry.
Some of those rounds have been so difficult to read, by the way. Passion have been really good at hiding their tells. Every single time. You're putting them in towards that Ivy position. You're holding what looks like the entire map. And at this point, you've done so many different finishes of the rounds with that same old default that unless Astrum go looking, which they haven't really been doing, they haven't really been playing that aggressive outside of just a couple pushes in towards A main, they don't really know which bomb side Passion would end on. This time, though, looks like an A hit.
Indeed, Smoke's landing on site, Pop Dog being exited. But it's a far approach from Astrum, not really wanting to take a fight head on, and can respond as soon as Pashnue flood into sight. Kenzie's done so much, and they might just be close to a victory. Thing is, they still have time to deal with. But Pashnue are struggling for time. You're right, Woro2K with less than optimal amount of health available to him, but Woro might have just given him the space. 4 seconds, no time. Nobody's got to live, he's got to run, and he's just won the round because of that.
It's just the fact that you take a little bit too long. It's not even the fact that you're not able to get the refrags to do it in the end, Woro and Demia. It's the fact that all those kills that Astrum were able to find along the way slowed you down for long enough. So Astrum will get their piece of the pie. They will get their round number 13 here, going into the T side. Now, as we said, money's not an issue for either side anymore, and we're going to see that double AWP return after map number 1. Demi and Woro did try and pull this one off a couple times on Mirage. Didn't quite work out. Let's see if Train will be where it actually pays a little bit of dividends.
Well, it was neck and neck in the first half. Let's see if this will happen again. Kvem, damage exerted. Pashnue lead the charge here. This is what they need. A great round off the rip on the second half of OT. And already 2 kills to the good. And Astrum, no replies in kind. Flash out. You kind of need something off of this. Smoke is going to give Woro2K a little bit more space. And a complete reset from the Astrum players.
That's unbelievable, by the way. First, Grix was so close to getting the kill on the timing, and then Kenzie's not even able to get the refrag. They're just walking through the smoke on B. They're putting everything into that Hail Mary.
And Jacasmo looks like he's in a perfect position to just pounce.
Heard
he
him.
knows where the remaining Astrum players are looking to pounce to, and makes clean work of it. Scoping on the AUG. ADS all day. You need nothing else. Pashnue on the brink of making Train their own.
You had 3 chances on the D side of regulation. Now you've got 2 more this time on the defensive side of things. And look at that from Kvem. This is why he's the big star of this team. You can always put your money on this guy to deliver a big multi-kill when it's such an important moment. Never should he be getting that second kill, especially blinded. So many people have tried to stop him so far on this map. He's hit 30. Kvem has had a massive performance. He deserves another map of play.
Jump boost not spotted. At least I think so.
Nope.
And Grix uses that to his advantage to catch Demi off guard.
That's a big opening. Kvem will try and push on the other way in towards main. Other side of the smoke. And this is actually enough to make them rotate a second player in towards that B bomb side. Regardless of losing that initial fight in towards Ivy, they still have 2 players here.
Indeed. And one of them was already started to chime in. Smoke allows Astrom's
They're
flood
going
out,
back.
but a quick conversion. They're going towards this A site, and I feel like Kvem is well equipped for this. Great position by him. Spray down on the first instance. Double kill. Passion UA. Look that they want to lock this one in right here, right now. Heroics required from Astrom.
No!
He jumps up to the plate. Waro 2K.
They're going
here
back.
to clutch it.
You catch 2 players rotating in from C. You know Waro's going to be somewhere around Ivy.
That is so smart from Astrom, taking no chances. Bomb can go down simply. And Waro 2K forced to play catch-up. Knows this round might just not be the situation for him, but he's got to give it a go, right? He's got to give this a try.
They have money. There's nothing he's losing out of it, but you see the shaking the mouse. He knows he can't just run around. And with an open hand, I mean, the time is going to be halfway there the moment that he approaches the bomb side. It's still going to be difficult. He's got a full set of util, though. This is the silver lining. He can smoke up the bomb and molly either lower or upper ramp.
Time ticking. It's getting frantic by the second. You've got to make a move on Waro. Thomas ain't happy. And neither is Norway. Making clean work out of the final elimination. 1 round's the difference. Again, Passion away from closing out this map for themselves, or another set of OT rounds required.
What more does Kvem need to do to close this map? Is how sick of a flick that was from Griggs, but this is a 2 versus 4 that they're able to bring back Pablos. Another 2v4 round for Astrom. Another opportunity, another big one out of Kvem. That's simply not enough. And Astrom might get another overtime.
I feel if Astrom win this, there's no way Passion are able to recover from it mentally. They've been disrupted time and time again, and this round doesn't start on the right foot either. Aggression shown but caught from Astrom. Desperate times call for desperate measures, but they just don't pay off.
Now you're just trying to force the issue, right? You go for that double push in towards B. Kvem, who's been your most reliable player, gets shut down straight away, and Jakasmo is just trying to compensate. Unsuccessful, though. Astrom a 5 versus 3, a 2-man advantage to get bonus play. And as you said, that would be yet another blow on the mental, on the psychology of Passion UA. They've been so close so many times. That would be 5 map points down the drain. Unless they convert that 3v5, and they have to do it without their best player so far.
Util flies from the sky. Passion UA, this is not rain.
Everyone's
but
here.
potentially Hellfire. They're walking into the most inhabited site, though. This could be a tough one. They could just be handing the lead over to Passion UA. That could be exactly what they're doing. Grix, though, is able to stabilize. Rushing through the molly and actually catches Waro off guard, off beat. Demia in a 1v2 again. This seems so damn close. He sees Klax, but Klax spots him as well. Bomb can go down, but the interruption is successful. AWP v AWP in the 1v1.
Grix is getting a free bomb plant out of this. Hit 30 bomb as well. Needs to make it 31. And Demian just now will realize. But look at Grix. He's bringing the fight to him. Grix is playing this one up close and personal. Is Demian ready for it? Grix is just going to walk down on him. Demian's holding. He just needs to hit the shot. Just needs to get the no-scope. But he's missed the quick scope. They're both missing pistols out. What is going on? Head and hands. Grix clutches up. You can't ride it. This is absolute bloody damn cinema.
You can tell missing that first shot. you know, caught him off guard. But then again, Demia missing his shot. That just turned everything into pure chaos, pandemonium. And for a second there, I thought Astrum gave this round over. You know, walking into the site where 3 players were holding 2 picks to nothing. God damn, the difference to that clutch was the pistols, not the AWPs.
That is unbelievable.
P250 win.
If you're a Demi, you just can't believe it. This is another one. It's another tile in the dominoes.
God damn.
How are Astrum still in this? How have Astrum not lost this train? That is the big question. Why is this map still going? We should have been on Anubis already. Why is Astrum still in this?
You ask, but I cannot answer.
This is reaching, Pavlos, this is reaching some AMCO NAP levels.
Yeah, maybe. Not breaking records yet, but...
That might... Game of Counter-Strike.
Truly. No, I don't think we're there yet, Ted, but... There is
it's getting
something
close.
about this game. Alright. Astrum would love to lead off the rip. It's been a bit of a struggle. They've only been playing catch-up on this map.
Yeah, it's like both teams are playing with an infinite throw rounds glitch. They just can't stop doing it.
Yeah.
It was great.
Turns out Passionate were a little bit better at throwing.
We still don't know that. They're still in this,
So
potentially.
far,
Yeah, they haven't lost
anything
yet.
can happen. Still early doors. Topa's still hiding the smoke. He got pre-fired, so they're not quite sure he's still there. Breakaway, Klax is on the landing. And superhero punch onto Jacasmo does the job as well. Kvem can't see anymore. He's got a bullet ledged in his eyes.
Yeah, Patsy's playing Assassin's Creed, by the way, just dropping down like that from the upper ramp, getting the kill. And this is the first time that we're going to see Astrum in the lead in such a long time. And this is something that I want to emphasize on Pavlos. Now this is where the mental is going to start showing as well for Passion UA. Because you might have been losing all of those close rounds, but never did you actually let go of the lead, right? The closest Astrum have been is level score. They haven't really been in the lead in a really long time. Maybe not even since the start of the map, but now they've retaken that. 16-15. They were down 9-12. Then they were down 13-15. And now they're in the lead. This is the first time in a long time since Passion have been on the back foot. How will they react? Will they react?
Yeah. That is a great question. Oh boy. What a game. What a grand final. We knew coming into this one it would be a tough day for either of them, having to play the semi-final as well. Both series going down to the wire. 3 maps required of them. The Passionate play. That's a bit of an ouchie. And Jacasmo losing his life. Never mind, he's actually holding on to what is going on. Everybody's walking into mollies, HGs, and guns. This is pure pandemonium.
And it's still going. Warriors rotating back A. They're not sure it's going to be a B bomb plant. And great. Still towards the back of the bomb site. Still dancing around. Demi's got an op.
Nothing is a certainty at this point. Nothing is for sure.
Oh! Decided to jump again?
Is this the timing for Demia to come alive? Is this where he's the difference? Grix won a very awkward trade. 1v1 against him last time around, but look at him traverse the thing, and he might be in trouble because Warrior is approaching. Demia is suspecting it, can hear the noise, he can hear the commotion, smoke drops, a pre-fired shot. Grix looking to go all the way around, but Demia's ready for it. 50 seconds, you've got time to work with, but not when Waro is knocking on the back door. Lead no more as Passion UA equalize.
That's another chaotic one. What I want to know there is, didn't Norway see the op of Demia? The moment that you're going for that second jump up the ladder, because this round was still pretty much on. This is the one we were talking about. Did he see him? Did he just... He tried to jump shot him. There's no way he thought jumping again was a good idea. That should have been a misclick. If that wasn't a misclick, then Norway's definitely regretting this one.
Still down to the wire. Wouldn't be a Passion UA versus Astrum match if it didn't go there. Nade gets Kenzie out of dodge and actually saves his life. Bit of a trade to the 53 points of health he lost. Oh boy. This game really really going in circles.
I think Rix knows. Dem has been playing that second op so many times, and now you've seen the trajectory of the smoke. You know what type of an angle he was holding. Thing is, there's no way for you to get him off of it. Kenzie has been tagged down to 47 HP, trying to make his way on the other side of the smoke in towards back red in main.
This time it's Astrom's turn to be quiet about their approach. Keep their opponents guessing. And I think they may have guessed wrong. This is going to be a double-sided A-site push. And there's only 2 players holding it. Playing quite far back, let's be fair. In quick rotations there for Passion UA if needed. But the smokes are landing. Do Passion UA know this is going to be the stick as well? Demia knows to keep his eyes set on Grix. Molly drops 30 seconds on the clock and Astrom make their move. Demia ready for the first fight. Vem as well lined up nicely. Though, when are you going to start fragging? Now's the time, Norway says. 20 seconds. You've got to close the gap. Klax's nade finds the landing, and now Astrom closes up the distance. They've got full side control, and Topa's nowhere to be found.
Time is low. You need to get a bomb plan. Look at how low they are, though. Topa's still got an opportunity in this, but he needs to be clinical.
They don't see each other. Never mind, now they do. Norway, he lands the headshot. I'll be at 11 points of health. Astrom are ahead by the start of this half.
That is insane. Norway gets a triple kill both rounds. Able to go absolutely huge when Astrom convert 27 kills for the in-game leader. And that is the history of that duo of Kenzie and Norway as well. They've been together for such a long time. And at a certain point, we had the conversation about Kenzie. It's always been the two of them. One of the most exciting duos in Tier 2 Counter-Strike a couple years ago. And they've gone quiet recently. But this is what they're capable of. Grix is receiving a little bit of support right now. Maybe not from Klax, maybe not from Patsy, but Norway and Kenzie are both stepping up. And Astrom do get a 17-16 lead. Bonus tactical timeout. Obviously, Zoma's going to join in the conversation a little bit. Same coach that did spend a couple months on Virtus Pro and obviously did join just a little while before this lineup got dropped by Aurora. But he's got some previous experience of working with Klax. That was on the 9 Pandas before. You've got an experienced coach on one side, an even more experienced coach in TC on the other for Passion UA. Who's going to do a better job at calming their players down?
This one is really taking us through our paces. And I think for each other, Passion UA and Astrom, this is only going to get more infuriating as the game goes on. If Astrom are able to find the first round here, it feels like you've just started putting the nails in the coffin. But if Passion UA break through, this is anyone's game, and I think they may have chosen the right side to do it. B-side in their eyes, with 2 players defending, and the flood is coming in. B-side taking over. There is some pace to it as well. Look how far forwards Passion UA looked across. Never mind, Norway is the ground disruptor. And he even has Grix there for reinforcement. Passion UA, you've overstepped your welcome. Sure, the bomb goes down, but you lose 2 pieces in the process.
There's no way they hold on. A 5 versus 3 retake, and Warrow's the only one who's got a piece of Uto as well. There's no way Passion are able to stop them.
Chakasmo has to close up the gap. Needs to start
Wait.
walking forwards. Demi from a distance, also connecting headshots. Suddenly, Astrom are lining up for Passion UA to play aim game upon Grix. Closes up the distance, but it's still a 2v2. This is still anyone's game with the defuse taking place.
Can't see him from upper.
Can stop this. It's not in position where Warrow can deny the defusal. That is completely absurd.
You get all the kills, but it doesn't matter. No one cares. It's overtime. They get the bonus money. They get the map match and tournament points. And this is the first time that Astrom has been in such a position. Passion nearly bring it back from the doldrums, from the gates of Lucifer. It was a 3 versus 5 on the hold, and they make it a 3v2, but they still end up falling short. Astrom get 2 chances, 2 opportunities, and you better capitalize on them. You better not let it go, because look at what it did to Passion when they couldn't capitalize.
Yup. You can't let it go there. 2 rounds now given to Astrom. It's been 5, I think, in total. Passion UA have had 5 opportunities. 3 at the end of the game. 2 towards the first round of overtime. But now it's Astrom's turn to give this one a go. Give this one a twirl. Ivy approached, and I think for the first time, by 3 players for Passion UA. Deep smoke, responded by an incendiary. Re-smoked again, you know there's something up. Waro being posted up aggressively. Klax calls this one off.
Another block into towards main, 55 seconds on the clock. There still is a little bit of Yuto and Klax. He is aware of the possibility of Demi walking out. It's all about what happens when the smoke fades. Griggs misses the first one and will go down.
Indeed. So this is a right step forward for Passion UA. Can they keep this going? And then pending 1v1 here as the smoke fades out. Who will spot out who first? Fem is the answer. What do Passion UA do from this though? They do slowly take A side, but you can tell they're scared. No one really there to stop them. But if they gift themselves to Patsy, he will make good work of them. Ashram know their chances are slim here. Chances are bleak. But they can expend into it. Not optimal.
There's enough money on the CT side. You can still give this one a go.
For
Even if you
sure.
lose everyone, you're going to be fine to invest in the next.
Well, great shot from Topa, but at the same time, Ashram's retake here is in the bin. That bin has a chain on it. There's a lock. And the key is nowhere to be found. 17th now for Passion UA. So, Ashram will need their second attempt at closing out this game, this series, this tournament. This is all about denying, Ted. This game, this series is all about denying.
Yeah, it's Astrom denying Passion UA to take us to a third. It's Passion UA denying Astrom the trophy. It's us denying that we've already lost our minds watching this. Everyone is denying at all fronts.
Everyone is in denial.
Yep. We're all trying to get more and more delusional. Willingly. Falling into the trap. Another opportunity though. Astrom, 1 round away, 5 kills away from your first trophy under this organization, and you get another go at it.
Well, this time around, no early pick for Passion UA. Not that there was earlier, but their explosion outside of Ivy was an impressive one. Demia, he's always exerts so much pressure here. One of the linchpins in Passion UA's T side.
It's good work from Griggs though, right? He's blown up the smoke, didn't see anything. He knows it's a ruse. Look at the rotation from Dioper instantly going in towards that B-bomb side, but Passion UA are lining up for a bit of an A-split by the looks of things.
Ooh. It does look like it. But Astrom
Guess he's still
don't
here.
really have the right idea, Kenzie. Surely Kven pre-fires this
Shadow.
position, right? Elite pre-fire looks it. The moment that Kenzie chooses to take that A key left swing is exactly when the jump peak comes through from Krem. The timing couldn't be better for Astrom, but for Passion UA, heavy lifting required now.
They're still going A right now, but Kenzie's going to walk out. This is massive. 40 seconds on the clock. Do they have any extra Yuto? No utility on the CT side, but they're just opening it up the distance. 2
flashes though for Waro 2K, and that could net Passion UA the entry. Smoke starts to land to the back of the site, starting to drop from above. Jacasmo making his exit. It's a dry exit. It's a quiet one, which no one has a clue on. No one has a finger on. Molly, that's going to flush out one of the players. That should be an easy pickup for Waro 2K. Patsy, high ground taken. Really should be the saving grace, and indeed connects. Though Jacasmo's quick with the follow-up. Astrom not able to close things out here. Norway, no way. You can bring out the 1v3, brings out the knife, realizes this close contention, has to take a breath and needs to take this extra fight, but also Demia swinging from the other end is going to be his demise. Norway's downfall. No way you can take on so many positions simultaneously. Attempts to find Topa's head, but Topa will be the one shooting skulls here. It's 18-18. A third round of overtime is required.
This game is never ending. It's just never going to be over. Hard work and patience. That is the name tag of the knife of Topa, by the way. That's exactly what we're seeing out of him. He's been giving it his all in the server. So have Waro, Kven, both hitting 33 kills. Griggs top of the server on 36. On the other side of things. And Klax, oh poor Klax, he's still on 8. He's still on single digits.
Oh man. Yeah, that's gonna be
It's been a really tough one. It really has been.
Ooh. Normally gets a better timing. Gets the jump on Jacasmo. Thing is, Passion UA are winning their engagements on their side of the map. Kenzie shows himself, but only good for the one. The only positive is that he's made Demir quite low, and the nades have assisted in that endeavor.
They're backing off. Look at Griggs. I mean, do you hear the steps in towards Ivy? Does Klax hear all of this?
I don't.
They were running. Now they're shifting. They've got no idea. This is a great reposition. Klax definitely should have a clue that this is a possibility, though.
Indeed. But again, has to have a look in main, but he smoked off. Ivy check out, but Warrior 2K is there, and he's not missing that shot. How have Passion UA have been able to convert rounds off of a deficit time and time again? We thought it was Astrum most capable of doing that. He had a lot of chaotic rounds. But it seems Passion UA are now falling into a groove. Site should be a simple endeavor to take over. Dry peeking Grix will be pressured from the left-hand side, doesn't respect the flash, and Topa is there. 19-18, and it's the Ukrainians of Passion UA to take the lead again.
At this point, it's really difficult to even make anything out of who gets more rounds in the first half of overtime as well, right? Who's gonna get those chances to close? Who's gonna be a little bit closer? You just never know. It's all about who's going to be a little bit more focused, who's going to be more present individually in the server. Passion. Good reposition in the mid round in the previous one. Great call coming out of Topa. Clearly caught them off guard with the Oper being posted in towards Ivy.
That's some good nade damage though. Warrior 2K down to 60. Oh, shot missed from Grix. That's going to hurt. Kvem with first blood. It's not often Passion UA have been able to work off a numbers advantage. Even without it, they've come out off with successful rounds, but Norway begs to differ. Looks like it's the first death curse.
And Topa can't go for the refrag, right? He's got the bomb on his back. There's no way he's walking lower. There's no way he thinks that's... I mean, he's safe from upper right now. He can't be spotted, but Klax has shut down Demir. Topa, any moment now is going to be pressure. He needs to win that fight, and the bomb's going to get dropped. Norway's won them the round with this kill right there.
What's up with netting the first kill and not coming off with the win in the end?
And I've got some more good news for you, Pavlos.
Please.
We are officially 1 kill away from Klax reaching double digits.
Yay!
38 rounds in. You know what? If he wins the event, it's all good, right?
Honestly, you've been praising Klax quite a bit, and we've said that the rest of the team needs to do some heavy lifting in his place.
Sure.
I think they took that a little bit too literally.
Yeah. You know, this is the thing. This is probably the worst map of Counter-Strike I've ever seen from Klax. Yeah. And he's gone down to Kvem already. Kvem, out of all people, had the spawn, I guess, to go for the pick with the Ope. Finds the opening.
Jacasmo, are you ready for this? The timing is everything. Grix might get the jump on him, and that's exactly what happens. Blow for blow, yet again. Oh! Norway gets the jump on him, and now Ashram with number superiority, shutting down and pushing Passion UA's position. They really don't have much space to work with.
Does Kenzie want to stay inside of main? This is the big question right now. On the fate of the smoke, you're going to be compromised. You just need to walk away. You have a 4 versus 3. You've got Norway in a really aggressive angle.
Yep, you've got to back off. Surely you've got to back off. Timing is everything, and Norway gets away with his life, 10 points of health, and he's able to escape. Damage from a distance, not quite the shutdown. Norway is the one to get the kill instead. Passion UA, 2 left, and Kenzie's got your backs targeted. Heads in crosshair. Topa about to get hell unleashed upon him. But Norway's low, and he goes for the close sight engagement. HE lands.
He's got the bomb.
He does. And having you towards the A site, which is defended, but you can never count stuff out. It is 20-19. Astrum lead by the end of this half.
The battle for the trophy continues. 22 is the magical number. 22 is the magical number right now. Astrum keep on walking forward. One foot.
Is that your takeaway from the previous
in front
round,
of the
Ted?
other?
Be honest.
Yeah. This is my takeaway. This is my. I don't even know anymore, man.
I mean, this is one fight for a trophy. This is really a war of attrition. And there's nothing clean about the war of attrition, right? It's chaotic, sporadic, desperate, dirty. And I feel this describes perfectly how this game is progressing. Look at the pace from Astrum. I don't think anybody's looking, at least. Well, Damian knows there's something up. Smoke, and Patsy's able to flood in, flash. Even Blind gets the job done. What is going on? Astrum just overwhelm. And we've only seen smokes this round. We have not seen a singular player, just smokes.
They just popped through the smokes. They smoked themselves an Ivy. They throw the initial nades in towards the A-bomb side. They take away the attention of the Ivy player. This is actually a genius round to call into overtime. This is the first time we've seen that out of them. And it's so crafty. You just get them away from Ivy, you smoke it off, and then you run through your own smoke with the flashes, and they were good enough. Somehow they were able to find themselves out in the better position in all 5 of the fights. That was a team ace from Astrum.
For a moment there, I thought my screen was broken, Ted. I thought I was watching things in grayscale, but no, we were just in the midst of smoke. Astrum 1 step away, and this time 3 chances.
No, it's 2 of them.
2, sorry. Math not mathing.
Brain not braining at this point, and it's not even your fault. It's a power outage. Waro flashed off the angle. Does get a little bit of damage inflicted upon himself, but will stay alive. And with the big green in hand, he's still as dangerous as it gets. And Astrum have decided to slow things down. We've seen that numerous times. An initial really quick play in towards the brown holes, in towards Ivy, in towards Pop, in towards Ramp, no matter where. And then they pause, even if they don't get a kill. Now you work around the map, and Passion UA don't really have any real estate. No aggressive positions in towards main, nor Ivy, nor B. You're just calling off of how you feel about this round. And as of right now, you might just have the right idea.
Yeah, the vibe ain't bad. Flood smokes available though for Astrum. It's not going to make the job easy. Sprays are going to be required, and you do find Norway, who didn't have much else available to him. Jacasmo though gets 2. They get 3! Okay, well, Passion UA want to hold on a little bit longer, and they make this one look decisive. Ted, why does this feel this is going to yet another set of OT rounds?
Whew, I'm so ready for it, man. I don't care why, I don't care how. I'm just ready for more overtimes right now. Might as well stay here all night. I'm telling you.
Tonight.
Yeah, I'm Cal, NAP. You just watch. We're cooking up something special. Oh no, it wasn't the score. It's the Fnatic M80 Anubis game that holds the record. It's just Amco NAP is the staple of carnage in Counter-Strike.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Jacasmo not going to peeking that anytime soon. Tongue not tonguing. Let's see if this one takes any different end. Can Astrum close this one out? Because this one is not only map point, it's not only match point, it's tournament point. And they've been in this position a couple times already.
I mean, look at that. They're hoping that the CTs push into them, right? They're hoping that Passion UA just make up their minds and go for an aggressive play, but they're not. And both teams are in the blind right now. Both teams don't know what's going on. Passion UA are stacking up with 3 in towards the B-bomb side. They're trying to justify it by just pushing them away with the U2 in towards main, but Fem is gonna get run down.
That's important. Getting a pick, getting a trade in when you don't have enough players available to you. You're just denying space right now. You're just delaying. And so far, so forth.
Is he going through?
0 spec shown to the smokes. Topa needs to be blocked out. Flash puts him into a corner. Looking to see if he can get the bomb down now. And Damian looks to deny it. Instead, he gets shut down as Patsy's defending his teammate's life. Topa backside. Patsy is on fire. And this just might be it, Ted. 2 players remaining for Passion UA. And Norway has got Waro 2K unlocked. Jacasmo. More than heroics are required. More than just a dream that needs to be executed. More than just a simple 4K has to be found, and I'm afraid it is just too late. Finally, Astrum able to nip this one in the bud. Tournament unlocked, and Astrum are able to finally get one in their pockets.
Yeah, from 0 to hero for Astrum, the team that started 2025 with such a difficult streak of form, with such a difficult run, losing event after event, game after game, being dropped by their organization over at Aurora to pick up a top 10 Turkish lineup. And now they find their new home. Those set of players join Astrum, and it's all going to the stars right now. Unironically, might even be closer than Astralis to qualifying for the second major of 2025 at this point. There is a new star on the scene, and they get their first trophy. This is a big result for all of them.
Oh, it's massive. Well, Klax did end the series with double digits of kills there, so he's made you proud there, Ted. But look, overall, I think it's impressive what Astrum have been able to perform. Sure, Passion UA gave us a good show. They had a difficult day. Let's not take that any other way, right? But yeah, I feel it's a little bit rough for them as well. They had so many situations where they, train could be theirs, but Astrum is just that little brother you can't get rid of. That annoying little brother that just won't let you alone. And they stuck around long enough for them to start getting the chances instead, for them being in the lead, for them having the opportunity to close out this map and series. And that's what they were able to do in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the side of Passion UA, this is going to feel really disappointing, right? Not only for Kvem, who put out a great performance, Waro, Demia, Topa, Jakasmo had a couple big rounds towards the end as well. It's just the fact that Passion UA should have had it. And I feel like at this point, we should have the conversation about Passion just playing 3 best of 3s in the same day. And probably all of those games being really tiring. It was really difficult to keep it together towards the end. What is really good news right now, Pavlos, is that we actually get to speak to one of the people that were involved in that absolute and sublime carnage.
Indeed. It's Patsy joining the show. Hello, Patsy. Welcome to the broadcast, mate. Congrats on your win. It was not an easy one, but I'd love to hear it from you as well. Give me your perspective in that match. Yeah, talk me through your thoughts.
I mean, it was a very hard match, especially Train, because Mirage was like not that hard because, of course, of T side, we just snowballed them. But on Train, it was unreal. I mean, you can look on the clutch when Greeks was versus DemQQ and he missed the shot when he was slowly going on him. So I don't know how to understand this. So yeah. It was very hard match and good game to them, for sure.
What is going through your mind in all of those moments? Because we were sat here, we're looking at the game, and we're thinking, you guys probably should have lost that second map 10 times. There was so many rounds that should have been the end of it. How do you stay in the game, and what do you say to yourselves after the 5th 3 versus 5, or the 10 2v4, or that Grix clutch as well in the 1v1 that shouldn't have happened ever?
I mean, it's magic. I don't know what to say anymore about this match because also Klax got crashed in the middle of the game and we won 4 versus 5 force for the money, and I don't know, it's just magic. I can't say more.
It looked like magic, man. It looked like magic. Now, give me your thoughts. Obviously, you guys, as a team, as a core, have gone through a journey, right? Dropped from Aurora, now finding a new home in Astrum, having some hard times at the start of the year as well in terms of results. You're on a new level now. You've just won an event. What's the trajectory here? Do we feel the best we felt all year? Is that safe to say?
I can say that it's second time when we won tournament like this. It was Galaxy before, and our main goal right now is to keep pressuring this level, because last time we won Galaxy, and after this we lost a lot of games that we shouldn't lose, and also results was not good. So I think for us main goal is to be stable and try to win more tournaments and be in like top 30 of Valve ranking in Europe, so it's our main goal for sure for now.
Okay, and lastly, talk to me a little bit about you yourself as an individual, because you did go through a bit of a tough time last year. Obviously before that things didn't work out with Liquid, and it felt like you needed some time to get back on your legs to show us that flamboyant and really aggressive Patsy that no one could stop in the server on Spirit, right? Do you feel like maybe with this team, if you're given enough time, you could start going back to feeling a lot more comfortable and like yourself?
I think in like I need more time probably because I still unstable, in Astrum also, in Aurora, in Spirit, in Liquid, always I have main problems is I'm not stable, because I can play one game like plus 30, second game I'm like not in the game at all. So I can say the same goal like with team, you know, to become more stable player and try to fix my problems in head, maybe in some stuff like this, you know. So yeah, that's the main goal for me, for my individual goal, yeah.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, Patsy. And again, it's a pleasure to have you. It's always great to hear from you. And yeah, you guys look really good. So I wish you all the best in your trajectory with Astrum. And again, congrats on your win. Hope you guys celebrate tonight. I hope you guys don't have any more officials to play because I think Passion Away still have games to play tonight. So yeah, I hope you guys take the dub and celebrate this one.
Yeah, for sure. It was hard game for them. Oh, I mean, hard day for them. Yesterday we played 4 officials also, so I understand them. It's very hard.
Well, again, thank you for joining, man. And yeah, grind pays off, man. It just showed. Grind pays off. So congratulations again. And yeah, thank you for joining us and have a good night.
Thank you. You too.
What a lovely interview, man. What a lovely person as well, jumping in here.
You know what I appreciate? I appreciate the fact that he just goes out and says this was a magical win, because it really was a magical game, right? It was, yes. it had it all, right? It had all the highlights, it had all the clutches, it had all the misses, it had all the crazy shots. You could probably just get that single map of Counter-Strike and put out a 15-20 minute montage of insane moments that would make you lose your mind, and that you would probably need 1 month of tape from usual Counter-Strike games to get together. But yeah, I mean, congratulations to Astrum, and it is a little bit of a shame for Passion UA, but considering the circumstances and considering how many difficult games they had to go through so far today, I feel like towards the end it was just a little bit tiring, and still they were able to bring it that close to a third and final map. They probably feel like they missed out on one there.
Well, if you guys are watching up until this point, you're legends. Thank you. And thank you for tuning in to this tournament as a whole. This is it for the first series of YaLLa Compass Contenders, and I hope you guys have enjoyed the show. We have some great teams performing, and we finally have found our crowned star. It's Astrum, right? Fitting to that title. So yeah, Ted, it's been a pleasure casting with you, and thank you to all the production and the admin team working tirelessly to make this event go well. And yeah, thank you again to all you folks at home. Have a very lovely night, folks, and we'll be back soon, shortly, for more YaLLa Compass action.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role, 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb dropped, coughed up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!